Hi, Nick.
Hi, Jeremy.
How you doing tonight?
Doing pretty good. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good. It's been quite an eventful 24 hours since we've done our last show.
The show that we went on for 4.5 hours on.
Oh man, I passed out. I
I
didn't
that
even get to turn my light off. I passed out.
I probably passed out an hour after the show. So because I was trying to watch some TV downstairs and I couldn't do it.
Yeah, it was rough. I knew I was tired, but I did not think it was going to happen that way. Um, I do have some announcements to make, everybody. Um, my surgery has been moved up. So now, instead of September 26th, my surgery is going to be happening on the 12th of September, which means Nick and I are going to have to redo our schedule because the last show that we have will be 3 days before my surgery, and we're looking at doing some sort of a special. Um, One idea that was talked about was possibly doing a thing about my hair, cutting all the hair off during the show. Um, but yeah, so we're going to have to redo that. And also, um, we talked about this last week, Nick, but
Mhm.
I started working out an outline
Oh, nice.
about the book that I'm going to write based off of the accident that I had. Working title is My Accidental Memoir, and I'm already starting to work on the outline for that and flesh it out.
Awesome. Awesome. I got
So
I got to
go ahead.
point stuff for Brad what he said about our show. Last night he said it wasn't long enough.
It was too long.
Too
It
long.
was too long.
And let's not
Uh,
his special guest appearance for July 32nd.
right. Speaking of special guests, tonight we do have a special guest, and by the looks of it, we have two special guests.
Yep.
In fact, it wouldn't be a true show without this second individual. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring them on, Mr. Greg Bakun.
Yes, that's right. I have my little furry co-host with me tonight, who always seems to want to hang out with me, and also, quite frankly, I don't want to give out too much information, but also doesn't really always like to wipe his ass. Let's just put it that way. Um, wow, why am I holding you? I don't even understand. All right, enough of him. All right.
Yeah.
Wow.
I
Anyone
wish
have a
my
napkin?
cat could. I wish
Anyone have
my
a
cat could do
napkin?
that. I wish my cat could allow me to hold her like that because she's not. She's completely the opposite.
Oh, I mean, Linus is very unique that he will, like, I mean, I posted a video this week where I just was rubbing his tummy, and you don't get that with most cats. You really don't. I mean, I've had a
Yeah.
lot of good cats, and not all of them will do that. He just will just take it, and he loves it, and you rub his armpits and stuff, and it's just really amazing about how much this cat will take, and especially also when you brush him, he just loves it. I mean, I don't have to worry about mats getting in on him because he will allow me to brush him out every single time. So it wow, what a cat. And yes, he is a pretty cat. He's a rag doll, is what he is, and he's about 13 years old, and he is just this beautiful, big, fluffy animal that I'm still rubbing the fur off my face because that's what happens when you pick up Linus.
Yep. Or any cat, but according to Brad, you're his pet. You do what he says.
There's a lot to be said about. I mean, I think that's what we end up doing, right? When we have pets, is that we end up being kind of their little slaves, and you just want to be able to enjoy the time with them. And with Linus, Linus is somebody who is like I said, he's 13 years old. The ragdoll life expectancy of a cat is 13.
Oh,
So
really?
it's right now he's kind of treated as like the he can't do anything wrong because he is somebody who, I don't know how much longer I'm going to have him, hopefully for many more years, but you just don't know. So right now I'm taking him and really celebrating him, to not sound weird about it, but really just enjoying him as much as I possibly can, because you just never know. He looks healthy, he acts healthy, but I've been through all this before with 2 other cats, that you just never know what happens. And normally have another cat to kind of just like slot and take his place for me, not for anyone else, but he is my final cat. So we'll just see how it goes with him.
Well,
Well,
I
I
will
mean,
say this: Linus definitely has personality per
yeah.
some of the pictures that you have posted, particularly the ones him like he is just in shock and awe with Haunted Charlie.
Yes, well, he definitely, I mean, so Christy was over, and we did a photo shoot with Christy's haunted doll, Charlie McCarthy. We also did a spirit box session that night, which yielded a lot. But the funny thing is that we were doing a photo shoot. She was setting things up, she was taking pictures and stuff, because she's brilliant at that sort of thing. And then we started looking, it's like, wait a minute, what's going on here? And Linus had, Charlie was sitting, Linus had his paw over Charlie's leg, which was, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how that worked in the 30s. And he just was staring at Charlie. He was fixated on him. And I thought, my God, that's pretty cool. That's really neat. And, I personally don't think there's anything negative in Charlie. More so is that, we just don't know I don't think we know what's in Charlie. I mean, Christy would be able to speak much more clearly to that than I ever would. But when we did the spirit box session that night, it felt like we were getting a lot of different energies coming through. But all I knew is that Linus and Charlie, even though I think there's multiple energies in Charlie, they seem to be pretty good friends. And I think you and I, all 3 of us, could probably agree, animals are a very good representation on any sort of haunted entities or anything haunted at all, because they're good like register of seeing like how they act. And if they're acting around nothing, that's a good indication that maybe there is something there.
I believe so. Yes.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
I got to say, I mean, obviously some cats have lived, even longer than 13 years old, because I was actually just talking to someone who had a cat who actually got to live for as long as 20 years.
I kill mine at 13, all of them.
Oh,
no,
jeez.
Don't worry, Nick. I don't want to set you off. Don't. That's not true.
Yeah, you get the Animal Society listening to this show. They'd be like,
arrest this man.
Your report rate just ran up, didn't it, for the show tonight? Yeah.
Actually, we got a pretty substantial viewership.
We got like 20 people watching. Holy cow!
That's because Greg J is on tonight in the house. Yeah.
Yes, only roaches set me off.
That
Jill.
is true.
That's awesome.
So what we need to do, because you have Linus, Christy has Charlie, I've got Lucy. Brad needs to bring a cockroach called Big Pen.
Called what?
Cockroaches.
Yeah, but I thought you said they called something. Do they have names or?
Call it Pigpen.
Okay.
I was just thinking that. I wanted to bring up saying, all these names you guys are bringing up, I can't help but think of the Peanuts group of Charlie Brown.
That's actually what Greg brought up when he and Chrissy were over here. And somehow he brought up the Peanuts, and I never thought about that.
No, it set my mind immediately, because I'm a huge Peanuts.
That's interesting.
I'm a huge Peanuts fan, and my mom, and I, we always watch a lot of the Peanuts holiday specials.
Sure.
In which we just did a few days ago with the well, the closest you can ever get to like 4th of July specials. It's the This Is America Charlie Brown from the late 80s. So I thought we were just watching them a couple of days ago. So when you brought it up, I'm thinking, that sounds a lot like the Peanuts gang.
I never thought about that. Linus, Charlie, and Lucy. I've
Yeah.
never thought of that's very cool, Nick. Well done.
Yeah. No thanks or
Did I say kill or euthanize? I forget. Anyway, yeah.
If you verbally say kill or just about anything, Facebook ain't going to get you. If you write it, then they'll get you.
Yep.
So when we're just talking, we can say whatever the hell we want.
Nick Jr.
I have said many times, Facebook is stupid and its employees are idiots.
Yep.
How many times have I said that?
A lot. Then I've lost count.
They're stupid because they never ban the stuff that I report. So yeah, I mean, absolutely. But I guess the thing is, it's like if anyone's going to die in this household, it will be me, because Linus holds the cards. He has claws. I have no claws. He is smarter than I am. So there's a lot of complexity to this tonight. Yeah.
Well, there are some pictures that I have seen of Linus where it does look like he is planning something.
Oh God, yeah. Like I've said before on my Ghost Box Lives, that the point is that when I walk down the stairs, he tries to trip me down there. I mean, I'm not kidding when he does that. Now, I like to tell myself is because he just wants to get my attention. He doesn't truly want to kill me, but we really can't confirm that he's not trying to kill me. And Christy, like she said, she's off to McIntyre tonight. And, we were just there this last weekend, had an incredible event. And it just, I don't want to sideline the show, but honestly, you go to the McIntyre and it's one of those great places that is beautiful and ridiculously haunted at the same time. Same as with Hotel Josephine that we went to the next night. Yeah, Linus is planning everyone's demise. Christy, not just mine, everybody's.
Yep.
Okay.
See, like what Robin just said. I have to go back to one. I like Brett's. I'll call my cockroach Red Pod Snoopy.
Works for me.
Well, we definitely ought to do some sort of a paranormal Peanuts game. So
yeah, that would be awesome.
Paranormal Peanut. I think that's what it should be. We should create a new team called Paranormal Peanuts. It can't be as disgusting as what we've been getting lately anyway. So I think that we're good form there for sure. Yeah.
I could imagine if that was to occur, like the first thing anyone would be saying, obviously, as an opening is "Good grief." It's another episode.
Actually, you know what? Brad, come up, make a REM pod, and when it goes off, it says "Good grief." And all of us in the Paranormal Peanuts group can have one of those things. And when we all get together, put all them boxes together, and then you're going to get 20 good griefs come out of it at the same time.
I love Dave's comment. Funny. Adrian can't be Lucy.
I've got Lucy.
The thing about the bottom of the food dish is that you do not need someone to, you don't need some other device to go off for me to know that there's no food. Trust me. He's good. He's his own REM pod. Okay, well, we seem to have the gang together.
Well, Chrissy said she'll be Woodstock.
That sounds about
right.
I
can join and be Peppermint Patty.
I was thinking the same thing.
Well, the question is, who's going to be Marcy, though? Wait, who's going to be Marcy, though? Because that's Peppermint Patty's best friend. Two cats are constantly plotting. One even left a decent-sized gouge on my foot/ankle a couple days ago. They are evil, but they sure are cute.
What's the cutest is when they look angry at you and they're still cute. Like their eyes are they're just like this, but they have the little furry cute face, and you're like, oh my God, you're so cute. I just want to hug you. And they're just like, I want to kill you. And it's just like, well, you're still cute though, little furry face, and like the worst was I had two cats when I had Linus and AJ, and they did not get along at all, and they would fight, and it'd be like watching Winnie the Pooh and Piglet fight. I mean, it's just like, you're so cute, but my God, you are nasty to each other. Oh my God, you'd make the WWE look like a nunnery or something. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
I mean, I don't know if you watched South Park, Greg, but they actually featured them in one episode, and it's pretty gruesome. I don't know if you'd still call them cute, but it's still hilarious as hell. Well, and Jan confirmed who was going to be. Where was it? Who could be? Yeah, Jen. She could be Marcy.
Well, do you see that there is that horror version of Winnie the Pooh that's coming out?
Yeah, I saw a trailer of that.
Wait, what?
Well, I'm excited to see it. I want to see
You're
it.
a monster is why you're excited.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
You guys are telling me they're making like a horror film version of Winnie the Pooh. Are you serious?
Absolutely.
They already did.
Now I got to look it up.
It's a slasher film.
It's called Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey.
Oh my God! Yeah. So as I was typing it, yeah, it just shows
Winnie the Pooh, Me and You is what it's called.
Is this supposed to be like a slasher film or what?
Yeah.
Oh my God! I can't believe they actually made this.
Jeremy, is this because if I read correctly, it's because it ran out of copyright?
Yes.
The AI Mine, whatever his name is, who created Winnie the Pooh. I'm sounds horrible.
Yeah, the copyright has ran out on it, and they are about to lose the copyright on Mickey Mouse.
Oh my God! Are you serious?
Yeah.
Jeez, see, I was about to say
I don't know exactly when, but it'll be before the end of this year.
Yep.
If Walt Disney, I don't know what it is they have to do. It could be just as simple as renewing it, but they could have done the renewing thing for Winnie. So I don't know what it is.
Well, because they never owned Winnie the Pooh, because they have their own version. I think when it comes to Mickey Mouse, I think what's going to happen is that they're going to probably re-release a lot of stuff. Like if they re-release old shorts onto Disney Plus or something, that's a new copyright. And so I think that's probably the only way that they can renew copyright. I mean, if anyone can keep Mickey Mouse out of public domain, it'll be Disney. So if they can't, then it really shows that no one can do it. You know what I mean?
Pooh runs out of honey and turns bad.
He realizes that blood and honey taste the same.
Rabbit finally has enough.
Right?
Well, now here's the thing that this is what I'm kind of looking forward to. So if they're doing a horror version of Winnie the Pooh, does that mean that Tigger is going to be jumping around, stomping on people, smashing them?
Well, actually, I was thinking that, or at some point he would probably hunt Tigger down and cut his tail off or something.
You two are monsters. I said.
Hey, I love slasher movies. That's
clearly.
Well, here's the thing. I actually was going to ask, isn't that a copyright issue with Disney? But, I don't know what it is, but
Disney only owns the likeness of Winnie the Pooh for the stuff that they released and everything else. The AI Mine Milne. I'm sorry. I'm kind of flaking on who actually the gentleman's name who created it. I mean, they got it from him. So if you're going back to the original source, that's just not what it's going to work.
But from what I understand, that the likeness that Disney has is actually the second version of Winnie.
Yeah.
And the likeness that they're using in the movie was the original likeness of Winnie.
Yeah.
I mean,
remember too that they actually also once aired on at least one of the television shows wasn't even airing on Disney. It was on ABC. No. I correct that. It might have been CBS that they were airing it. So, which is not even a division of Disney. Well, at least wasn't at that time.
The thing about those is that it really all started with a film that the Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, it's 3 stories, and then from there they built it on. A.A. Milne, thank you so much. I'm glad that someone knows what we're talking about here. But the thing is, honestly though, the thing is that that's different than the Disney copyright.
Yeah.
So, but the thing I find interesting is that I feel like that horror film version of Winnie the Pooh looks a lot like the Disney version, in my opinion. I don't know, Jeremy. What do you think? Because you've seen it too, right?
Well,
You've seen the.
I haven't seen the movie,
I just seen the little bit of it. I can kind of recognize it, but the way that I'm looking at the big picture is that everything is coming in for full circle. Because if you look at a lot of the Disney classics, they took them from the Grimm brothers stories.
That's right.
That were originally horror stories, and they
Disneyfied
it.
Yeah, they changed it completely.
Yeah. So
Well,
in a way, this whole thing is coming full circle, and now we're going to start seeing the true version.
The true.
Well, no,
I was going to say not only the dark side of them, but the true.
Winnie the
stories.
Pooh was never like this. I don't
No,
stop listening to these two people. They're crazy. Winnie the Pooh has never gone on a killing spree. You two. I mean, have you not seen or read any of this? What is wrong with you two?
I need to watch the movie.
Jeremy, just because you have an eye patch doesn't mean that you're bad, okay? So just stop it over there.
Hey, just wait. In a little over a month, I'm going to have a glittery eye patch.
Yeah,
a girly eye patch, did you say?
Yeah, all thanks to Brad's daughter, because she's making a
she's making me an eye patch full of made of glitter.
Lace. I hope there's a lot of lace involved with it.
You know,
Brad, if there isn't, add lace, lots of it. He loves it.
I gotta say this, all
the
this talk about this slasher film that has came out on Winnie the Pooh. 2 years from now, that character's from when they started writing the stories before any films were made. 2 years from now is when he's going to be turning 100 years old. Who would have guessed after almost 100 years after he was written, he become this masked slasher killer? Well, who would have guessed?
I'm going to be completely honest, and because I have been thinking about this for years, and somebody actually commented about this on one of the posts about Winnie, is that maybe now they would do a horror version of Scooby-Doo,
like a real horror version.
Yeah,
that's not unreasonable, is it?
No, it's not, because Scooby. We all grew up with Scooby.
Yep.
They taught us that the monsters, the real monsters, are the human. Well, maybe now they can do a horror version, or at least an adult version.
Right. Well, just as a reminder, if you guys remember,
adult version, I just want to clarify.
Well, if you guys remember, though, like they did.
Not a kid movie, one for adults.
Yeah,
sure. I know.
Yeah.
Now Brad makes a good point, because when I did look up the slasher version of Winnie, I said, "Why am I thinking about Five Nights at Freddy's type movie?" You know what? He actually did. The killer looked like that. One of the characters from Five Nights at Freddy's. You guys know what that is, or
no?
That's. It's a horror. It's a
right there. What does Christopher Robin think about all of this?
Well, it's all in his mind, right? I mean, the Pooh characters are all in his mind, so he's the one that's messed up. Ultimately, he's the one that's the slasher. He's the one that's actually probably killing people.
I was about to say, how do we not know that's him under that?
I think it's him, and I bet you any money at the end of the show, at the end of the film, we're gonna find out it's Christopher Robbins.
I knew it. I mean, like, you have to remember too. You have to remember too, when you brought up about like an actual like mature horror film for Scooby-Doo. I mean, let's not remember back in the late '90s, they did make those full-length animated films where, for once, the monsters actually were real, like the Zombie Island one. But but no, I know what you're picturing, like an actual adult-related one. That would be kind of cool.
Yeah, they did like 4 or 5 of them, where the monsters were real before they went back to the humans being the monsters.
Yep.
Right.
To try to make it more frightening.
Fine. But
Too
the
many
Zombie
cats.
Island one just sparked a whole new interest in Scooby, and luckily it's continued to this day.
Yep. So, Greg, this is what Brad had explained. This is what Five Nights at Freddy's is. It's a horror game. It's like set in a Chuck E. Cheese like place with killer animatronics. And there's like the main. There's like I think there's like 4 of them, and the main one is like a teddy bear like character. I think that's. See, I never played the game or knew the
Oh, that's
character's name.
interesting.
But
I
every
mean,
time you're trying to play, they pop up right in front of you, as a jump scare to scare the hell out of you.
sure. I mean, you lost me at the word game, but I get it. I mean, it's cool. And I mean, normally when we talk about places that have, bars, I drink at them. But no, I mean, I totally understand all that. I also want to just go back real fast, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
When Christy says about the Scooby-Doo horror film, as long as they off Scrappy because he was annoying, I see that as like
Yeah.
how Scream always made it have those guest appearances at the beginning, like Drew Barrymore, and she, you think, oh my God,
Yep.
she's in the film. No, she's killed out before the credits run. I think that would be for a Scooby-Doo film. I think the theater would erupt if in happiness if like Scrappy gets offed at the beginning of a Scooby-Doo film.
So yeah, didn't Nicolas Cage
Robin,
do a
yes.
what movie is
Willy
that?
Wonderland.
What movie?
Willy Wonderland. That's the answer to Robin's question.
Oh, I
For
never
Nicolas
heard that
Cage?
one.
Oh, I didn't know that one.
Yeah,
I always laugh when it comes to Nicolas Cage.
that movie just came out not even a year ago.
Oh, really? So it's recent.
Yeah, and then also there was another film a couple years ago called the Banana Splits movie.
Yes,
yes.
I've seen
Oh,
that
yes,
movie.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Is that only in Netflix or is that other places?
Well, it came out on DVD. That's how I found it.
Got
So,
it. But I know what you're talking about. That's pretty insane.
Yeah. It was
Now,
actually
for me,
originally.
I had never knew anything about Banana Splits. So when I thought this movie came out, I thought it was an all original thing, brand new.
No.
And then I thought, oh, okay.
Yeah, it was produced by the same company that did Scooby-Doo. It was the first live action series for Hanna-Barbera back in the late 60s, early 70s.
Yeah.
And
Well, I had no idea.
Trying to go up against like Sid and Marty Krofft, I would think, right, Nick?
yeah, in a way, yeah.
Yeah.
But even, I wasn't surprised by the company that released the Banana Splits movie because it was released by Sci-Fi, the Sci-Fi Channel. They made it.
Oh, they did. Okay, got it.
Yeah, they did. They decided to make a horror film version of it. It's I don't know. It was still a good movie though. Although a lot of people who grew up with the show completely disagree. Like, why'd you have to turn these guys into killers?
And the question is, why not?
Splits?
The Banana Splits, yeah. Because even though that was made back in the late '60s and '70s, see, growing up in the '90s, obviously in early 2000s, we had Cartoon Network when they used to show a lot of those older shows. And one of them was Banana Split. So had I seen the original series and had I seen the movie, I don't know what I'd be thinking then. Because I'm like, this isn't how I remember growing up with them.
What if you did the same with the Zoobilee Zoo? Anyone remember Zoobilee Zoo?
Mm.
Oh, screw you people. It's a good show.
The thing about the Banana Splits movie is that I find it hard to believe that it was a sci-fi movie because the acting, the production, and the direction of the movie is a hell of a lot better than any of the sci-fi movies that you would see.
Yep.
So I find that very surprising.
I see you don't put up Brad's comment that he remembers Zoobilee Zoo. You people are something else.
Wait, no, you got another.
Oh my God. Thank you. Well, Chuck is always on my side. Chuck and I go back.
Brad,
we're not even fans of paranormal. Just so you know, Chuck and I, it's Doctor Who. Okay. So.
Oh my God. Well, no. The reason why I didn't show Brad's comments, he doesn't count.
Wow, he counts in my world.
Just kidding.
Wow. Brad, what do you think of that?
Of the cockroaches.
I feel so bad for Brad right now.
He won't be coming on until July 32nd.
So bad.
All I know is when people are like on my side, you people aren't putting up those comments. I'm lodging a complaint. I'm
Jan
lodging
wants to know whom's your favorite who.
Okay, fair enough. I think Patrick Troughton is my favorite Doctor Who. He's the second Doctor. What are you laughing, Nick?
No, I just love
what the hell's
Robin's
going on over there in Chicago?
Oh, nothing. Well, it's been raining all day, so no, I just love Robin's comments.
My
You're all
favorite
horrible.
Doctor
I
Who
can't
is the
disagree
one
with
that had
any of
Billy
that.
Piper as his assistant.
You never count on this network, not after last night.
Only counting the network at 10 p.m. on Sunday nights. That's the only time you could really enjoy anything on things. So, I'm just saying.
It's still recycled.
Chrissy said earlier, mentioned a SpongeBob horror movie.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I saw that.
That's a cool idea, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Just imagine his laugh while he stabs someone. Or just simply say, like, I'm ready.
This show is filled up with a bunch of monsters.
I want to stab you.
I can see that now.
Oh, my God.
So my question to Chuck, and Chuck can answer me offline because we're nerds like this, but my question to Chuck would be, Pertwee being your first, does that mean that Chuck saw the Pertwee package from the Time Life, meaning the original color? No, none of you will understand what I'm talking about, but Chuck will. Chuck will know exactly what I'm talking about. You better. Okay, let's see. Never upset the person handling. Yeah, right. No kidding. Trust me. If you've ever been on Ghostbox Live, don't piss me off. I'm sure the same with Nick and Jeremy.
Yeah,
I didn't know that, Chuck. I mean, we'll have to talk about that.
Not necessarily go after somebody in the audience, but you had to explain something. Because you were apparently talking too much and not doing the ghost box.
Yeah, no, I mean, and you know what? It's kind of a double-edged sword, and I know who that is, and if she's on, I will happily talk about that. But it's enough talking. Let's get on with the show. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is you have to look at it as a positive of somebody who loves the fact that we're reaching out to spirits. And the thing is I've been blessed over the last 3-4 months to have a lot of events that people like Christy has involved me in and other things. So you got to try to support it, right? You got to try to push it out there. I have a Patreon. I'm trying to push that out there. And there's always that moment of, like, even I say it. If you watch me, you'll hear me say, I'm sorry. It's like a pledge drive on PBS. I keep talking about how you can support me and how you can support this and that, but you have to do it. If you don't do it, then you can't. I mean, this is my hour to promote it. And if I don't do it, then I lost that moment to do so. I do the same with my radio show on AM 950. I'm going to talk about the events coming up and talk about stuff. And I know that some people are like, I just wish that you'd talk to spirits. And I get that. I totally get that. But you have to be able to have those moments that you talk about the stuff that you're doing, because you might get one person that takes part in it. And in fact, I've been blessed with multiple people taking part in the stuff that we're trying to do. And it pains me because people who want to take part in it and want to get the spirit box, I get that too. You know what I mean? That's just kind of where I'm at with it.
For me, I don't understand why she would have said that, because me personally, there is no way I can tolerate a spare box session for 40 minutes.
How very dare you?
Because for me, it hurts my ears. So I don't really like being around a session when it happens, except 5 minutes at a time.
Mm-hmm.
And I need to get away because my ears are hurting.
Well,
then I'll come back to it, but I can't stay for very long.
I'm going to say this, because I mean, we named the person or whatever else. This is not an attack on that person for being able to be brave enough to put her opinion out there. I mean, and I'm not saying that about you two. I'm saying about me, solely about me, that somebody was being very honest about, I just wish that you would talk more to Spirit. I cannot disagree with that, but at the same time, this is what I do. So, I just want to make sure that people understand that I am not trying to rip on this person for wanting for me to reach out to loved ones. And she even said it's not even about her loved ones. It's about she just wants to take part in all of it. It's a fine line that I need to take. And that's just how it is. And you can't make everyone happy. But her and I have talked about it multiple times. And she has always been a very strong supporter of the work that I do. So, I mean, and Jeremy and Nick, you just can't be more blessed than people who want to be able to support what you do. It doesn't have to be a Patreon. It doesn't have to be it's just more of the, I tune in every week. I've been with you for a long time. I've been able to bring through people, for her in particular, bring through loved ones and stuff. All she felt safe enough to be able to say her opinion about how things are going, and that's how it goes. And that's just, I mean, you can't, I'm totally serious when I say I can't express how happy it is that people feel that they can be honest with me about those things.
Well, I will tell you this, because last week we actually did have a little bit of a dust up. Mr. Brad over here. Yes, Brad, I'm going to pick on you again. He made the mistake of saying that coffee is bad.
That coffee is bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Now, me personally, I'm not a coffee fan.
Nope. I know neither am I. Nope.
But Adrian and Eileen, oh boy, did they jump!
Oh, I'm going to tell you this: you make one, even just a brief mention that you don't like coffee, they're going to go. You better run. You better run like hell.
Yeah, they got on Brad so bad. Nick and I were just sitting back and just laughing our asses off.
There's a phrase that I think we all as showrunners have to always remember, and that's simply know your audience. And when someone like Brad walks into a lion den, then you're going to get bit. I mean, I love Brad, but the first thing is you get someone who's just like nope, then this when you may want to back off. But if someone wants to keep playing with fire, they might be, I don't know, set on fire. I don't know. I mean, that's their own. I love Brad, but good luck to him. I mean, I hope he's in the burn unit and he's recovering. So
you know what? I better send. I don't know. I gotta bring this up quickly. There's this cartoon. Well, it's a mature adult like animated series. You guys remember that show called Metalocalypse? You guys remember that show?
I've watched The Simpsons. I mean, I don't know.
It was basically like a show that parodies, like metal bands and stuff, and it deals with Death Clock. And the first episode that they were dealing with was coffee. And they literally they have fans that go in who basically sign their own wills, knowing that they're probably going to die because it's death metal, like actual death metal. And so they land the stadium right in front, on top of a whole crowd, and they start performing. And they start singing about coffee with this metal tone, and they start spraying hot coffee on everybody, burning them alive while they're in the concert. So that probably shows how bad coffee can really be.
Well, shoot. I mean, I know a lot of people who are like, I don't exist before my first cup of coffee. I'm not one of them, but then I'm not that great during the next 24 hours anyway. But I mean, the truth of the matter is that some people really love it, and it's kind of like, Chuck, Chuck and Brad, I love you both, but just got to be careful about when you're walking into a lion's den. And it feels like the paranormal in particular, there's a lot of people who are like, I don't exist until I have my first cup of coffee, and I've been around enough of them to know, let them have their damn cup of coffee.
Joe.
It really isn't that big of a deal. Have it, take your time. We'll recommence when you feel you're ready. So
Jill, Linus opened up the show today.
Yeah.
You missed it.
I mean, if
just love
Linus comes
Joe's
back,
comments.
if he wipes his ass, he could come back and he can be on the show again. He wasn't quite as clean as we would like him to have been.
Well, let's see if we can get Linus to come back. Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
Here, Linus.
Here,
Here,
kitty, kitty, kitty,
oh,
kitty.
get him the blue security blanket, just like in Peanuts.
Well, that's funny. No, I think the thing about Linus is if I act like I don't want him there, then he'll be up my ass. So I mean, that's kind of what. Let's see if I can get him here. Linus, come on, boy.
No, when you start saying shoo, go away.
Right? I mean, I'm not eating food, and he doesn't eat people food. Well,
Is that true?
Is it true that I'm a great chef?
I don't know. It's like that's what Jill said.
Well, I guess we just found out who doesn't follow me on Facebook.
And it looks good.
Hey, Linus needs his own show, apparently.
Linus doesn't need crap. Okay, let's just start with that right now. Enough of Linus taking my. I mean, trust me, Travel Channel wanted him on the show than me. So I mean, the thing about Linus is that he's just cute. Okay, he's cuter than I am, obviously. So people clearly like him more than me, and he does have a better personality than me. Okay, I get that as well. He probably smells better than I do, but I mean, the thing is, ultimately, well, he also is a better paranormal investigator. I guess he's actually is better than I am. So I mean, we could get him on here, and you can all interview him for the rest of the show. I guess. I mean, that'd be fair.
Right now, the only thing that I'm thinking about when it comes to Linus is what if Linus were to do a ghost box session, and then all of a sudden you hear coming through the ghost box.
Oh.
Can you imagine that?
I have heard that before.
Really?
Yes, and I believe that was my cat AJ. And I also, if anyone's watched my show and I have the spirit box going and Linus is in my lap, you hear Linus's name through the spirit box.
Oh, really?
I remember seeing a show where people started saying that they heard Linus's name.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen that.
No treat container nearby to shake and get his attention. We call them, with our cats, we always call them snackies all the time. So no snackies for Linus this time?
Linus is a faker. Linus does not actually want to eat the food. He's all about being in your way when you're trying to open everything, but he doesn't actually want to eat it. Like he'll want to trip you while you're going back to the fridge to put it away. He's all about like trying to set you on fire when you're trying to use the stove, and he just wants some pull up the heat or something. But the thing is that he doesn't actually want to eat any of that food. And even like when Christy was here and she tried to, she's like, oh, I got some, catnip, and this will get him to like me. No, it didn't. What happened was that he's just a finicky animal. He'd much rather be brushed. He'd much rather be petted. He acts like he wants the food, but he really doesn't. I mean, there's a lot of cheese on the floor that has, just kind of disintegrated because he won't eat it. That's what he's like. I mean, what can you do? But he's still people still seem to like him for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, well, Jill's asking, how about an episode where Linus is the only investigation on?
Quite frankly, yeah. I mean, he could have. I was out most of the week, so because I was supposed to do about 2 shows, and I didn't do, or 3 shows, I didn't do any of them. And it's like we tried to get him in, but he just didn't want to do it. I guess I don't know. He's finicky on doing the lives as well. He's kind of a prima donna.
Linus is going to do what he wants to do, and there ain't nothing you can do about it.
Well, Robin here says he wants to inspect to make sure you can choke on the food.
Oh, no shit. And Linda says that Linus is a trigger object. Well, he triggers me. I can't, trust me. He triggers me daily. Multiple times a daily. He just triggers me. So yes, you're right. He is a trigger object. So.
Oh. He might be turning it up for a human perfect cooking temp.
I mean, I don't know if he knows how to cook, but he knows how to trip people downstairs. He knows how to get in people's way. I mean, right now, I mean, not to bum everyone out, but I mean, I'm waiting to get my ex-wife to move her crap out of my house. She's a hoarder, so there's like a lot of like limited room, and he seems to know the exact length between the areas that you could walk through, so you have to climb over him. It's you think he's only this big, but he can actually grow to be about this big without any sort. I mean, he's like a transformer. I don't understand how he works. Whoa, that's a book.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading.
I wish I
Yeah,
knew how to
we
read.
couldn't see your hands when you did.
Right? No, I mean, I didn't expect that we had to read tonight.
I didn't expect this either. Said he heard the dad fish speak to him.
Cool.
Wow.
If that's true, that's cool. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we hope, isn't it? That there are people who can communicate with animals, that they can communicate with. I mean, and you know, I become paranormal here for a second, but I mean, the whole idea of like I've reached out to people before. I mean, I am a bit of a cat whisperer. I know how to deal with cats. They love me, but I also know that, you know, what if
They also want to kill you too.
well, I mean, most people do as well.
There you go. We were just talking about that before the
Yep.
show.
You don't believe any of this is real, do you, Jill?
She did.
Well, I think you got your answer there, Joe.
Why? I thought we were all in on the joke. Okay, I guess not.
Is it
Okay,
true
no,
he
just
could
kidding.
speak?
I'm just so kidding.
It's
You know,
true, you could speak and hear the birds and even the stray cats.
I think that's a beautiful thing. I mean, that's what we all strive for, right?
Yeah.
Is that we? I mean, maybe you two don't. I don't know. I'm not, and I don't mean that rudely. I mean, it's just that I would love to be able to communicate with whatever is out there.
Robin, don't remind me.
Can I share? Can I share what Robin sent me?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
I need to get up and get it. I'm sure I'll take the whole system with me when I do it. Hold on.
We'll answer your question in just a minute, Chuck.
So when I tried to reach out to Benjamin Franklin on the experimental sessions a week ago, I said I didn't have a key, and I wanted to use a key to use as a trigger object. And Robin said, "I'm going to send you a key, okay?" And she sent me a key, and I got it this week. I got it probably when I was out in Kansas. But what I want to share with you is this, and if you wouldn't mind, maybe make this full screen, this beautiful piece of art that she drew herself of Linus. Oh, speaking of the devil, oh my God, and Charlie McCarthy and the doll. And this is beautiful. This is, I mean, and also the fact that it is, it's made for me. And I'm just so humbled by it. And she did send me the key as well. And I just wanted,
Ooh.
Robin, thank you so much. And she does commissions of beautiful art. So
Yeah, that looks so much like Charlie.
I mean, they're both brilliant.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm over here because someone else had shown up, and we'll see if he can. Oh, look at that little crap. I don't know what I can say on the show, so I'm trying to be careful, because I don't call him little crap. And so Robin, thank you so very much for that. I mean, when Robin said I'm going to send you the key, I did not expect this absolutely stunning and beautiful and really thoughtful, just card of just kindness. And you know, it's so nice to, you two could probably understand what I'm talking about when, you know, sometimes you get so bogged down by the paranormal politics, the paranormal BS, even if it doesn't have anything to do with you, that it's out there. And the idea that someone takes the time, and I mean, clearly it's because they, you know, Robin appreciates what I do. I appreciate what she does. It just really makes me so happy, to be very honest. I was very, I was very blessed by that. So thank you, Robin, very much.
Well, Nick and I actually had somebody send us drawings during Christmas time.
Yep. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
including a special drawing of.
Yeah, they were both different drawings. The one that I got was
There's
one of
Linus.
me, Scott, Tim, and Crystal,
Mm-hmm.
and she captured the essence of all four of us.
Oh, nice.
And it, well, I'll show it here. I think I still have it here on this computer.
I should have taken a picture of mine. Damn it!
Um,
I got to say this. You need to make a show called Linus and have it be the cat version of Wilfred with Elijah Wood. But who would play Elijah Wood's part? How does Linus like his portrait?
He loves it, don't you?
okay,
And he wiped his ass. So
so
that's nice.
here's what. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
So that there is what Natalie Mosley made.
How nice.
Yeah, and she just captured the best of everybody. Tim with the Vlad and the big feet because he's always talking about his big feet. Crystal, she was basically the ringleader out of all of us, even though she could not keep us under control. She failed miserably. And she's also holding their old cat Ghost that passed away.
Those.
Mm.
Yeah, that was, and she got Scotty with the chicken nuggets, and you can't really see it because of this damn thing here.
The
But it's got
chicken nuggets.
the hot sauce and the chili peppers that he does, and then with me, she got the Slim Jim, and even got my raised eyebrow. Like, she just went into specific details of everybody.
And then for my drawing, which again,
Oh, there she is. There's Natalie.
Yep, yeah,
There's Natalie.
I just shared that. Yeah, and then
Yeah.
for my drawing, which unfortunately I accidentally packed it up with all my, Christmas cards for the holiday season, so I won't be able to bring it out until December. But it was a picture of me, and what's kind of funny about me is you can clearly tell in the drawing my design, my appearance is based off of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man from Ghostbusters. In fact, I think she probably thought I kind of looked like the Stay Puft Marshmallow, like as a human. So maybe I am the real life version of it. But
No.
it's
No, I mean what I did. Funny enough, the other day I sent a text to somebody to kind of explain that the amount of food I've been eating has turned me into that, and they didn't know what Stay Puft Marshmallow Man was, and I sent them a GIF of it, and I think that they were like, "Yep, that's you." So I mean, no,
well, it's not only just my appearance. What she also added was, like, she added part of like my long hair on the side because you know how sometimes it gets kind of curly. But she also went as far as adding my vest, and I forgot one of the things I was holding on to. I'm holding on to two things, I believe. But the first thing I do remember that I'm holding on to is a bottle of Gorilla Glue. I don't remember what the other thing I was holding on to. I was holding on to something. I know I was holding on to Gorilla Glue and something else.
I think you were holding corn in your other hand.
Corn, yeah, it was corn.
Oh, that's what I suppose. So the thing about because I know that Jill says no, you'd be Slimer, Nick, but I disagree with that because the thing about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man is that he's super happy, always happy looking. He's always jolly looking. That's you, Nick. You always look happy.
Me.
Always happy looking and destroying major stuff.
No, I mean, when I saw you at Ohio State Reformatory, even seeing you running into me, you didn't look unhappy, in which you should have, quite frankly. But you didn't, and that's a true testament to your character. So,
and Brad, no, I still do not have room in that vest for that cockroach patch because if you remember the back.
Oh yeah, you do. You got plenty of room on the back of the vest.
the back is meant to have less patches than the front. That's the
Yeah.
trademark.
Brad, right? Come on.
Me, I would probably be that librarian at the very beginning of the movie. Nice, sweet, and innocent until you get up real close and then
Thanks
Jan-
for watching, Jan.
And Jan's like sending love to you guys. I think we need more than love, quite
Good night,
frankly.
Jan.
You know what? I still need that story because I bet you didn't know this, Greg. Jan was doing a story too from the book.
Jan, stop letting us down. I mean, everyone else got their story in, right?
No, not everybody. There's still a few left.
Yeah, we won't talk
See,
about
there's-
Greg and his story.
Let's not bring up
there's
names.
one other-
That's not important
There's
right
one
now.
other person that's been meaning to send me their story. I wonder who could that be.
I
Oh,
don't
wait.
know.
We're talking about that guy right there.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I mean, this show is meant to be about positivity, is what I understood. So.
Yeah,
Now, I don't know
we
if
are
Brad-
positive that you're yeah.
See, I don't know if Brad is actually getting it wrong on purpose. I mean, that's not Slimer, that's Slimmer. Okay.
Slimmer.
So I don't know if you want to be Slimmer or Slimer, but make up your damn mind.
Yeah, I think he's trying to
Hey,
be
I would
slimmer.
love to be slimmer.
Right? I mean, trust me, if that means I have to be dead to do it, fine, whatever. You know. I want to be slimmer. Yeah, don't we all? I mean, come on.
Hey, I was slimmer until a few months ago. You started
Jill, unfortunately, all the spots are filled as of right now. But if anyone does back out, I'll let you know. Autocorrect at work. And Linda, to answer her question, are you revamping Grimm's fairy tales? If you kind of want to say, I mean, in a way, yes, but they're not actually the Grimm fairy tales. It's from a book called Nightmare Soup. It's a tribute book to the original Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark.
When I read through your story, Nick, when I just wanted to read through it, I thought, my God, I've read it really well. When you're going to get the file, you're going to be like, why can this guy even read? I mean, it was just, I mean, I can imagine like that first run through, it's like, this is going to be really cool. And then when you actually get in front of, what is the difference between getting in front of a mic, reading it to yourself, and then getting in front of a mic that makes it so it's not nearly as good? You know, I mean, it's just crazy how that works.
Yeah, Jill, he does have one, but he hasn't sent it to me yet. But he is involved in this too. Yes.
The reason why that the project isn't finished is because of me. Okay, let's
I
just
thought it
make
was
this a
because of-
public forum.
I thought it was because of Linus.
Well, I mean, yeah, maybe real pissed if I die and my soul is still a fat ass. Well, you know, I mean, we don't know what's on the other side, Christy. Let's just be honest.
What's this? Oh wow. I should show the other night about. Oh yeah, the entity.
I'm going to
case I was
disappear for a
talking
moment,
about.
folks. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to read this quickly for. Grandmother said she watched your show the other night about Doris and the entity. She would like to have more information about Doris. She's interested in it. She'd like to know when and where Doris. You know, Cheyenne, to be honest, that show I was presenting on the entity case about Doris Bither, that was actually all the information I could find. They said there's very little information involving who Doris Bither was, because I mean, if you remember from the show, that she just was very elusive about her personal life. There's only just a few things about her life that we really know of. So in terms of, you know, like when and where she was born and anything else, I either I didn't find it or it was never revealed. So, you know,
the only thing that I know about her is that she died about 25 years after the event.
Yeah, well, it varies actually. She died in, according to, because I told you, if you remember the show, supposedly one of her kids finally came forward in 2009. Brian Harrison told, you know, what really happened in that house, and according to him, she died in his mother, Doris Bither, she died in 1995 at the age of 58. Although some sources, she said,
okay.
Yeah, in some sources they say she died in 1995, but other sources say she died in 1999. So regardless, she died somewhere between the mid and late 90s.
99 part, and
yeah,
that was 25 years after. I had not seen anything that said 95.
Yeah, it switches from different sites and pages and articles. Some say 95, others say 99. regardless, she died somewhere around the mid to late 90s. But they said due to multiple organ failure. But the cause of the exact death, or whatever the case was really not known. So even her death is kind of mysterious.
Well, okay, so fear of judgment from the listeners. Um, I get what you're saying there, but the thing is, if you become afraid of the listeners, then you start having to be not yourself during the show. Um,
That's a,
I
it's an interesting piece to that, because I think that goes beyond shows. I think that goes beyond into anything in the realm of what we do, to be to be able to not be afraid of voicing our opinions, not being afraid of being ourselves. I mean, I think that there's a lot of things where that is, and the thing, like even the thing that we talked about earlier with Ghostbox Live, with the person who was just like, you don't spend enough time talking to spirits. The first thing that runs in my mind is like, I don't want to lose anybody. I really don't want to lose anybody. And so I just feel like that is, you don't want to kowtow to them, but you also don't want to, you want to be careful that you're on the right path, so that they understand that we can have different opinions, but maybe not always be on the same page, if that makes
Right.
sense.
and
I
and,
don't know.
and you're always going to have that because I may not necessarily agree with everything Nick will say or everything with
I
Greg will
agree
say.
with nothing Nick says, actually.
But the point is, we are here for a purpose, and we also want to make sure that we have fun and that people get to know us as us, so that like Brad, for example, I'm going to
He
be
doesn't matter. He doesn't matter on this network.
I'm going to be seeing him next month at Mansfield. So the person that he meets in Mansfield is going to be the person that he's been watching on this show.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
not going to be like, well, Jeremy is this guy here at the investigation, but he's completely different there on the show. Uh-uh. Uh-uh.
And Brad, that's
I'm
going to
going
be
to
the
be no
same.
matter where I'm at.
And Brad, before you say it, because I'm still working on my transportation getting to Mansfield. But when we do meet up, I'm not going to say, or for what you see right now, I'm not changing my attitude about my fear of cockroaches. That's still going to be the same too.
Well,
just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing that we don't really talk about is, the fact that Jeremy and I have a exquisite love for physical media. And, we have, and then the fact of the matter is that, we both have large collections of DVDs and Blu-rays and 4K discs. And,
Yep.
I mean, I think the funny thing is that, well, the eye patch is actually a microphone. And when you lift it up, then you actually talking to another dimension. And we found that out the hard way in Indiana. And we're still trying to work through it. So
Did you hear that?
can you hear me?
I'm just going to roll with it.
So, Jill, thank you so very much. And I truly believe that this is my purpose. And I've been talking to people, even talked to about it tonight in the paranormal. And we did this actually last weekend when I broke away from the group at the event at Hotel Josephine, that Christy was kind enough to just kind of help keep things moving. Is that I know a lot of people go into the paranormal. This is general. Okay. This is general, But I know a lot of people go into it hoping they have those scary moments, having those moments of just like, whatever it is. I truly believe my purpose in the paranormal is to help others, and it's not just about helping people reach out to their loved ones through spirit box, whatever means that I could possibly help with, but also this Ghost Box Live is not about Greg Bakun reaching out to spirits. Ghost Box Live is about us reaching out to spirits. It always has been. I had to find that out the long way. I didn't realize that until a few years ago. I didn't realize that until I started crossing over spirits. But what Ghost Box Live is an opportunity for all of us to be a community, and all of us bring our gifts to reach out to loved ones. It may not be Jill's loved ones. She's helping us reach out to, say, just off the top of my head, Brad's loved ones or whatever else. And the thing is that, people say to me, thank you so much for doing this. Thank you. It's like, it's not me. It's all of us. It truly is all of us. When I say I want to cross over spirits, I always ask for everyone to send their intention, not their energy. And that's the purpose of what we do, not what I do, Jill, but what we do. Because this is what it's all about. I had a tremendous opportunity at Hotel Josephine. I'm not going to name names or anything, but they came up to us and they said, we hear that you talk to loved ones and through the spirit box. And I said, yes, I do. And they're like, today is the day that my dad passed away 12 years ago. Can we try to reach out to him? And I just said to her, there is no guarantees that I can do it. I mean, there isn't any guarantees. We just don't know, but we'll do our best. And I brought him to a back room while everyone else is still doing their investigation. I don't know what this gentleman sounds like. And all of a sudden, the grandson, tears start going down his face. And he's like, that's his voice. I haven't heard his voice in 10 years. And that's like, this is what I do. This is where I help. I don't do it, but I help. And then I found out he had a spirit box on him. It's like, why didn't you do it yourself? And he's like, well, because I think you're the one that can make it happen. And that's very kind, but I don't necessarily agree with it. But that's the point of Ghost Box Live. And point of what I do in this field is I want to help people. I want to reconnect them to the loved ones, because Jeremy, Nick, we've all lost people so important in our lives. And I think we're blessed to know that they're still there, because I think we all believe in the same thing. There are others who don't. And it's like, if I can help them reconnect, because that's the question I get the most is, I just want to know my dad's okay. That's all it is. That, I want to know so-and-so is okay. I want to know that this person is all right. It's not like, oh, I want to reach out to them. They want to make sure that they're okay because they love them so much. And how am I to deny that? How am I to be like, well, I don't know. I mean, I'm more interested in seeing if someone has paw prints in some flower I left on the ground. No, I want to do what I can to show you that they are okay, because I know they're okay. I'm using mediumship to tell you that they're okay, but you need to hear it yourself. That's what I'm going to do as best as I can.
I will say this: when it comes to reaching out to loved ones, I completely get it. Everybody wants to be able to have that last conversation with, mom, dad, grandma, brothers, somebody like that. I am actually kind of iffy on that for specific people. Like and I've said this before. I'm pretty sure I've said it on the show before. I don't think I would ever want to have somebody try to reach out to my mom and have that last conversation. I've talked to you about that before, and for me, I don't think I can handle that, because once it's all done, then I'm going to have that instant feeling that I just lost my mom again, and I cannot bring myself to put myself through that. Now, to be able to do that with, let's say, my grandma or even my brother, I would have no issue with Greg reaching out to them, but I don't think I could ever have him reach out to my mom.
I'd like to address a couple things, if I may. First of all, Jill, it's almost like it's faith in the spirit world that all this works together and it does help people. I believe it does. It has for me too. Christy has asked me point blank, and I don't think she's going to mind me saying this because she didn't mean it in anything other than pure curiosity. Because I'm sitting here week in and week out, just being like, we're going to cross spirits over. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And she said to me, how can you be sure that you're crossing spirits over? And I'm not going to lie. At first, I was a bit like,
Very valid.
I was just like, Jesus, are you of all people? And then she said to me, trust me, I just want to know. I need to understand. I need to understand where you're coming from. And it's like, okay, that makes a lot of sense because you just can't take it. And what Jill says is what I told her about. It's almost like it's faith. I said, you have to get in, you have to go through it 100%. You have to believe that it's really happening. If you don't, you failed. If I'm sitting there and I'm like, well, I'm shutting my eyes and I'm, looking at a light and I'm saying there's light and whatever else, and that I really don't believe it, then it's not going to happen. But what I do when I cross over spirit is I'm like, I know you're there. I know you need my help. You need everyone's help. Let's do this. Let's figure out how this works. And there's been times where I'm like, I don't feel it tonight. And that's just how it truly is. But there are most of the time, it's like when you get the spirit box saying to us, do you want to cross? And they're like, yes, we do. Shit. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, that's to me, it's, and then like Don says, some of us feel it and some see it. That is absolutely 100%. There is, this is going to sound so stupid, but it's almost like you're getting a rise when you're getting to the point that you want to cross over spirit. And then when you know that they started to see it, then it starts like it's a jar and it starts to empty, and you could feel the emptying as energy. And once I feel that, I know that I made that movement. It's like it builds up and then it lets down. And that's when you know that you've made a difference. And then you start getting spirit through the spirit box saying to you, oh my gosh, I'm crossed. I'm there. Thank you. You hear it. You actually hear them say it. I don't actually, funny enough, most of the stuff that's through Ghostbox Live, I do not hear. It's everyone else saying it. And it's not going off of one person saying it. It's multiple people saying the same thing on different channels. And that is where, if I were to be the only one that says it, who gives a crap what I have to say? Honestly, who cares what Greg Bakun has to say? What it comes down to is everyone else hearing the same thing independently and they're posting it. That's when it becomes interesting. That's when I believe that's truly happening.
Yeah.
Suddenly we got serious, didn't we?
Yeah. But that's the crazy thing because everybody knows how bad hearing I have, which is another reason why I don't like doing ghost box.
Understood.
But there have been a few times where I'm thinking I hear something coming out of that spirit box, and I say I think it said this, and then right after that or right before I type that in, a whole bunch of people say the exact same thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's how I know. Okay, I'm not the only one who heard this. This is happening.
Those type of messages that Robin said is not uncommon. It truly is not uncommon. Or the fact when I shut my eyes, I've been shutting my eyes when I do the crossovers. I can feel it, I can see it, and then some of them might have even heard me say before that it's like it's gotten really bright in here, and I have my eyes shut. It's
so
pretty much.
How did you come about to start doing something like this? When did you decide? How did you come around to figuring out? Okay, I like doing this. This is something I want to do. How did this happen?
I've been asked more and more. About 4 years ago, can we cross spirits? Can we do that? And I'm just like, go to the light. It's just like you didn't. It sounds so silly. when you say it. And then one day, my friend Ryan, who worked at a transportation company, who is a brilliant paranormal investigator, he called me up. He's like, "There's some spirits here, and I need to know what we can do." And there was a child spirit here, and I went into a room that I don't go into my own house. My house is big, unnecessarily big, also very haunted. Other people who've stayed here can attest to that. Because what I do spirit boxes every twice, 3 times a week. That's public. You don't even know when I do it myself. And I went to a room and I turned. It used to be a Menards, which is a handy hardware massive place like a Home Depot. And I just we found out as a boy. And the boy started coming through the spirit box, and I'm like, I need to cross you over. It's just like I needed to cross you over, and right, and not talking about the stuff just flying off of stuff anyway. Or that night we had a lot of stuff happen. Just it was crazy. It's been crazy here. But I was in this room and I just was like, I need this boy to cross. I don't know why. I needed him to cross. And I went through, and this I said the same thing as I just said. It's kind of joking, like, can you go to the light? But this time it was like with meaning. And I did it, and Ryan is like, there's such bright light over here right now. There is so much happening over here right now, and I could see it on my end. And I'm like, we're doing this. And so what ended up happening, and I just had a conversation with our friend Monique at the Villa event, and she was told that she could cross spirits over, and she's just like, well, I was told I can cross them over, but I need to do my research. I'm like, well, what research is that? Because I'm just like, I've never did any research. I just kind of went from the heart and, just did what you hope is right. And what she said is like, well, I mean, everyone has their own way of doing things. But in my opinion, I just feel like that, just go with it. You don't need to research to help people. You really don't. I don't think you need that at all. And so you just go with it and then you refine it. And I've been to places where we find out that people need to be crossed over and they look to me, and I don't even use a spirit box anymore. And so that's a good question. And that I mean, I don't know what you two think, but I'd love to answer that in a second. I just want to finish my thought here real fast.
Yeah, sure.
When I was doing a reading, I had a reading from a friend of mine, a medium in Ireland, and she doesn't know what I do. We're friends, but she never watches Ghostbox Live. She couldn't probably give a crap about Ghostbox Live, and I mean that in the nicest way. And she said to me, "You do know your gift is crossing over spirits, right?" And I'm like, "I do, actually, and this is what I do." And she goes, "This is what you're here for. This is your purpose." And I couldn't imagine a more beautiful purpose in the world than being able to help cross over spirits. I mean, it's just beautiful. The idea that spirits would trust me to help them. I mean, it's just beautiful to me. But I do maintain that when I cross over spirits, anyone who watches my program, when I do it, I say, I want your energy, I want your intention, not your energy. And they all take part in it. I can't take responsibility for it by myself. A net question. I'm not trying to take over your show. Here's my question. When we see spirits from 1800s, do or should we explain the devices, or do they learn through the years? I think I'd love to know your two responses to this, because there are places I always think that you should explain as much as you can about what you're using, like a REM pod. I'm over here because my Ouija board's over here with the equipment, the REM pod, the Ovilus, the cat balls. I mean, they don't know, but at the same time, there are probably enough spirits where it's not a complete redo every single time, would be my guess. I don't know what you two think.
What I do, for example, with the 4-in-1 box that Brad built for me, I just basically describe it as a black box.
I'm just no, go ahead.
I basically describe it as a black box If you want to answer yes, reach
Mhm.
over here and you'll get a green light. Or if your answer is no, reach over here and you'll get a red light. Um, they should understand colors. So
Yep.
that's pretty much how I do it. I say green light here, red light here. Yes, no. That's what I do.
What about you, Nick? Not that I'm running the show, but what about you, Nick? Someone needs to run the show. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh man, that's actually been kind of a tough answer for me, to be honest, because I've never really have put into like a lot of thought in it. So, oh man, you might have to come back. Oh, I would have said come back to me on that one.
I mean, the thing is, like, and the reason why I thought about this is because I have been to many. I don't know if you ever heard of Dinner with a Ghost.
I have
And a
heard
lot of
that,
them
yeah.
take place at the Octagon Mansion in Virginia. Beautiful place, beautiful Civil War museum. And they're just like they're like, well, they don't know what it is. You do it every week. And this isn't a complaint against them. You do it like every week to do this. My guess is that they understand. You don't have to I don't think you need to go far back. And to Jeremy's point, it's like people know what red is, people know what green is. I don't think that that's an issue personally myself. Doesn't mean I'm right, but that's how I think about it. I mean, it's just a certain point. I mean, I do try to go through the equipment on my table and I run through it, just like this is how you can get a hold of us. I saw Brad says that the bell is my best piece of equipment. Honestly, what we did, we had Benjamin Franklin on, as we do, as one does, have Benjamin Franklin on the show. Tonight we have Benjamin Franklin on the show. But the thing is, we asked him to move the bell. Brad watched it. Maybe Annette saw it. Maybe Don saw it. I'm just thinking people on the chat. That bell moved. That bell
I was
moved in a
watching that
way
show
that it
too.
shouldn't have moved.
Yeah, I saw it
It's
moving a
beautiful.
little bit.
It's beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. And yes, Annette's cousin has moved the bell a number of times for us. We asked, we've asked the Virgin Mary to come through Mother's Day, but also on Easter. And when we ask Mother Mary, are you there? And you get a woman through the spirit box, a woman. I'm not saying it's Mary, a woman saying, I am here. What the hell? I'm sorry, that's probably not the right word to use when you talk about the Virgin Mary. But I mean, honestly, what on earth? I mean, it's just, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Well, I'm going to move the salt off the table. I'm going to move the salt off the Ouija board. I'm going to unbind it after about 4 years. I got stuff going on here. People who bound it, they're not in my life anymore. It's time to change everything. And that's what I've been doing. And
Oh, so you're the one that didn't do the setup on the board?
I did not. It was somebody else who was there. We were using the board on Halloween, and Zozo came through.
Zozo, wow.
And we bound the board at that point. The board is over 100 years old.
Wow.
But there's big changes happening in my life in the next 2 weeks, and it's time to let things go. And it's time to let people go. And that's one of them. And, I'm actually going to keep the salt. I'm not discarding the salt. I'll keep it in a separate container, but I'm going to get rid of it. And so soon you'll all see the board clean for the first time in about 4 years. So
that'll be interesting to see.
It will be interesting to see what happens, because we got some crazy stuff that night. Annette, I get it. I totally understand where we're coming from here, but I agree with Robin. I totally agree with her, because I don't think the spirit box is any different than the Ouija board. That being said, do you all want to hear my voicemail? I'm sure I played it for you two before.
What is it?
Did we hear it, Jeremy? I don't think I did.
This is interesting. not this board, but a much more coveted Hasbro Ouija board. There was back in 2019, I had wanted to. I just like I need to use a Ouija board. I don't know why. I need to use a Ouija board, and so I use the Ouija board, and absolutely nothing happens. Nothing happens whatsoever. And I'm like, well, why wouldn't? That's fine. The next day at work, my cell phone suddenly has a call, and the phone number that shows up on my phone is 952, the area code 666, and there are 4 other numbers that are on that Ouija board. And I looked at my friend who I work with. I'm like, I ain't answering that.
If you told me this, I don't remember.
I don't remember this either. This is all new to me.
So we laughed about it. A voicemail was left. And so I'm just like, what the hell is this? And I listen. There's a voicemail, and it's very pointed. And I think it's very much to do with the Ouija board that I used the day before. When I heard that voicemail, I called that number back. The number doesn't exist. I called the phone company. They're like, no, there's no number attached to that. So I want to play this. Let me find it here real fast. This is always the fun part of trying to find. There we are. Let's do it. When I click it, it'll play right away. Okay, so here we go. I think you need to edit.
How dare you?
I'm going to play it again for
Whoa.
you.
Yeah.
Jeez.
How dare you?
Like, let me out of here?
It sounds like let me out of here.
So that's a great, I don't know 100%. So I think that 2 things are being said. It feels like, how dare you let me out again? How dare you let me out of here? Do you want me to play it one more time?
Yeah, let's hear that.
Okay, here we go.
How dare you?
That is just so like, it's such a deep voice.
I do hear the G. I do hear that G, so it might be again.
I kind of
wonder that's what Robin just said. Let me out again, or
and
let me out of here.
The thing about that is that it's like that. Even if it's a coincidence that there's some child calling me randomly, what the hell is that? That makes no sense to me whatsoever. It's to me, it's inexplicable.
Now that came to the voicemail, right?
My voicemail. I still have it on my phone.
So where did the how dare you come from?
I was going to ask that same question.
What do you mean? Where did that come from?
Did that also come through in the voicemail?
I feel like this is my thought on it, and I don't know if this is just me or whatever, but I feel like that is the pompousness of whatever left the voicemail. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are to summon me? That's what I take that as.
It sounded kind of mad almost in a way. It definitely did not sound happy.
It could very well be. I mean, this is a 3-year-old voicemail now. And Linda says there's 2 voices. Could be. I mean, I don't think I could really comment on it more than I have, because I just don't know everything about it. And it's truly it's something that I just don't have an answer to, but I present it as a crazy response. Do you guys want to hear anything else?
Well, Jill's asking if we could slow it down.
Well, not here. I mean, I don't have that ability here, Jill. Sorry.
No, it's demonic.
Actually, I do have a program where I can slow that down.
Well, I do too, just not live.
Oh,
But I mean, I
well,
can. I mean, I can go to Audition and do it. I mean, that's the thing.
what
I'd love
area
to
code
know.
did you say that was from?
What's that?
What area code did you say that come from?
952, which is Minneapolis,
Oh,
666. And then Christy, for example, I'd shown her the whole number. I'm not putting the whole number out there.
right.
But I mean, I just wanted to show her to show that there
Whoa.
were another book.
I
Um,
find it hard to believe that any phone company would have 666 as their.
Yeah, that would seem kind of bizarre
I'm
for them
told
to have
that
that.
they will not use 666.
Yeah,
Yeah. Although for some
because
reason,
it's like 555. They use that for entertainment purposes.
although
And
funny enough, if you think about it, it's similar to like how some buildings technically don't have like a 13th floor. They keep the 13 out.
Exactly.
And but the other weird thing is, however, is for some reason whatsoever, and I've been seeing this a lot more often, is they've been showing 666 on a lot of license plates from different states and even different countries. Like, what's the deal with 666 appearing on license plates?
well, license plates is different. I mean, if somebody wanted that, I don't know if they can say you can't do it. But for a phone number, you are talking a whole region of people with 666, and I imagine that there's a
It's
lot of people
thousands.
who would want
It's
that.
thousands of people who would have it.
Yeah. Now,
Yeah.
Linda's saying the second voice sounded like someone channeling who did not know how to use vocal cords.
Huh. I don't know. And I'm trying to find the because I did a screen grab because I wanted to, and I can't seem to find it at the moment because I would block out part of the number, but I did want to just show a little bit that it was what I said it was, because I'm one of those people who love to be able to show. And that's one of the things that made me happy, because when I told Christy about it, when I met her at Gettysburg, she's just like, well, do you still have the recording? Kind of like I think she thought, well, of course I wouldn't. I'm just talking, out of my ass. I'm like, no, I do. And I played it for her because that's
You-
important to me, to be able to, if I'm going to talk about something, I would like to back it up. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Mm-hmm.
He
Yeah,
says they have
because
plates.
otherwise,
I'm gonna have
people
pictures of
would
this
say,
moron.
"Oh, he's just talking crap. He's just making."
Exactly.
He said they have plates with
Yeah.
666 in Nebraska.
Well, that's Nebraska. I mean, come on.
Oh,
That's where the
Nebraska
children-
is also
that's-
where you get those fantastic lightning storms too that I talked about
And-
last.
And if you think about it too, that's also where the children of the corn live.
That's
Play
not
the
good. There.
voicemail. Yeah. So play the voicemail again while recording in a recorder. Then play the recorder in the slowest mode. That's what Jill's
What the
saying.
hell?
Now, Robin.
We're only alive for so long, Jill.
Now Robin said this, that she's gotten phone calls come up as 001234 on the ID. Let those go to voicemail because she doesn't want the ghosties to talk to her that way.
That's fine. But the thing about it is, when I think about it, is the fact that well, that's an interesting question right there, and let me address that in a second. But the thing about that is, I mean, I think there's a difference with anything that has 666 to it. I mean, I don't think anyone thinks about 0001234 as anything other than a cool number. And I'm sorry, I that's my personal opinion on it. Anything with 666 generally is going to be like, people are going to be, it's going to get their notice. That's why I'm surprised that Nebraska is doing the plates. Well, Minnesota would, but Minnesota is not Nebraska. But the thing is that when it comes, and I'm trying to think, read the board itself, the other thing that Jill put out there, the board itself, when Christy was here and we did a spirit box session, we had her voodoo doll for the experimental sessions, and then we put out that very same Ouija board. And what I said, can you make anything fly and show us that there's evidence here? Anything at all. And nothing happened. And we're just like, okay, that's fine. The next morning, I was awoken to something hitting the ground down here. And I'm just like, what the hell is that? And it was like, well, maybe it's Linus. Linus is on the bed. So we went downstairs, and there were plates and trays on the ground from the refrigerator. I'm pointing to it because that's over here, that haven't been moved in 16 years, and they were on the floor. They it's not something that can just easily move. I did a video on it. You can't, it just doesn't move off. There was something that pushed it off. And I don't know what it was. It couldn't have been Linus. He cannot get up there. It just there. I mean, the coincidence, it was too crazy. So I mean, that was pretty crazy how that worked. And the night before, I asked for some kind of movement, specifically to the Ouija board, that very same Ouija board. The next morning, all this happened. I don't know.
It's interesting that the 666 number would, because with hell being the hottest thing ever, is coming from one of the coldest states in the country.
No. Well, Robin states that Minnesota did have 666 license plates that came out in 2017. There's archived news stories on the web about it.
Sure.
Well, that's the thing here. We've had 666 license plates out in Illinois as well.
But I mean, the thing is, the license plate's different than the phone numbers. They're not, but they're not the same entity that decides to do that, you know? So
I gotta bring this up about Brad.
I mean, that's just, I mean, it just surprises me that, we did that. And when I played it for thousands of people, literally. I've like Christy brought it up to Mustafa at an event that we're at in Salina, and he comes running in. It's like, I need to hear this, and we played it for him, and he's just like, holy cow. I mean, we can't explain it. Now, Karen A. Dahlman, you two know who she is at all?
Doesn't ring a bell for me.
Karen A. Dahlman is someone who works very closely with Ouija boards. She is very good with them. She tells me that has nothing to do with the work I did before, the day before. And she is somebody I respect. She is over in the UK right now at a convention. But
turns out I do have her as a friend on Facebook.
What's her name?
She's Karen A. Dahlman, and she is extraordinarily smart. Yep, and she's very good. But I not disrespectfully. Oh my God, respectfully disagree with. I disrespectfully disagree with her.
You disrespect. No.
She has been canceled.
You disrespectfully agree with respect to her.
Meanwhile, this is Greg. So I've just been canceled. I cannot believe that those two pieces are not connected. Personally, I don't know. The timing is too close.
Yeah,
and that's the thing that Karen brings up too, is that maybe that's a response to something that happened years ago, but I still don't believe it. And yes, Dawn, Karen was on my radio show. That's where we talked about it. And that's why I love Annette. She's just so good at being Annette. But the thing is that I don't believe that is just that has nothing to do with the day before. The coincidence is too strong for me to just be able to, and I'm someone who believes that there's no such thing as coincidence.
What gets me is that it says, okay, let's say it says, let me out of here again.
Yep.
So
Sounds like they're on the 13th dimension, doesn't it? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
all kinds of shit happens on this show.
I'm just kidding. Come on. We have fun tonight. God Almighty.
Yeah, I always try to have fun.
So that tells me that somebody had bound it somewhere, and then somehow it got out, and now it's bound again. So
I don't know. Yeah.
Now I'm curious. Okay, what's this guy's story?
And so, you know, when going back to and I don't talk about this stuff very often. And there's certain people I don't mention very often anymore. But in 2019, first of all, August of 2019 is when all this happened. In October of 2019, I got this 100-year-old Ouija board that you see on all my Ghostbox lives. And for those of you who may remember, Ane was here at that time. And so it was Halloween, and we started doing a session, and that's when we got Zozo coming through. And that was a different board, and that's when we bound it. And that was just one of those things that it became very serious. Like, what is happening here? And that's when I got the kind of realization.
Guys,
what's that?
This was before I met any of you guys.
No, it's not. I think we were
in 2019.
Did we meet in 2020?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't meet you guys. Obviously, I didn't meet you until early last year.
So you're all saying you don't take responsibility for the Ouija board. I get it. I wasn't pushing it on you. I didn't think it's Jeremy's fault. I didn't think it was your eye patch that was causing it. I'm just saying what happened, okay?
Blame him, everybody else does.
Wow, I had nothing to do with I didn't have anything to do with the birth of Christ. I didn't say you did. I just was saying that this was what happened. Jesus.
Yeah, but I didn't know you guys, so I would not have been able. I did not see that show. So do you still?
Well, it wasn't a show. It just happened. It just happened. Okay. We weren't even, I don't think we were doing lives at that point. I was doing my own Ghostbox stuff, but we weren't even we started like doing stuff with Paranormal Warehouse and stuff. We didn't do anything at that point, but she was in town. So we were doing stuff, and, you know, she claims that she doesn't know anything about Zozo or anything, but, you know, we were doing it, and it was going back between X and O and Z and O. And I'm just like, this is not good. And everything that we tried to do, we kept going to the same thing. We kept getting the same kind of answers. And that was and I had to explain to her, because she claimed she didn't know what that was. And that's when we decided that we needed to bound the board. So, and it's been bound ever since, but I'm going to unbound it. And maybe I should do a live on it. We'll see what happens to me. I don't know. I mean, whatever.
Do that as part of your experimental sessions.
Well, maybe it is. I mean, that's actually a good idea, Jeremy, where I could just be like, well, I'm a loser. Here we go. Let's get rid of the salt. You know,
well, you know what? As Brad just said, just blame it on Brad.
I'm blaming on Jeremy.
Jill, Paranormal Warehouse actually, well, not even really a network anymore, was a network. So, because she said Paranormal Warehouse stuff.
Yeah,
I remember Paranormal Warehouse. I wasn't on it yet, but
well, I mean, we were doing really well on Paranormal. I mean, I have to admit, the first time I was on Paranormal Warehouse, there was 150 people watching me. I'm like, holy cow! Are you kidding me? I mean, I've never seen anything like that. I was running Ane's session, and she had, you know, more than I had on, and I was so thrilled for her, because I know that, you know, that's what we've been working for, and it was just really cool. And then as I think history will tell us, that they needed to for whatever reason, they decided to rework it, and only about 5 of us were left on the network, and that was all of us who were doing interactive programs that were not just talk shows. And it was just it was weird because a lot of people were let go, and that's where stuff like Pun and I don't think things were created from it. I don't know,
No,
but I mean that's where other networks were created by it. um and it was just a weird time, because we were just we didn't know what we're doing, in the sense that we weren't trying to be um either on or not on, but we wanted to have a go at it, and we didn't know what they were doing. But then eventually they got rid of everyone else. We were doing our own thing, and then they got rid of us. So, just how it goes. And we ended up with originally Pun, and then you all. So, and now I'm just with you all.
and the
I
funny
don't
thing
even
is
know
about with
if
paranormal,
Warehouse even still exists.
I know
It does, I think,
it
to
does,
in
but
its own way.
it does, but it doesn't operate. They don't have as many shows as they did before. And the funny thing was, I will say this about Paranormal Warehouse, that if not for Paranormal Warehouse, I would have known about you guys, because during the height of COVID, I guess I went through some page or something I came across when Pun was still part of Paranormal Warehouse, and I started seeing this network of all these different paranormal shows, and at least for me, that drew my attention immediately, and I was that kind of person, like, oh wow, I really want to be part of that, but I knew that I had to be patient about it. So that's how I was able to obviously get in contact with you guys eventually. Now, ironically enough, I was already friends with some of you guys on Facebook, but
Not me.
I was I got to go back and look. But no, I mean, it was just funny how like some of these people I added, were actually part of that. So that's what drew me to it.
Yeah, let's see. I met you and Ane like right before Christmas, and we were doing a show host crossover on 13th Dimension, and we had like 10 of you guys come on. That was when we started really getting to know you guys,
Mm-hmm.
and then later on we split off from Pun and created this network.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember being on that show, and then afterwards, none of you wanted to talk to me since. I mean, I'm sure that's just coincidence. I mean, it's just it is what it is, right? I mean, it's just, and it's been fun to experience it in being all these different iterations, and I mean, I at the end of the day, all I want to do is do spirit communication. I mean, do I want to have as many people watching as possible? Yeah, I do, because it's all about the intention. But I have so many people who support me, so many people who have, like Jill says, that she thought that that she was watching me in the Paranormal Warehouse days. I mean, I can't
Linda.
tell you. Or it was when Linda said that. I'm so sorry. Linda said that. That that means a lot to me, because I think we're trying to do something here as a group when it comes to the stuff that I'm doing. That it's that paranormal sort of, like, let's talk to spirit, let's talk to whatever else. I mean, I mean, I can't take credit for it all. I mean, there has to be, because of the people who are taking part. If you want Grandma Edna to come through, you're going to be the one that brings Grandma Edna through. It's not me. I will do my best. I will use mediumship as the best as I can. But the thing is, it's like, how do we do it in a sense that that she brings it through? When I did the session last weekend, and they wanted their grandfather and father to come through, is it Greg that brought them through? Probably not. It's those two who loved their grandfather and their father so much that brought them through. And that's I firmly believe that.
Well, that might explain when you were doing the whole thing over Memorial Day, and I brought up my distant cousin,
Yep. I
Alvin
remember.
C. York, Sergeant. You didn't really have much success, if any, trying to get him. You kept
Thanks for bringing that
getting
up.
somebody else.
Yep.
And I never knew him. He died back in the '60s, so all I know was just stories of him, and that's really it. I have no real personal connection except that I know that we have a World War I hero in the family. That's all the only connection that I got from it.
I feel that the more we try, the more we'll get them. I feel like that we have to keep trying, that we can't give up. It's like flexing a muscle. It's like working out a muscle that I mean, how many people have tried to reach out to him since he passed? Probably not many. I don't
Right.
mean to be, I mean, to be very honest. And I feel like that we need to keep trying at that, keep going. If you want, you may not want to, you may want to see once. And I'm not here to pass judgment on how people want to reach out to loved ones. But if they want to do more, like there's been so many people on Ghost Box Live that I've tried to reach out and we've gotten nobody. And I always say, ask me again the next week. Ask me again the next week, because we'll try again. We'll try when you feel like it's ready. Brad, I hope you don't mind me calling you out. Justice is one that I think we got once, and that wasn't the first time. And he heard it. I didn't hear it. That's not my place to hear a loved one coming through. They will know more than I will. But the thing was that we kept trying. Brad kept asking, can you please bring her through? Can you please try again tonight? Can you please bring her through? And we tried. And one night, I think Brad said, that's her. And so Brad says, we got her once when we weren't even trying. And that's another thing. Brad will know her voice. I won't. So if he hears it, then that's great. I'm going to say also, and I hope John doesn't mind. One of my best friends, John Marson, and Chris Marson, they lost their son, Brian, and I don't. I mean, Brad knows this. I don't know if I've really talked too much about it. Brian, who's 41 years old. And we weren't trying to bring Brian through because I think it was too fresh to do so. But the day after his funeral, Brian's name kept coming up in the spirit box. So we did a Ghost Box Live the day after. And then one night,
I think I remember something about that.
yeah. And then one night, Brian's name kept coming up again. And John sent me a private message like, can you try for Brian? I said, are you sure? Are you sure? I mean, this is not even a month after he passed. And he's like, yes, I would like that. And so I'm like, Brian, are you here? And you get, yes, I'm here. And I'm like, Brian, are you with your father or you're with your mother? And the spirit box says, I'm with mom. And I beg anyone to tell me spirit box doesn't work after that. Truly. I know I could see it. I could see John and Chris crying at home to hear the bell ding that night. The fact that they heard their son.
So the bell has actually dinged. I have never heard it ding before. I was going to ask
Brad
you.
heard it ding. I'm going to be honest, Brad. I have not, even with the recording, I had not heard it ding, but Brad had heard it ding.
Okay.
And Brad, the bell is, I got to find the bell. I took the bell with me to Kansas. I have like 1,000 bells and I took the one that's on the table to Kansas.
Of course.
Of course, right? That, I mean,
of course.
I don't know about you two. Yeah. I don't know about you two, but when it comes time to leave for an event, I like decide to pack at 5 minutes before I try to leave. Like, oh, I'll need the bell. I'll need this obelisk. You know, I mean, it's like, we had weeks to figure it out.
Well, of course you had.
And then Christy's like, and then you didn't use it. You are absolutely right. I did not use it. It probably sold it for gas money, to be honest.
She wants you to find it.
I was the same way. I wait till the very last minute, and then I try to hurry and throw everything in the bag. Now, I got an event that I'm going to tomorrow, and this time I was smart enough to I packed the whole bag yesterday. And I was ready to go.
Hey, Greg, don't worry. I'm not invited either.
Right? I mean, I'm unemployed. I'll go anywhere. And then you people don't invite me anywhere. But then again, when I was in Chicago, Nick and I couldn't figure out a way to get together to go
I
to
know.
Pequod's.
And you guys
That's
were,
not
and you guys
that's
were at
not
my,
Nick's fault. That's my fault. So
yeah, you guys were at one of my favorite pizza restaurants, Pequod's. That's like some of
it's
the
pretty
best
amazing.
stuff. Yeah, it's great
Well,
stuff.
I was fortunate enough that Greg and Christy came to the house twice when they were heading over to
We needed
Mansfield.
we needed her car, okay? No. But we actually did need her car.
Yeah, I was kind of holding her car hostage.
It's one of those weird moments where it's like, how long do we stay? How much do we put out, Jeremy? You know, I mean, it's just like, I mean, Jeremy is you're so welcoming, you're so kind, but the kindness of us, because there is some in this, that you're just like, I just don't want to outstay my welcome. I'm trying to ditch Greg there, but you weren't picking up on that, Jeremy. Trust me. I was trying to ditch her because I drove to the Ohio State Reformatory. I tried to pawn her off on Nick, and he didn't seem to pick up on that either. Well, that's a problem then, isn't it? You can't go in there and just start using it.
Now, me personally, I am going to be completely honest. Me personally, I don't like people coming to the house. But here's the thing: when people do get here and we start talking, damn, don't go, stay here. Let's talk. You know,
see, whoever that is saying Jeremy welcoming, you sure?
Yeah.
I mean, he was very.
That's
kind.
Scott. I know that is Scott.
It is Scotty.
He was very kind.
That's Scott Smith.
I knew it.
Anyone else?
I knew that Greg and Chrissy were coming, so I was prepared.
Trust me, when I know Christy's coming, I have to prepare myself as well. So I mean, it's just how it goes.
Only your name is Brad.
So when they came over, hey, I'm enjoying it because this is the first time in several months since I had seen Greg, and I enjoyed his company over there in Salina.
Months, almost a year, yeah.
And I hadn't met Christy ever, so seeing the two, it was great.
We were lucky up to that point.
And then when Greg saw my DVD collection and he said that he had a bigger collection in mind, I couldn't believe it.
And who corroborated that with me? It wasn't just me saying it.
I know.
It was just.
I know.
I have thousands of discs that I probably end up losing at some point because.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it because I got a whole 2 walls of DVDs, and to hear that somebody has more of a collection than me, that makes me feel good that I am not the only person who is logical enough to not rely solely on streaming, because once the internet goes out, you're out of luck. I got DVDs I can watch.
Oh, no, absolutely.
That leads me to the question, Greg. If you got a bigger collection than Jeremy, are all your movies also in alphabetical order like Jeremy's?
Yes. Yes, they are.
And tell him how else he divides his DVDs.
I divide my DVDs by British television, which is my main focus, Disney, documentaries, Dark Shadows, American, animation, and that's
I mean,
I can't.
A, B, C, D, L, M, N, O, G. I don't know the alphabet either.
Christy can. First of all, Christy is on her way to the McIntyre Villa, so I'm not sure why she's typing. Secondly, I'm just like Mike and Doctor Who. Doctor Who is its own section as well. But the thing is, it's like with Christy, I just she can rip on you when she's when she doesn't need something, and that's understandable. But
she's in a good mood tonight.
How else would one sort them?
Exactly.
Yeah, I do have very limited British um, titles in my collection, but I just put it all in alphabetical. I don't separate them. It starts from zero all the way to Z.
Because you don't have 5,000 British television titles, is what I'm thinking.
Right.
She's driving and texting.
I'm
to
going
the
to be
show.
super honest. I'm not trying to be weird or anything, which I mean, obviously you've watched the last 2 hours. You know I'm weird. But I have the largest collection of British television in America, and in some cases in the UK. There are people who tell me that people tell me about British television. I laugh at them because they don't even understand. Good for you, Chuck. Are You Being Served was actually the 2 sets that were released in the US where it was a wedding of all things, a wedding gift to me from my friend Robert back in 2002. Yep. Yep. I mean, absolutely. I mean, I've been watching Doctor Who since 1984. So, I know some of the stars personally. I mean, British television is actually more of of importance to me than paranormal. I mean, it's where it's at for me. It's always it's a love that's been with me for nearly 40 years, and it just I work with. I actually find missing British television. And I return it to places like the BBC. Brad, come on, Brad, come on, dude.
Now I do have
Ooh,
some
Chuck beat you
British
though.
Well, Chuck, my
paranormal
God,
movies.
Chuck got into the paranormal, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chuck. Chuck got into any of this paranormal stuff because he was watching some of the stuff I was doing. I was watching what he was doing. It's not I unless Chuck, you've been following paranormal before, which I don't know. We kind of got into all this together a little bit. So
But he's been a
and Linda
Doctor
says,
Who
I met
lover.
John Pertwee. I've met John Pertwee. I've seen John Pertwee yell at people because people were pissing him off. So, and I know who John was having affairs with. So, I mean, whatever, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
but Chuck said he's been
dead
watching
now.
Doctor Who though longer than you have since 1979.
He has been watching Doctor Who longer than I have, but I mean, it's not a race, right? It's not a competition. I mean, I know that's what we're trying to make everything, but it's actually bigger than anything I've seen. Don, what are you talking about?
Damn, I don't even know what that means. What the hell is that?
I don't know if watching anything bigger is a nerd moment, but
I am not going to touch that.
I am not.
Are you talking about an eye patch? Are you talking about an eye patch right now? I think you are.
I'm not even going to ask that question. So just like you, Jerry, I'm not touching that one. So
that's the largest eye patch I've ever seen. My God, what's underneath that? I mean,
I was going to say,
too late now, Don. Too late.
Yeah, too late. You already took us down that rabbit hole.
That's what she said.
Yeah, you already threw us down that hole and through the show.
Yeah, that is. We're not even going further down the rabbit hole for that one.
Chuck, are you in your 50s now? I mean, I don't have to say that as an insult. I mean, I am knocking on that door. So, I mean, I'm just. You think, Don?
Here in 3 years, I'll be knocking on that door too.
How many years for you, Jeremy?
8.
Oh, Jesus. Whatever. Go to hell.
And
Nick, what about 75 years before you're 50? Oh, my God.
No, it's still a long ways away. I would probably...
last time
about a 20.
15.
Okay. Chuck, you're only a year younger or older than I am. I'll be 50. I'm 48 now. This is the part of the show where I should be like, but I don't look my age, right? No.
Yeah, I don't look my. Hey, you know what? I don't even look my age sometimes. I just don't.
Well, none of us act our age. That's for damn sure.
We're in the paranormal. How can you, right? I mean,
I'm sorry. I just had to bring. I'm sorry. I had to bring that comment up with Don.
Yeah.
Don says she only has 4 years. Damn.
Nah, good for you.
Oh, Linda said since 1983, Doctor
So
Who.
another one who's been watching it longer than I have. She just didn't make her
We have to take it
No,
off.
bad
no.
life
Thank you for joining us.
as a Doctor Who as I have, which isn't great. Let's see, Annette, night, y'all. See you Sunday, night, Greg. Well, if I'm on, I mean, I've been
Yeah.
sick the last few, and the reason why I don't do it when I'm not feeling well is because you don't do paranormal when you're not feeling well. I mean, you just can't.
That's basically the age I'm at right now, Christy.
Yeah, you're
It's not
close.
my fault. It's not my fault. It's just life. That's their responsibility.
Okay, because you said that you had just been a part of 2 different events over the weekend.
Yes.
And then, yeah, so you took Sunday night and then Tuesday night. And I'm starting to get worried there. And then you said, no, I'm resting up for Friday.
Well, I mean, that's the only show to be on, quite frankly. I mean, in all honesty, the that's cool. I mean, I've seen your TARDIS REM pods and they are brilliant.
You quit having
But
birthdays.
I mean, the thing is that I didn't feel like I could reach out to spirit, and I do truly believe that if you're not able to reach out to spirit, then you shouldn't do it, because you can bring in attachments, you can bring in all sorts of things. And on Tuesday night, I wanted to bring in Walt Disney, as one does, and I just wanted to be very, very careful about that. And the thing is
What? Stairs
I've
of
heard of that
Ghosts.
movie.
I think I
I've
am
heard of that
now.
movie, but I haven't seen it.
I don't know what that movie is.
It's I want to say Brad Pitt is in this movie. It's either him or George Clooney.
Oh, George
But
Clooney.
basically, what it is that these men are staring at goats. I want to say World War II time. These men are staring at goats until these goats fall over dead. That's
That's quite an
yeah.
interesting story. Oh, it was
It-
George, I guess. That's what
It,
Cheyenne
yeah,
said.
it's just a movie. Um,
Just a movie. It's
Yeah.
just a movie.
yeah, it's just a movie. I haven't seen it, but I know of it. But yeah,
Yeah, it's just a movie.
it's just really, really weird.
Yeah,
But
just really.
Cheyenne
Just,
says it's a true story. I mean, is there anything to that though?
Oh, a true. Okay, I didn't know it was a true story, but
I didn't see that. I don't see a comment here from that. I would have shared that.
Well, she said afterward, she says that in the same thing about has anyone watched the movie
Oh,
about
yeah.
it's
Okay,
a
there
true
it is.
story.
Yeah. Well,
I
until
I don't
then,
know what's true and what's not
I-
true.
I just
don't know
learned.
anything about it. All I know is the movie.
Yeah, and all I know is that it's just a movie.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's interesting. You know, I had on my radio show, I had Chase Klotsky on, and she's a ufologist. But I mean, one of the things that she does is find some of these relics that are of historical interest, and I didn't realize that that it almost like a monument man in a sense. You know what I'm talking about with that, right?
But I can find info on it. I'm sure I can, Cheyenne.
They can find anything.
It's no wonder why sometimes I'm called Nicopedia. Oh, you didn't know that, Greg? Yeah, some people. I'm always so full of knowledge and information that I got this nickname, Nicopedia. Everyone's been calling me that.
Yep.
Crickets.
I started calling him that, and I didn't realize that other people had already been calling him.
Yeah, I know.
I just want to call you Nick at night, because I only see you at night.
Well, now that's gonna have to be another
Or-
nickname.
Or Nickelodeon.
Oh my God! Let me tell you guys something right now about that. Growing up again in the '90s, in very early 2000s, there was not like one time where somebody would sing that annual theme song because of my name. Whatever happened to those damn days? No, that is not going to happen. If I made an audio clip of the hissing cockroach.
Brad, I gotcha.
No, don't give him ideas.
Oh, just love seeing you squirm.
Like an ant. Whoa, sorry, was that out loud?
Feels like my son is hosting for a minute.
Hey, there you go.
Hey, you give him that idea. I'll back out if you give him that idea, Jeremy.
Okay, so you said earlier that
I'll be right
Don't
back.
listen to any of
you
that.
got some big things coming up for you over the next couple weeks. So would that mean that we can expect you not to do a show because you'll be otherwise preoccupied, so that we know ahead of time?
Oh, okay, yeah. So let's just call it what it is. I once was married to somebody who was, I don't know what the right word to use, was a hoarder, and we finally have a date for her, if that's what we're talking about, to move her, I don't know what the right word to use, shit out of my house. And that's going to be early August, and I'm looking forward to pretty much using a whole liquor store to help me through that period of time. But I mean, it's going to be about 4 or 5 days, and this is something that's been in the works for about 4 years. And I mean, I'm not going to, well, let's be honest, we're both going to benefit from this being done. And so I don't know how it's going to affect the normal way of how things are, including my radio show, including the Ghost Box lives and stuff. But it's my opportunity to make sure that the stuff that we've been trying to get done here for the past 70 years, I guess, is finally going to be taken care of. So that's going to be it's going to be huge, quite frankly. It's going to be amazing to finally get that done. Oh my God.
And you're finally going to have room where you don't have to worry about stepping over Linus.
No, absolutely. And it's going to, I mean, I can see him being a lazy butt over yonder, laying around. But I mean, it also helps me decide if I want to sell the house or not, which is a big possibility. So it's going to be, it's just stuff that we've got to figure out. I mean, I'm currently unemployed. I am trying to create my own business, and so I've been slowly getting stuff in. I'm starting to make a little bit of money. Not I've been living off savings, so it's not like a lot of money. But the thing is, it's like, that's the whole point. And if it gets to the point that this house is, and it's a big house, if it's too much to take on, then it needs to be sold, and I need to figure out where to go, because it's all about, now it's about making money versus expenses, right? I mean, that's how we all live, but I mean, that's just really what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Okay, I know it's not paranormal. I don't mean to bring you all down, but that's just real. You're like, oh my God, real life. Screw you. But I get it.
Yeah, but you know what? This show is a perfect platform for that. We cover everything.
I mean, and Jill's like, finally, the last hurdle go over. It'll be good when it's all done. I mean, I'll tell you, I did some stuff over the last week. I'm not going to say what, but it's really opened up. I mean, if any of you believe in spells, and not bad spells, but good spells, I did some that have been long overdue. I did it, and almost immediately things changed. My perception changed, my outlook changed. Stuff that I needed to do to move forward had changed. Opportunities arose. For those of you who do not believe in spells, and I do mean good spells, I don't mean bad spells, they work. And if something I needed to do a long time ago, but I needed to do what was right. It goes back to December when I had to end a relationship with somebody else. And it really comes down to just always making sure that you are taking care of yourself, and in a positive way, not a negative way, because that's easy to do too, but a positive way.
Oh yeah.
Because
I
the people who are in my life who hurt me, who put bad juju towards me, who had claimed that I was doing stuff that I haven't done, all I want for them is, quite frankly, goodness, love and light, happiness, and healing. Because I think that they were misinformed, they were misled, and that they're good people, and that they deserve a chance to heal from me, because we ended our relationships and whatnot. And all it comes down to is that we all end up being happy at the end of the day in our own way. Doesn't mean together, but in our own way.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, we all do need to be happy.
Absolutely. And I wish no ill will upon anyone, truly. All I want is, and it's selfish, all I want is for things to go well for me. I mean, sorry, but it's true. But I mean, anything that has to do with anyone else, I just want them to do well. Because why would I want to stop them from doing well? Why would I want to stop either of you from doing well? Honestly, right? I mean, all we want is to be happy. I want you to be happy. I mean, I don't know.
Ghostbox Live Road Edition.
And the thing about that is that when I go out traveling, I normally have people with me, and it doesn't feel right just to do a ghost box. It feels more like, can we do a small investigation? Because normally we're going to be around a place that has a lot of energy. Like when I went out to the Octagon Mansion and I was out there with Christy, it was like, well, I could just sit there and do a ghost box session, but I have someone with me who is extremely established paranormal investigator who normally does her own lives, and she doesn't need me worth crap. And can we just put up a few cameras and do a live session? And it was like, yeah, why not? I mean, that's the thing that's where I think I'm a little bit different in the paranormal than some of the people that's outside of our circle. And I stress outside of our circle is that I don't need to be the center of attention. I don't need to be the person running stuff. When we do living paranormal, how much of it am I on? Not a whole lot. Matter of fact, people like Christy or Shar, they're like, okay, we need you to be on now. Even though I'm running the thing, we need you to be on now because you should be on. Not because people want me on, but because it's like, well, we're all doing this together. And I'm like, well, I much rather see you two do it because you're brilliant. And I mean that. And I'd like to control the show, so to speak. So we're doing our next one at the Squirrel Cage jail in Council Bluffs, Iowa, in on July 29th, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure where we're going to run because I don't know if we're running against other shows. Like, for example, we're on and maybe we can still be on things. We'll talk to Jeremy about that and see what we can make work. But the thing is that we can't really decide the location and the time. It's kind of like what the location has open, we'll make it work. And if networks can't take us on, we understand, because that's just how it works. But we love going to locations, and Christy was able to make that work for us. I don't know anyone over there. But
Well, I can definitely let you know on the 29th, Nick and I are going to be at the Old Lake County Jail in Crown Point, and we're going to do an investigation version of the show.
mhm.
So what? And and I'm not going to want to stay on all night like we've been known to do sometimes. Um, but what we can do is then promptly at, well, it'll be 9 o'clock your time. We can then promptly at 9, and then you can do you can do the living paranormal right after that.
Well, that's very kind of you, and we can talk more about that offline because that sounds great. But obviously, I don't want to interrupt whatever your plans are. And you're too kind, Jill. We're all. I'd like to be the antithesis of what we see. I mean, and I once again, present company excluded.
That's not going to happen, Brad.
I like to be the antithesis of what the paranormal is, because
Now with the cockroach ram pod.
and Nick and Jeremy and others who are brilliant, I think we can all agree that there's times that it just gets overwhelming.
Yeah.
The drama, whatever else, and I don't know about you two. All I want to do is talk to spirits. That's literally all I want to do. Why is that so hard?
That's a question I ask myself every day, especially when it comes to a lot of the drama.
I was kicked off. I was kicked off networks. I was kicked off networks because of I don't even know why, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, all I want to do is talk to spirits, and I want to do it where everyone else can have an opportunity to take part. And I feel like when I'm kicked off networks, all it was saying is that these aren't the places that I should be. Best of luck to them, but let's the work needs to keep going. And Chuck, I always look forward to hearing from you. We have a love for British television also. So I mean, what can you say?
Doctor Who.
Well, and more than Doctor Who. Actually, we love all the stuff that people would only find on like PBS on a Saturday morning at 3 a.m. But that's really what it comes down to. All I want to do, talk to spirit, and anyone who will allow me to talk, anyone who will want to listen and join in. That's all that matters to me anymore. It used to be like, well, let's get a lot of people listening. No, I have a group of people who support me. We take part in it together, and we just do what we need to do. If any more joins in, great. But if this is it, then I'm blessed. I am absolutely blessed. Breast also, apparently. I don't know. I can't speak anymore, I guess. I'm breast. Okay, Greg. Thanks for ruining a great quote.
Or improved, either depending on how you look at it.
Yeah.
What my main goal is just help people, and whether that's helping people with their homes or their businesses, or helping other investigators get more exposure, or helping in some way. So that's why I have this network here, the shows, because it gets more exposure to the people that come up on our shows, or like I'm currently revamping the things family, so that we'll be able to have something for more people to be contacted if other people need help.
And that's just it. I mean, we do it in our own ways. I mean, the way that we help people are different to the three of us. We don't do it the same way,
Right.
but yet that's what makes it so beautiful, because it does. I mean, that's what shows what paranormal is, in my opinion, is that it's not the same way for everyone to investigate or to reach out or help or whatever else. But there's a place for all of us. And this is where it comes down to when you hear about people who get worried and upset and don't like to get their danners in a feather or whatever, because we're stepping on their territory. It's like there's plenty for all of us. There just is. And I came to that conclusion years ago, where it's just like you just take it and you go with it. That's all there is to it. And people don't like it, they don't like it, but I mean, who doesn't like the idea of helping other people?
Right.
Jill makes a good point with this comment.
And that's exactly right. we all have our calling, and we are pretty much answering it through what we do.
And like you just said about how different it is for us. I mean, there are times where some of the some situations like how we do it may look similar to each other, but for the most part, it's usually never not really much the same. It's always different.
It is, and I had a situation where I was helping somebody reach out for a very dark reason, and I brought somebody in to help them, and that person never helped them. And what ends up happening is I'm apologizing because not because they're not helping, but because I gave that recommendation. I feel like a recommendation from me should mean something, and not because of anything other than I take pride in this field. I take pride in what people think. I don't want to just throw something out and not help somebody. I want to help people. And when that didn't happen, the person who needed the help, she didn't blame me for it, but I blame myself for it because I clearly didn't do it right. And it was not a it wasn't just a, oh, we can figure this out. It's a serious issue. It was very serious. And the person who we needed help from, who was renowned in that area, failed us. And I look at it as not that she failed us, I failed us. I failed us because I put that name forward. I put that, she wasn't getting the help that she needed. I'm like, it's ego. I'm going to come in. I'm going to help you with that. I'm going to make things better. I'm going to, you need the help. I'm going to help you with it. And what ends up happening is that this person failed all of us. And it's like, and and this person who needed the help, she's just like, it's not your fault. No, it's not. But I thought I knew better. And that sucks. That bothers me.
Yeah, I can relate to you on that because now you're feeling like, well, this just made me look bad.
Yeah, when you say it like that, no offense, Jeremy, when you say it like that, it makes me sound very egotistical because it's not about me, but it is. It does come down to that. It
Yeah.
comes down to the fact that I feel like I'm at a stage in my career in this field that I've been doing this for, 13, 14 years, that I should know better. I should know better when I'm reaching out and saying this person can help here, here, and here. That's what um, that's what having history does. It gives you the grander insight on people who can help. So I didn't expect this person to flake on us, not once, not twice, but 3 times.
Oh,
And that is something that really frustrates me because I consider this person to be the best in the field in that area. And now it's like, is there anybody who can help us? Because the person who I thought could wasn't able to. Who the hell else can help us now? And that scares me, actually.
yeah. At that point, wow.
Yeah,
Two
I'm
times.
not sure what to say.
And I mean, the thing about it is, it's like I almost wanted to go out to the location, which is nowhere near me, and put myself out there regardless of what would happen to me, to try to make it better, because I put my own, I mean,
Yep.
I promised to help. That's all that matters. I promise to help, whether it's me or someone else. I promised someone that you would be heard. That's what I promised. That's what I wanted. That's what I promised them, because no one else was helping this person. I'm going to help you. I'm going to make sure that you are heard at the very least. And that failed. So that's a problem for me. That really bothers me.
Mhm.
You three, you two, because I'm the third, we don't take this for granted. We do not take any of this for granted. Jeremy, I know Nick, you don't say anything unless you absolutely are going to follow through on it. I know you. And so when we say something, we're going to follow through on it.
Yep.
And when it doesn't work, we're just like, we can't just be like, well, sorry, it didn't work. It's like, what did we do wrong? I mean, that's
Right.
just the reality of it.
Yeah, that's something that frustrates me about me because I've got so many things going on, and I am making progress on all of them, but because I'm going back and forth between each one of them, I feel like they're not progressing as far as they should, but they're all progressing just a little bit.
Right.
Um, I would love to say, okay, I got 10 things. These 9 things, they can be put away, and I'm focusing on this and just do this only. But now all of these are suffering because everything is pretty much time sensitive.
Yep.
So you got to be able to do something.
But what do you do when the people who you want to count on don't, that you can't count on them?
That's the whole purpose of what I'm doing with the things
Yeah.
families and have other people that I
No.
can count on.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's the tough part about it. I mean, there's a lot of situations where you want to, it's so easy to be like, yeah, I'm out there if you need me. I'm there if you want something. I'm here if you want to talk or whatever else. But the reality is, when they come to you and they want to talk, when they come to you and they want the help, and someone reached out to me and said specifically, I want to talk to you. I feel like I need to talk to you. And you fail them.
With that specific thing, there is a story I want to tell because I actually had somebody approach me a couple weeks ago, and they were watching this show. This guy had known of me for a number of years, and we were already Facebook friends. But he called me, and it's not exactly. It is paranormal, but it's not.
Mm-hmm.
The situation is that one of his best friends is in prison, and he is in prison for murder. Everybody is saying that there is no way that this guy would ever do it, and he feels like it is his fault that he's in jail because and this murder happened years ago. He felt something off about himself, and he and this guy were roommates, and there was a touch between the two. I think it was just um, hand on the shoulder, but I think that was enough. And he feels like something was trying to possess him, and it went to this guy, and this guy did the murder. He goes to jail, and he says, "I did not do this. I don't remember doing this." You know, yada yada yada. He calls me and asks me if this is a the devil made me do it scenario, which I know there are stories of that from the past.
Yeah.
Can something like that happen? I don't know. I've asked some members of my team, hey, what do you think? Um, a couple of them have said, no, I don't think that something like this is possible. He is just not owning up to what he did. Most likely, he just snapped. Um, seen red, does not remember a thing, which I know that has happened to all of us. We have all gotten so angry and not necessarily hurt somebody, but it could be just a fight or you just broke something. You don't remember doing it at all because you were in a state of mind where it's just not there in your memory, or it's buried so deep in your memory that you don't remember it.
Yep.
Um, but this guy, I heard it in his voice. He is crying while he's telling me this story. And I'm like, okay, he believes this, but how am I going to tell him there is nothing I can do? Um, but
Yeah.
I did look into it. I did read a couple of articles. There were a couple things that seemed inconsistent, but I still hadn't really had a chance to look over everything. Um, but I did tell him, chances are there is not a thing I'm going to be able to do about it, because honestly, this type of situation is not what I do.
Yeah.
Um,
I have found over the past 3 years that more and more cases come to me that are demon and
Yeah.
demonology. And
Mm-hmm.
I've been pushed towards demonology for quite some time. I've not taken the leap because I'm starting to feel like anyone who wants to actually teach it is not in the frame of mind other than quite frankly um, popularity and fame. And there isn't anyone out there anymore that I personally feel like that there is anything that goes in that. And it really bums me out. I mean, I've had great conversations with Bishop James Long about it, and he was very clear about a lot of stuff about it. But I do feel like for years that has been my calling, and this what I'm talking about here was a great example of it. But it also showed me the person who I thought was the least likely to fall into fame. I really question it, and it just really frustrates me to think that everything that is like, who is out there that isn't about, and I'm sorry, yes, I have the freaking loud, long beard that makes no sense and stuff like that, all of us do. But I mean, just feel like that's what everyone is these days, is they're either bald and have a certain look to them or whatever else, but it's like you all are acting like badasses, and we're the army. We're fighting a battle. We're fighting a war. You know what? Follow through. Do what you're supposed to do. Help us. Help people. Not just go on your laurels of like, oh, I'm part of the army, the war against Satan. No, that does words don't do it anymore. Words don't do anything anymore. If I'm going to recommend you, I need you to follow through. If you can't do it, no problem. Just say you can't do it. But do not keep blowing off people because you have things going on, and quite frankly, it becomes a point of looking like that these people who are suffering are not important.
yeah,
That's and I know that people will look at this and they will think, whether people watch an episode that Greg Bakkun's on, I don't really know or care. But the thing is, it's like there's going to be some people who are going to be like, well, that sounds like so and so, and maybe it's meant for them. But the point is, it's like, in general, if you are doing demonology, if you are doing something where you said you're going to help people, whether it's through church or whatever else, if you can't do it, help us find someone who can, if you've agreed to do it. I mean, that's the whole thing. If you agree to do it, then you got to talk to us about it if you can't. That's all I'm saying. That doesn't seem unreasonable to me. Do you
right.
two mind if I go use the restroom real fast?
Go ahead.
Go right ahead.
Now that's recorded. That's awesome, right?
Um, and to go along with that, Greg was on a show with what he was talking about, whatever episode Greg was on. He was on a show recently. I don't even know the name of the show, but The host of it is Dave Taylor, and it was the most watched episode of all time.
Oh, really?
They joke about that. I don't know what it really was.
Well, I'm going to be honest though, Jeremy. I mean, tonight's episode with Greg has certainly been the most watched so far, because even though the number's gone down, we had as many as 20 people watching.
We have more than that. Yeah.
More than that, yeah. They want to put this up, whoever Facebook user is. That's the first one I've seen this entire night.
No, we had one at the very beginning.
Oh, we did? Oh, I must have missed that then.
Yeah.
Brad said he's going to send you a message after the show about something.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But no, I really do want to help this guy out. 100 lives. Okay. So Brad knows exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. So I really do want to help this guy out. But, and I already told him, you know, got the high probability I'm not going to be able to do anything.
Oh, it's Joanne.
I told him I would at least look into it to see if it's even feasible. And he said that's all he asked.
Joanne, you're appearing as a Facebook user for some reason.
Yeah, you're a Facebook user. Assad, you were showing up under your name earlier.
We saw your name earlier.
Yeah. So, probably depending on what page she was on, because we are running on 4 different Facebook pages.
Yeah, that's true.
We're live everywhere.
Oh yeah, we are on 4 Facebook pages, 2 YouTube pages, 1 Twitch, and 1 Twitter.
You need your own litter box to show Linus how it's done properly, Greg.
And I am also working on a TikTok page and a LinkedIn page.
Yep, now we can see you.
Yeah, we see you, Joe.
There you go.
There we go. Instead of a share, but okay. That is the universal page, because the Things Universal page is now a private page.
So if anybody watches it through there,
isn't StreamYard kind of like almost set to anonymous, and you have to give permission to be able to show up with the name? I mean, that's the way I understood it, at least.
Yeah, Linda said she's on Things Universal.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. So you will not be able to share the video from the Universal page, but from the Things Network page, the 13th Dimension page, and the Hoosiers Investigated New Ghost Society page, you will be able to share from if you wanted to.
Yeah, which depends which one she goes on. Yep.
But eventually, the show will not be airing on Things Universal once I start getting the other platforms up and running for us. But I'm still trying to build the following on those 2. I still need 480 more followers on TikTok so that we can go live there. And I need 60 on LinkedIn so we can go live there.
Yeah, come on, people.
Yeah,
I actually suggested a few other platforms for Jeremy, because, as I've said before, I got a Vimeo account. So
yeah, but
you can only. Well, it's also you can only go on so many platforms, and StreamYard only allows you to go on 8. If
I don't want to give us any more than we can handle.
Yeah.
So
StreamYard needs a switch to where it's like, this many people can go for Facebook, this many people go to Twitter, this many people can go to RTMP. You know what I mean? It's like, don't just do it overall. Do it, break it up a little bit.
LinkedIn, Joanne. Yeah.
In fact, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and put some links on here.
Yeah, Robin was asking. Share those links again.
And meanwhile, while you do that, let's have some applause for our show tonight. I don't know what that's about, but
See, I just want to say about
Amateurs.
StreamYard. See, if StreamYard allowed more platforms, I would have even been nice enough to create a Vimeo account for things because I know how
All right,
to
Nick,
use
here we go.
Vimeo. Yeah, all the repeating links. Here we go.
To go into all the destinations.
I do the same thing myself. I with my events and stuff, and people are like, oh my God, we're just trying to reach out to spirits.
So there's the LinkedIn page for Things Network. Here is also the link for our TikTok page for Things Network. There's another 30 links there for you guys to look at.
Well, it's 30 for us, not really for them.
I never even.
Yeah, it'll just be the one link for you.
Yeah, it's just the one link for us, but like 30 of them for us.
Yeah.
That's like last night when we were sending all those links. We
Right.
must have had like about 50 or 60 of them sent to ourselves.
I'm like, you're killing the internet.
Yeah.
No, it's not that.
While I'm at it, I'm going to go ahead and give you the YouTube channel.
Oh God, we're getting more. We're getting more of them.
Yeah, why not?
Oh geez, you're trying to top it from last night, then.
I'm not to diminish this episode, but our haunted lives, that was a lot of fun to do. That was really cool to do. David Taylor and Christy Grissom are a lot of fun, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
While you were out, I was talking about that and saying how you broke the internet, and that was the most watched episode ever.
I don't know if that's the case, but
hey, you said it.
Did I said it during the show, didn't I? I mean, without it airing yet. I mean, that's a little. It's not live like
that. Right
this.
there is a Twitch account.
Oh my god!
So yeah, people, I am working very, very hard at expanding the Things Network because most networks are just staying on Facebook. A couple, I think, are going on to YouTube. I'm going everywhere.
I gotta tell my one time on Twitch story. And that was back in the day when I was running Ane's live stream, which was on a number of networks, and I said to her, let's do Twitch. This is going to be big for you. And she's just like, okay, let's try it. And as soon as we started going live, we started getting a lot of comments in, and no one knows about her. I mean, it's not about her. It's not about her character or anything like that. But what ended up happening was people were being really rude to her on Twitch. And one of them was, F you, you stupid bitch.
Wow.
And I'm like, okay, well, I got to get rid of this. So on StreamYard, you hit the 3 little buttons and you can ban them.
Yeah.
But it doesn't work for Twitch. So instead I hit the 3 buttons, and during her live, that comment comes up on screen.
Oh no.
F you stupid bitch.
No.
And I'm like, oh, so God.
Oh, whoopsie daisies.
And her reaction was like, alrighty then.
I would.
Hey, what the hell are you doing over there?
I'll be honest. If I saw that happen, I think I'd be laughing so hard. Like first, I'd be like, "Whoa, whoa!" And they're like,
"Wow,
what's going on here?"
Yeah, by no means. And I say this as someone who's fallen out with her over time. By no means was she angry about it or anything like that. It was just like, she's just like, what happened? And I'm like, that's a fair question, isn't it?
And while I'm at it, I'm going to do a very shameless promotion. Here is my TikTok page.
Oh my God. Every time I'm trying to buy, it's kind of funny when you put the last set of links. I mean, not the link prior to what you just said. I was trying to close off Brett's.
Yeah.
I was trying to close.
It
was
Spotify. My YouTube page.
No, it was when you sent the Spotify link. I was about to close Brad's link up, and then all of a sudden, that's when all the Spotify links came up.
Yeah, 13th Dimension. I have to upload it later, but 13th Dimension is on Spotify and Anchor.
Now, Jeremy, I just sent you a link here in the private chat, wondering if you wouldn't mind sharing that out for our event. for our event
Absolutely.
at Hotel Josephine on the 16th and 17th of September.
And in fact, while you're at it, why don't you go ahead and give me all your other links? Give me your Patreon link, and I'll put that out here too.
Jesus Christ, I don't know. I don't know what that is. Patreon.com/hello. I don't know. But you come to my show and I can share. I just picked up a new Patreon member, and thank you, Jeremy, for that. I just picked up a new Patreon subscriber. I don't know. It's tough because I never have the links handy, which is dumb. And
Well,
to
see what I do, what I've done on this show is I've always run our links um, here on the banner, but the problem is people can't click on it, and most people are not going to want to go through and just type all of that out.
no,
So
absolutely.
so I just started taking all the links, putting it on a different program, and now I can just copy it and put it onto the show so that now they can link it.
And that's what I'm doing on Ghostbox Live, and that's what's annoying people, like, oh my god, so many links. It's like, yeah, I'm doing these, I have to promote them.
Yeah.
And Brad says, don't forget your classes links, and I don't have that. That's at charvinity.com. But the thing about those classes, because people are like, oh, you're going to tell us how to be paranormal investigators? No, it's not that at all. It's all about trying to help people understand the difference between the shows and real investigations, plus getting in touch with your empathic and intuitive self. And it's a great class. I mean, Linda, who took the class, she's on here. Hopefully she thought it was okay. Don is starting
There we
to
go.
take the class
Yep.
on Monday. My sister's taking the class starting. Oh, I'm glad someone knows.
Let's see.
Brad is, and Don as well, are Patreon members, and I mean, honestly, they're both are like, well, sorry, it's not more. Quite frankly, the fact that they even consider to help me, I mean, I can't even express what it means to me that someone's going to give their hard-earned money just to help me out a little bit. And I can't, I mean, it's just amazing. It just blows me away that someone's going to want to do that. I mean, it's just brilliant. It makes me, it just seriously chokes me up.
Yeah, it's nice being able to have people help you out like that.
Money's not easy anymore. No one makes good money. I mean, it's just everything is difficult. Everything, and the fact that someone's going to put $2, $5, $10, $20 a month towards me to help, and I put out stuff and I try to help, but I mean, they believe in what I'm doing. I mean, I can't even express what that feels like. I mean, it sounds silly, but it's just amazing to me. It's amazing that someone wants, I mean, because it's so hard now. We're not in good times financially. We're in pretty crappy times.
No, definitely
Yeah.
not.
Like what you said, you're unemployed, so you're living off of your savings. I'm not working right now. I'm basically getting benefits from workman's comp, but I'm only getting X amount of dollars, and so I know I'm losing money there because I used to get overtime every week at work. Now I am at just under what I would have been bringing home. So I have to be really careful with everything that I do. Thankfully, I'm still able to do what I do, um, but I still have to be really careful because eventually it's going to get to the point where, okay, I can't do this now. But luckily, here in less than 2 months, I'm going to be out for 2 months, so I ain't going to have to worry about that for a while.
Well, and Don and Brad both said that they wish it was more. I can't express how much I appreciate what they do. I mean, I just can't, and I don't want to overstate it, and I don't want to turn it into that. But honestly, I mean, I appreciate it. Anyone who's, and like Linda has taken the classes, anybody who supports us in any possible way, even just by watching, is brilliant. I mean, it's just, I mean, and when you get people who watch and they take part and they love it and they interact, I mean, you both know, I mean, there's so much else that people could be watching that
Oh yeah.
that they choose us, right? They choose us to watch. Holy cow, what it just blows my mind, because I'm just like, well, I'm just a, you know, an idiot with a little radio. And Linda's been very supportive
Mm-hmm.
of everything we've done. You know,
Yeah,
I mean, just
Linda's been on many of our shows. Dawn has been on many of our
yep.
shows. I can't remember a show that Brad hasn't been on, or Jill.
No,
Speaking of which, whatever happened to Jill? She disappeared again.
Oh, I'm sure she's still
she's
listening.
around.
Yeah. Oh wait, she's working, just probably listening.
Well, and the thing
Yeah.
about Linda is that Linda is a student of what we do, what she does. You know, I mean, and so she challenges, I don't know about you two, but she challenges me with questions that try to make me think further than just the, you know, the bog standard responses. And sometimes they get frustrating, I'm going to be very honest, because I don't have the answers. But the other side of it is like, but she wants to know, and she sees all of us as people who could either help her or she can help us, or whatever it is. And that's just like, we suddenly we're all on the same page. When I see that all of us as we're together. um
Linda was helping me out a little while ago, a few months ago, because I was looking into what I can do to get
Yep.
more. See, I knew
Here
Jill
she
was.
is. I knew she was around.
Yeah. So for Linda, I was looking into what can I do to get more exposure to the network so that our shows can get more viewers. And she was sending me all kinds of different links to many other networks that I didn't even know existed. And I'm my purpose for that was, okay, I'm going to look at all of these networks, see what they're doing, what are they doing that's working for them, and what are they doing that is not working for them. So Linda
right,
was helping me out there.
right. And I really feel like I need to kind of mention, because Robin talking about that, she's, you know, the best she can do is support and sharing info and asking others to tune in. I totally agree. You know, the one thing that I really want, I hope, I pray that is very clear when I talk about, and that's why I always get weirded out about talking about the Patreon, or I do love donations and stuff like that, is that I hope that you all know that I don't treat you any differently if you don't financially support. But the fact is like Robin, when I was, for example, when I was at the Enchanted Expo in what was that, May, she she comes by my table, she supports me. She comes to my presentation, she supports me. Don was in the presentation with Denise, and they support me. It's not financial, it's just being there. It's just, you know,
Mhm.
reaching out, all of us being on the same page. And I really hope that that is understood for all of us, that there's a number of people who haven't financially supported me, and that is okay. That I am not going to not try to reach out to your loved ones, or we're not going to be able to chat through stuff, because it really comes down to, yes, I'm so pleased that people are financially supporting the cause, but the ones who aren't able to financially support, they're still so important, and they're still been so supportive of me in so many different ways, that it's okay. And that I am so thrilled that anybody wants to even listen to, like anyone tuning in right now, want to listen because I'm on. I mean, that's just, I mean, you two have to agree that that is just, I mean, people who want to know what we have to say, want to
Yeah,
tune in, that you couldn't ask for anything better than that.
Oh, definitely.
exactly. And even though if they're not able to contribute financially,
Yep.
just sharing you out and getting you exposed to other people, where you, even if you get one new viewer, hey, that's one extra person who has now been exposed to you. And now, if that person likes what you do, they can spread you out to even more people.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And quite frankly, and not to, and I don't mean to be contrarian to you, but even just watching, they don't even have to share it out to me, in my opinion. Just to be able to take part and feel like what I'm doing matters to them. I think by virtue, Jeremy, though, they would share it out, but they just the fact that they listen to what we have to say, and they're giving up their Friday night or their Sunday night or Tuesday night. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool to me.
And here in the last 5 minutes, since I put out 1,000 different links to all the different pages, I started getting notifications on the phone saying so and so is following you here, so and so is following you there. So for those of you who are doing the new follows, thank you.
And Linda is a great member of the team. And I need to say that. I really do. Jill is a great member of the team. These people have been, we tussle back and forth. Sometimes we don't always agree on what we're talking about. But and they know it, I know it, and we have difference of opinion, but the end of the game, at the end of the day, all we want to do is reach out to spirit. All we want to do, and we might have different ideas of how it's done. Just because I'm on Facebook doesn't mean I know how to do it. You know what I mean? I mean that's we're the ones that decide that we want to showcase it. Doesn't mean that, and I know we're doing it right, but it doesn't mean we're doing it right. Doesn't mean that's the only way of doing it. But the thing is that what we're trying to do is open up the conversation and have other people try to do it, whether it's on Facebook or whatever. But the thing is that we are trying to be positive in a field that, quite frankly, is not positive. It's
Right.
not
Right.
positive.
Yeah. And talking about whether you're doing it right or not doing it right, when you start getting a loyal following, you know you're doing something right.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I mean, the thing is I feel like, I mean, I think it's because we're all on the same page. I hope that I don't come onto the show on Ghostbox Live and be like, this is the Greg way. Sometimes I kind of feel like I do, because I do know and I feel like I'm feeling, but like when Jill comes on, so like I feel like that this is what Spirit wants you to know. Or Linda has a question, or Don has a question, that they're not discarded because, oh, I don't know if I agree with that. Um, that's bullshit, quite frankly. Who am I to know what Spirit wants? I don't, but I can be a conduit, and then all of us are conduits at the same time, I think. So
The way that you do your show,
it's annoying.
it's
I know.
very okay. Yeah,
I watch it every week,
It's
actually.
terrible. Yeah, but it's very common. You can tell the passion in what you do, and that's what makes people gravitate towards you. For me, when it comes to doing the show, I like to get, okay, why are you here? Why do you do what you do? Let's get to know you, and also make it in such a way so that everybody that's in the audience are literally sitting in the same living room as the three of us, and we're all hanging out.
Yeah. Yeah.
There is nothing fake about what we do.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. And I mean, that's why I keep like experimental sessions very separate from the Sunday night show. And I know that like I haven't done Sunday night in at a regular basis in a little while, and I know that annoys people. But the thing is like it has to be done right. And sometimes we have to miss it to get it done right. And I cannot, I can't mix. Let's try to reach Spirit, that your loved ones, at the same time of reaching Adolf Hitler. You can't do it that way.
I remember that
Like, well, Grandpa Eddie's here. Now let's bring in Adolf Hitler. It doesn't work that way. I'm not Steve Huff. I'm going to be very honest. I'm not someone who's going to turn this into a circus. And I'm worried every time that I say, we're going to reach out to Adolf Hitler. We're going to reach out to Benjamin Franklin. We're going to reach out to Walt Disney. I am worried that people are going to think, oh, this is a Steve Huff wannabe.
Well,
Because
here's the thing that separates you from most other people. The one that I very specifically remember, and this is one that a lot of people have to really look at to understand. Okay, this guy is the real deal, and this was 2 days after the school shooting in Texas, where you very specifically said, "I will not even ask. I will not try to reach out to any of the victims of those."
Yep. Nope, not at all.
Yeah, because that right there, and I'm guessing that's what I've never known the name, but I'm guessing that's what Steve Huff does, try to reach out to people immediately after they die. To me, that's a gimmick.
It is. It is
That's
totally a gimmick, I
It
think.
definitely is.
Yeah.
When he tried to reach out to Robin Williams, and I don't feel, normally I think all three of us, normally we wouldn't talk about someone like this. Steve Huff will push back on us, and that's why I feel like it's okay to talk about this a little bit. It's a difference of opinion. He can say whatever he wants. He can do whatever he wants. But I mean, when Robin Williams died, and that night he's reaching out to Robin Williams, it's like no. In my opinion, no. He could do what he wants. There's people who watch. There's people, but it doesn't mean I don't have to agree with it.
Mhm.
And when we had Uvalde, and because people do ask me, can we reach out to them? And they don't ask me to be dicks. They ask me because they love and they care. That I do not think that it's any other reason. The people who watch Ghostbox Live are people who care about spirits, and that is the end of the story. I will not listen to anyone else saying otherwise. But at the same time, we can't do that. We just cannot do that. We cannot reach out to them. We've been able to help spirit pass over. I think, Linda, you can do it on your own. Everyone can do it. And thank you, Don. But you know what I mean,
Mhm.
Nick and Jeremy. I mean, it's
definitely.
like, I mean, it's, I don't
And,
know.
and for those kids, like it was just that day or the day after when you did your show. If you would have tried to reach out to them and you were able to get to them, the only thing that I can think of is, why am I here?
Yep, me too.
Total confusion. And here you are trying to, or not you, but somebody's trying to reach out to them. How did it feel when you got shot?
Right?
Wait, I got shot. Where am I at?
You've been dead for a day,
Yeah.
and you are an 8-year-old child who have been robbed of your friggin' life. And I mean, God, and that's just it. And I mean, even when my friend John and Chris and their son Brian at 41 years old came through, that's why I was so careful about that, because this isn't a game. And I'm saying this not because you two think it is, or anyone watching this.
That's also very close to home to you, though.
Exactly. Yeah.
Brian was a friend. Brian was a friend for a number of years. He was somebody who came with us on paranormal investigations, like events and stuff. Him and his wife Diana have always been so kind. I worked with Ghost Brothers to secure their house for one of the episodes of Ghost Brothers a couple years back. Shit, I mean, these people mean something to me. I mean, it couldn't be anymore. And it's like, let's make sure that this is the right message, the right time. That this isn't just me being like, well, my friend John and Chris, their son's coming through, let's listen to what he has to say. No, this is like, it makes me sick. It made me sick to think that someone actually would want me to reach out to the kids of Uvalde. You know, I mean, it physically makes me ill. And I just, all I wanted to do was just, focus on the stuff that we wanted to focus on. I think, and I might be wrong, but pretty sure that night, all we were trying to do is reach out to loved ones. It's like, you know what? Let's just reach out to the ones that we want. Let's use, if we want to use Uvalde as a way to remember that we love our loved ones and that we miss them, then that's good enough. But let's not try to reach out to them. It's not worth it. It's not, I have people reach out to me, or on Ghostbox Live, like my mom died yesterday. Well, I'm not going to reach out to her. If she comes through Spirit Box, then I can't help that. But I'm not going to reach out to her. And they do sometimes. They do, like then they'll be like, well, I heard her. I just heard her right now. I'm like, well, okay, well, let's try. But I'm not going to be reaching out to them because they haven't transitioned yet. I'm just reading Robin's comment.
Like that, you just have to be really, really careful.
Definitely.
You have to, because there's a fine line of decency. There is decency, and you have to reach out. If I reach out to someone from Uvalde, you know what? It's not going to make a difference in any possible way. Nothing I'm going to do reaching out to them is going to make that a better situation. So stay away from it. You know what's going to make a better situation?
It'd be worse.
It's going to make
yeah.
It could. Well, it's certainly, for me, it's going to make it worse, because all it's going to happen is people are going to be like, that dipshit Greg tried to reach out to Uvalde. Why is he doing that? And that's a fair comment. Where meanwhile, I could use the show to reach out to people like Brad and his niece, or Jeremy, your cousin. There is a lot that could be done to reach out to and use that to help our immediate family trying to reach out to loved ones. There's people who every week they're like, I want to reach out to my grandpa. And sometimes we get them, sometimes we don't. But that's the purpose of this. Let's reach out to them, not because there's something new and horrific, quite frankly, that we could try to reach out to. No, let's reach out to the ones that we love.
Yeah. Yep.
I can't speak to what happens. I couldn't speak to what happens to those children. All I know is that I'm not a part of that story. I'm truly not a part of that. Greg Bakun does not need to be a part of that story whatsoever. Quite frankly, Nick Millay, Jeremy York, you do not need to be part of that story either. We just let that go into the next level. Steve Huff is not part of any story of any kind.
For the longest time, I almost felt like I was part of. Obviously, I was part, not of Uvalde, but of what happened, a week ago at Highland Park, which is only just about 15 minutes away.
Mm-hmm.
But I still try to tell myself I wasn't part of that either, even though I was there 2 days prior. And despite the fact that it basically occurred in my backyard, I still have to always remind myself, in spite of that, I was never part of it. But
but it was still close to home.
It was still close to home, and
yes, it was.
It was that realization that because like I told you before, Jeremy, Don, my friend Don, we both went out to Highland Park originally just to grab something to eat. 2 days prior, we realized that had the shooting occurred 2 days prior, if we happened to go 2 days later, I think it would have gotten very ugly for both of us, definitely. Mm-hmm. So it's still, even still to this day, it's still truly chilling of what happened.
Well, that was just only 11 days ago.
It was only 11 days ago, and I was telling people, like, for the longest time, saying, we hear these shootings all the time, on the news. But when it's happening close to home, though, that's a different feeling altogether, because that's occurring in your backyard, in your area, on your soil.
Yeah, no, I mean, it in my mind, and you hear about the family that has, I mean, one of many, right? Of the 2-year-old who lost
Oh my
both her
God.
parents.
That's been the
And
talk for the last couple days.
and you're just like that. I mean, I don't even know I don't know what to say about that. And the audacity of someone like myself bringing out a
Yeah.
spirit box and trying to be like, well, let me reach out to them. F you. I mean,
Yeah.
what the hell's wrong with you?
Not only just that, this poor kid, he's not even going to he's not only is he going to grow up without them, he's not even going to probably even remember them. Not to mention. So it's like, even try doing something like that, to reaching out to the parents now this kid is never going to know. It's like, why waste time on doing that when he's not even, when he's never even going to know his parents now that both of them are gone.
And you know what? In a roundabout way, with tragedies like that and the whole thing with the 2-year-old kid, it now makes me think about my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
When I had my accident, she would never understand because she's severely autistic.
Yep. Yep.
Um, and she's in a respite home now, and she doesn't understand why when I see her, she can't come home with me like she normally would be able to.
And I guess and Jeremy, not to diminish your point here, but I don't understand why Linda, why that's controversial if you're
Yeah.
sending energy to people who need it. I mean, I don't know why that would be the case.
I don't see it controversial.
But maybe it is. I mean, that's the weird thing about this all, is that whatever all three of us do, whatever Linda does, whatever Brad does, whatever Jill or Don or whatever else, it's amazing how it gets skewed, and you have to be careful about it. I think you have to be very careful about what you're doing. And it's a good point, Jeremy, about your daughter. I mean, it truly is a very good point about it. And a reality of it too. I mean, that you're just speaking pure reality of the situation.
It is. um, yeah, it is. I really can't say much more because there's nothing else I can say or do about it.
No. And I mean, it feels like that it's becoming more and more, regular. And this isn't a rant about gun control. It's not a rant about mental health even. It's just a fact that it's happening more and more.
I know.
And I'm not going to get into the arguments of why it's happening or how we can stop it or anything, because quite frankly, I have no idea. I have zero idea how to stop it. I do not. I don't
think any of us do. And
truly,
it's even more.
Truly.
Not to mention, like I just said too, like seeing how they're happening more and more, and they're, in my case, happening close to home.
Yes. Well, I mean, go ahead.
The two things that I'm looking at is that, why it's happening, why it's getting bad, is because, one, people are being more secretive about it.
Yeah.
And striking when nobody expects it. And two, in some cases, people do see this happening or they suspect it's happening, but they don't do anything about it.
Well, it's tough because I have a lot of friends, and let's just talk about guns for a moment. I have a lot of friends who collect guns, like Jeremy. I'm sorry, like you and I collect DVDs. The people collect guns. People collect it, but you know what? They live within the law. They run everything, and yet they don't want to be punished because of gun controls, and I understand that. At the same time, I also understand that people are dying on in a huge ways, and that Nick, it was very close to home. It's scary.
It could have happened to me,
It could have
or
happened to
Don.
you. I got an email 2 years ago that says that the George Floyd riots were coming out to St. Michael specifically, which is where I live. And people, you don't know, neither of you know, there's Minneapolis, and coming up my way, there's Brooklyn Park, Crystal, Maple Grove, Rogers, and then St. Michael. And all these places are boarding up. And, so Dawn, who's watching, she probably was a part of it at the time. And, it's just that scary moment of like, am I going, is that going to happen to me? And it's just more like, what do I do to protect my life, to protect, and I sound stupid, protect Linus, protect Robert, who is my roommate downstairs, and his cats. What do I do to protect that? Because I understand that no one should die, but I also don't want to lose everything that I worked for because people are coming up here to cause trouble because they're angry or whatever it was.
Well, that was actually the same scenario that I had here. Because we had those riots here in Fort Wayne.
Yeah.
Over
Oh,
that whole
okay.
thing.
Yep.
And for
Same
me
in
to
Chicago.
I got to go straight through downtown.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to go way out of my way to get to work and back because I didn't want to deal with that shit.
Yeah.
Why
No.
should my car be damaged because you are mad at something you can't control?
Yep.
The other thing I got to point out too is, like how we can defend ourselves from such situations. Lately, like in my job that I work at, because obviously, as you guys know, I work at a grocery store. We're given that training about what happens if, we have someone with a gun or or a riot starts beginning and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The training definitely, in my opinion, does help. It really does, get us prepared. Though honestly, in my deep inside, I wasn't. I mean, it does help, but I wasn't sure how much good that will do if it happens when we very least expect it. Because when something like that happens, you don't have a lot of time to obviously go out and report it immediately because everybody's gonna see or hear it.
Yeah.
Or both.
Yeah. And there were some cities, I don't remember specifically where, but there were some cities where people were just driving through the people.
Jeez.
In those riots. Okay, you're coming in to bash my hood in. I'm going to drive right through you. Okay, now you have a needless murder charge right there.
Yep.
Over something so stupid.
And that's what we had on 35W in Minneapolis during that week of the George Floyd riots. That there was a semi. They shut down the interstate outside of downtown Minneapolis because there were rioters and they didn't want people to be killed. And this semi just drives through and didn't kill anyone, but was very close to doing so.
I remember that.
I remember that too. I remember seeing that on the news.
Yeah.
Right. And it was just like, what are you doing? I mean, I get the fact that it's frustrating. It is frustrating on every conceivable level. But the thing is like you want to do something stupid, then you're going to pay a stupid price. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah. And how many businesses have lost their business because of that?
Exactly.
I mean, down Minneapolis, and people are like, well, downtown Minneapolis. It's not downtown Minneapolis. It's an area called Uptown that really was hit by everything. And I'm only speaking Minneapolis. I know that there was a lot of riots throughout the country afterwards, and I don't mean to minimize that. But the idea that that at least in our area, like for example, there is a place called Uncle Hugo's Books. That was just a bookstore that not only Uncle Hugo's but Uncle Edgar's in the same place, and it was sci-fi books and mystery books, and it was a big place to go to for decades and decades. And rioters came one of the last nights and they burnt it down. And I mean, they had a lot of one-of-a-kind books and stuff in there. And I'm not going to get into the why would you even why would you, why even burn it down? But at the same time, it's like the whole thing of like you said, Jeremy, a lot of places, and there's a lot of places, at least in that area of Minneapolis, that were owned by Black business owners who were just like, why are you targeting my stores? I mean, this is not, I mean, you're ruining, you're going against what your message is, and you're coming against us. And a lot of Black owners, business owners, lost their stores that over the course of that 2 weeks. I don't understand.
Yeah. What gets me, and I was never able to find out if this was true or not, but I heard that in pretty much every one of these riots, people were actually bussed in to do the riots, and they delivered pallets of bricks
Yeah.
so they could do their damage.
Jeez.
I
don't know if that was ever the truth, but that's what I heard.
it's funny because
I didn't hear anything about that.
our
I just gotta
governor
say.
had said exactly that. He said that there are people being brought in to cause chaos.
Yeah.
And that seems very far-fetched to me, only because it takes away the blame from people who are just angry.
Yep.
But I don't know better. I do not know better. I can't say that with certainty, but there was this footage of a man with an umbrella, especially the first night, who would cause problems and just walk away, and people would follow him and be like, what are you doing? And he just like disappear. I mean, I'm not kidding. I don't know if Don remembers that or Robin, but for those of us watching, it's like, who is this man? And there was a lot of talk about people being brought into Minneapolis to fuel the fire. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what, was certainly, I mean, it's not like, oh, that's some sort of like rumor going around. Our governor, Tim Walz, had said it. He had said it. I
Yeah.
just don't know. I just don't know. I mean, that seems too easy to take, but I mean, Robin, even though I disagree, I don't know any better. And please don't think that I'm just like, oh, yeah, you're wrong. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, we were watching, a lot of us were watching, I can't remember who it was, but it was like on YouTube, and it was a live feed of like, the big thing was in the uptown area off of Lake Street. There was a police station that was taken over and destroyed. And there's people in there that were filming it the whole time. And that was something that was was really important. That it was just there. I mean, there was just a lot of people embedded, shooting video, watching stuff. It was really crazy. It was really crazy, and it was really sad to see that we allowed a police department, like a whole precinct, to fall.
I just don't understand it. I just
I don't
don't.
either. And the funny thing about that is Tim Walz, who was our governor, and I can't remember the Minneapolis governor or Minneapolis mayor. Tim Walz even was like, you know what? That's Minneapolis. It's not me. We have the National Guard on hand, but we're not. We can't do anything unless Minneapolis wants us to come in. And it's just from my advantage point, meaning that it's not any better than anyone else's. I just don't understand why there wasn't more to be done. I do understand that we didn't want any loss of life from it. But at the same time, it's like something had to give. Something, I mean, and people, this is where we fight, where it's like, I don't want to see historic buildings burned down. And a lot of them did in Minneapolis. That area of Minneapolis had a lot of historic buildings that are no longer existent.
Jeez, that's
But
unfortunate.
I think it is, but
It's
there's
really
a lot of people.
sad too.
There's a lot of people who like, well, it's a loss of one life, and we're sick of it. And not even a loss of one life; it's a loss of many lives that have been culminated over the course of, years of, what they considered as police brutality. I don't quite see it the same in the sense of, why do we destroy why do we destroy people's livelihoods?
Exactly. I
That's
just
what I can't understand. How is that okay? And how is it okay when you're going into a Target and stealing, 65-inch televisions? How does that make George Floyd or um, any of the other people who were killed by police? How does that make that okay? I don't understand.
right,
And people try to explain it to me, and I still don't understand it. I don't get it.
right,
Um,
exactly.
so I mean, and that's something that we'll never agree on. That a lot of us will never agree on. But it's just what it is. I mean, I understand that, we've had enough. We've had enough of racial brutality. We've had enough of I mean, I live in a place, my parents had lived in a place called St. Anthony Village, and they stopped somebody, and I'm so sorry, I cannot Castillo, if I'm not mistaken his last name, who was shot in the police car, or sorry, in his own car, because he was afraid of being shot, and he ended up being shot. I get it. I get it. We're sick of it. We're sick of it. But it doesn't mean you burn. Thank you,
Oh yeah,
Robin.
here we
Thank you
go.
so much, Castile. It doesn't mean, in my opinion, for whatever it takes, that 250 buildings that are not government buildings need to be burned down.
And Brad makes a good point. Oh, learn from our history. Learn from our history. We can't learn from our history if you keep destroying it.
And
We
they're
learn from our
trying to
history.
destroy our history in the South big time. I mean,
Oh yeah,
I understand that the whole thing about the Confederates. I get it,
Yeah.
but if you get rid of them, if you get rid of all mention of the Confederates and everything like that, then you are basically going to make it to where, okay, now we don't remember what happened. We're going to end up doing the same thing and have another civil war,
yep,
which, technically, if you think about it, we're not that far off from another civil war.
Oh,
no, or not.
it's. I'm sorry. It's inevitable.
Yeah.
It's inevitable, and it's not going to be North against South. It's going to be neighbor against neighbor.
Exactly, and it will last, twice as long than what the original. Because, like, I've always heard, put it this way, a popular misconception that wars only last for a brief period of time. Fights
No.
may last for a brief period of time. A war goes on forever.
Well, I
Well,
mean,
what it is that most people, okay, let's take
Right,
World War
Linda.
One, for example. Most
Sure.
people look at it as, 20 different countries against another 20 different countries. The actual war really started with one person shooting another person.
That's right.
And it just cascaded from there to where the entire world got brought into it.
yeah, I mean, and also you think about the Cold War, and many believe the Cold War is no different than World War III. And the Cold War lasted from basically 1945,
1947.
sure, until 1990.
1991.
Is that soon?
Yeah.
Once Gorbachev left office, basically. And I mean, the thing is that this is, I mean, you're right. I mean, I don't see it as anything other than that. And I don't think that within the next 2 years, I mean, I'm sorry, and this is scary, I don't think there's a United States of America in 2 years.
It's constantly changing.
Really think
So
about it. I'm actually kind of surprised that we still have one.
Well, I am too.
exactly.
And I don't, and this isn't, and disregard my opinion. Feel free to disregard my opinion. This isn't a political stance of one party versus the other, but I do think that I think what's going to really be the impetus for the next civil war is the January 6th hearings. And because I think that there's going to be, fine, I'm going to put it out there since I'm bringing it up. I think that there is validity to those hearings. But the thing is that I think that there is enough people in the army of the Trump side who are going. I mean, I think this is what what is going to cause it. If we're going to go after Trump, then we are going to pay the price. I think it's just a matter of time, in my opinion. I'd be happy to be
Yeah.
wrong, but I think this is where we're going.
See, that's why I don't. I mean, honestly, I mean, at least for me, see, unfortunately, my dad, he watches CNN a lot, which I don't.
Me too.
Oh, you do too? Okay. See, I don't watch it that much unless it's like it's actually interesting. It's or like a positive historic event. I try not, with those exceptions, I try not to watch it because I know for me that's going to give me anxiety. It's just
And
best. It does.
I'm not been well since then.
my dad used to watch Fox News all day long.
And that's what my dad's doing now. He watches CNN all day long.
I would get home from work, be at his place, and there's almost a nightly argument because he is devout. I know devout is more for the religious thing, but devout
really.
Republican.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Now, I see his point of view. For the most part, I am Republican too. But there are some things where I'm like, okay, well, the Republicans are doing this wrong and the Democrats are actually right in this situation. It's not going to be one party is right about 100% and another party is wrong 100%. It's not going to work that way.
No.
I look at the individual. I could give a shit about the parties.
It's the same thing with me. I mean, like, and honestly, since you revealed, Jeremy, see, I'm Democrat, and honestly, I could care less too as well, because at this point, it's like, for a while, I mean, I was kind of focused on it, but then eventually, it was kind of like, regardless of which political party you're part of, why waste your time? There's nothing you can do about it. Don't worry about that. Worry about other stuff than that. So that's why I try not to get into that stuff.
And it's a wise thing, isn't it? I mean, I consider myself a centralist, but I don't think there's a Republican. In my opinion, it's not a Republican party. There's a Republican Party and a Trump party. And as far as the Democratic Party, there's about 4 parties within the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
That I mean, the thing is, it's like the Republican Party, as it stands, in my opinion. Just my opinion, they for the most part are able to stay together, for better or for worse, to be able to get stuff passed. The Democratic Party is so Minneapolis, St. Paul to me, is like, we want our own thing. We want this to be we want this, we want that, and whatever. They can't come to an agreement on anything, and we're coming to a vote here very soon. The Democratic Party is going to lose all those seats. Not that there's that many. And so if they were afraid of the Republicans taking control again, it's going to happen. It's not, you can't avoid it
now.
What's that, Jeremy?
I think the Democrats have a majority of the seats now in both the Senate
only by
and the
4,
House.
Isn't it? Only by 4 or something like that. But they're going to lose it this year. They're going to lose it this year. I believe they're going to lose it this year because no one's happy with the Democratic Party, because they can't get anything done. Right. There's arguing within their party. There is just a lot of, I mean, it's not even a Trump thing. It's not even close to a Trump thing. It has nothing to do with Trump.
Well, they were arguing within the party even before the elections.
Yeah.
They agree on who was going to be the front runner and who was going to be the VP. Now, one thing that I have noticed, and I'm sure everybody else has noticed this too, is that every time we have a Republican president, gas prices are very reasonable. Every time we've had a Democratic president, it goes through the roof.
Yeah, no, I mean, there is there's certainly something to be said about that, and I've certainly noticed that too. And it's just,
thank you, Linda.
It's really frustrating because I don't know if there's a lot that can be done from the president to handle gas prices, but it doesn't help when someone like Biden, and I voted for him, someone like Biden to be like, well, there's not much I can do about it. That's not what I want to hear.
Yeah,
That's not what I want to hear at all.
That is an argument that my dad and I have had numerous arguments because he's like, well, look at the look at the Democrats are doing. I was like, I don't care.
Yeah.
It's the
People
same thing.
people have asked me, are you Republican or are you Democrat? Does it matter?
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, why, what's the point of even giving that? And, unfortunately, and Jeremy, you know this, because if you remember early last year when I was, Greg, I don't know if you remember, I was unfortunately under you can kind of say a cyberbullying attack involving
Yes.
political stuff,
Yes,
which I was
remember.
really angry
Yeah.
about.
Yeah.
And that costed me a couple of friendships, and also it even costed, connection with my dad's side of the family because, they're all Republican and they didn't want to associate with us because we voted Democrat. At that point, it's like, you know what? With the exception of a few I still stay in contact with, these are the ones that I'm actually still on good terms with. Everybody else, I just don't talk to anymore. And I look back to myself thinking, you know what? I didn't ask for this. I don't care what they think. But the fact that they actually cut me out because of that is ridiculous. I mean, for God's sakes, I'm part of their blood.
Right. No, and I think that's in my opinion, that's a very good point. I have a lot of friends who voted for Trump, and I don't like Trump at all. I do not like Trump one bit. But if I were to ever decide that I want to be friends with someone because of who they voted for, isn't that against what America is?
It is.
Yeah.
It really is because, like, when the attack occurred to me last year,
Here's what got me.
Sorry, Jeremy, you go ahead.
No, because this here is an extremely valid point because, like Greg was saying, okay, you don't like Trump. I get that. There's a lot of stuff that Trump did in office, a lot of things that he said that were extremely questionable. Okay, I don't like his antics, but at the same time, you can't completely disagree that things got done. Not necessarily because of Trump, but there was a Republican majority, and they tried to work together, but stuff did get done. Now, the thing that I want to touch on is this, and Greg,
thanks,
I had
Jeremy.
actually brought this up to you when you had Benjamin Franklin on. Is that when you start thinking about what John Adams and Thomas Jefferson and all of those guys, the founding fathers of this nation, I guarantee you, not one of them, if they were still alive today, would be proud of this country as it is today.
Oh my God! I was just asking my dad this the other day. With everything that was going on with the January 6th riot, I asked him at one point, saying,
"It's not January 6th riot."
Well, no, it's not. I'm just saying, not only just that, but everything that's happened. I basically have asked my dad, saying, "Dad, what would our founding fathers be thinking
wouldn't
right
we
now
be
about
surprised?
This?
Wouldn't we be surprised if we were able to speak to them and they all were like, well, it's not this that pisses us off about where the country's at, but it was like Watergate, or if it was like even just like Bill Clinton's blowjob with Monica Lewinsky."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like what I mean. This is all relative to us, but what if it's like they started to be like, no, this country started to fall apart with the New Deal of all things. I mean, who knows what it is? That's the interesting part of it. Like our threshold of pain is different than, say, the founding fathers, because they were in a very different time than we were. I mean, some of the stuff is established history at this point, but to them, it's all future. So maybe it's a very different sort of area of like they don't even care about the insurrection, because all they know is like back in 1960s we desegregated blacks. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, I know it sounds horrible, but it's like, Thomas Jefferson was a huge slave owner. So I mean who knows what it's their tipping point of when the country fell apart.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
If you think about sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
Well, I was just going to mention a thing about the whole thing with slavery. everybody, when Abraham Lincoln completely obliterated slavery, from what I researched on him about the whole situation, is that he was
Exactly.
very torn apart
Yeah.
about that decision. He was trying to base the decision off of which one would be better for the country. Would it be better for the country to continue on with us having slaves, or would it be better for the country to not have slaves?
Hmm.
And ultimately, he decided that it would be better to not have the slaves.
Yeah.
And even 100 years before, like if you look at, because I'm sure you guys saw, around Fourth of July, we watched. My parents and I watched 1776.
I love
Great
it.
great movie, by the way. But
Yep.
you have to remember, of course,
Howard De Silva.
yeah, I mean, some of the things that actually happened, and there was all even before the United States was formed, there was already talks of wanting to end slavery. Literally 100 years before Abraham Lincoln was ever even born. But of course, attempts to do that was far more difficult than what it would be
Well,
100 years later. Plus, not to mention, we only had 13 states at that time, or colonies,
yep.
as
Yeah,
they were
And
called.
even Civil War didn't start off with anything to do about slavery.
No, and there was still slavery that went on even after the Civil War. Because for some slaves, like if you look at, again, another movie example, like if you look at the movie Gone with the Wind, you had slaves in that, but even after when the war was over, they still stayed as slaves because, as you can imagine, even though they were technically free in the South, they had nowhere to go.
Yeah.
At least for them, they had a roof over their heads and stuff. So slavery continued on even after when the war was over and slavery was officially abolished.
Well, I mean, the Emancipation Proclamation didn't show up till what, 1863 or something like
At
that.
least it was either 1863 or 1864.
Then I
yeah.
think it's 1864, to be honest. It was not. I mean, that was something that was brought up separately, and then was added to the reason for the Civil War.
Right. And yes, technically, we still have slavery, especially the prison system. It's just that's the 13th Amendment right there, which is neither
Mhm.
slavery is to occur except if in other words, when you come into jail or prison, you are actually considered a slave of the state. Slavery's been abolished except if you've committed a crime and if you've been convicted of that crime.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
these people didn't get a choice. When
Right.
you commit your crime and you go to prison, that's a result of a choice that you made. The slaves,
Yeah,
they
it's
didn't get a
punishment.
choice.
No, they were taken by force, but with what we have today is it's punishment.
Well, and and this is going to sound very controversial. As someone who worked in advertising agencies for 25 years, I mean, to me, when you get someone like a big brand like Subaru, or someone else who's just like, we're all for LGBTQ or anything like that, or mixed marriages or anything, it's because it sells cars. It's because it sells products. It's not because it's the right thing to do. And as somebody who's worked at these agencies for so many years, it's none of this is because, oh my God. I mean, the people who work in the agencies believe it. I mean, I'm not saying that they don't, but when it comes top down, it's not because, oh my gosh, we got to make sure that, the gays are treated equally. It's because, no, we find them to be a profitable demographic. And,
Yep, I've noticed that too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
and people don't realize that. And I have Robert, who lives downstairs, who is a gay man, and he's just like, I hate pride. It's not because I don't believe in it, but it's because it's none of this is because it's authentic. And it just makes me sad that so many people, I mean, maybe it's not sad, because if there's a couple people who take it for face value and go with it, and they believe, they make it so that it helps them with equality, then that's great. But what bothers me is, hypothetically, let's put this hypothetically, when I worked at an agency that had a car company that was from Japan, but had uh, a U.S. presence that had its own CEO in the U.S., and he comes in and talks to our agency. And when he's talking about his counterparts in Japan, and he puts on a very stereotypical Japan accent and takes the whole, like, very stereotypical, very offensive, quite frankly, it's like, not everyone believes the message. And don't ever think that everyone believes the message. When you see Coca-Cola having, a commercial about equality, do not think that that's what the whole company thinks it is. It is absolutely not true. I know this firsthand, and that's sad.
When it comes to all of that, yeah, I agree from his standpoint where he hates pride and all of that. I don't care about pride. I really don't. If you're gay, you're gay. I'm not going to treat you any different.
No.
Right.
If you're trans, I'm not going to treat you any different. If you are my friend, you're my friend. I don't care. Unless you do something to me that I find disrespectful, that's where I'm going to start caring.
Yeah. I mean, the good side of it from working at an agency, that there's a lot of, like, when I worked at an agency, the last agency I worked at, there's a lot of gay people there, lesbians, everything else, that they were empowered by it. And you can't take that away from them, nor should you. That, they believed it. It's like, maybe the people up there who are trying to sell it are not 100% sure of it, but you know what? The people who are on the ground trying to make your magic work, even though you're shitty at telling us what you want, then they're still the ones they're the ground soldiers who are making it work, and they're happy. And thank God that they're happy about it, because they should be. There's no reason why anyone should feel like they're not equal to anyone else. There should be no reason why people who are of same sex or anything feel like if they were married that they should feel worried that their marriage should be taken away from them. No one should have to ever have that feeling. It just pisses me off that people who are don't even know these people can make those decisions.
I know. I mean, that's kind of like, honestly, I mean, Jeremy, I think I've told you before. I mean, it's even the same thing sometimes with racially mixed dating, and that kind of stuff. Because my first girlfriend ever was African American, and this was over, of course, now 10 years ago. Now my grandfather wasn't like, he wasn't a racist or anything like that. I still loved my grandfather until he passed away. But he was looking forward to meeting my first girlfriend, and when he found out that she was black, he was questioning me, like, saying, "Why you dating a black person?" And I was like, "It has nothing to do with her race. I'm dating because I like her. She's pretty. We had the same interests, and that's all there was to it. It was nothing. It was nothing about race." And I still remember he was, kind of a little bit annoyed with it. But I think as time went on, though, I think he eventually had to accept it, whether he liked it, because he did grow up, in the 50s and 60s. Unfortunately, though, he didn't grow up like in the South, like racial segregation was really harsh. Obviously, even back in the 60s, 50s and 60s, obviously Chicago was a little bit more, less hostile than the South was. I mean, we still had our issues, but it was definitely not as violent as it was down in the South. So, but unfortunately, it was just, as much as I hate to say it, that was just how life was in those days for some people. So, it was, in other words, like, this was 2010, 2011. To him, he still thought life was exactly the same way as it was 50, 60 years prior. When I had to tell him, that's not the case anymore. You should know that, because he was younger back then, and he should have remembered that there was a lot of changes. So, to him, he thought it was still the same as it was in the 50s and 60s. And I had to really tell him, it's not like that anymore, Grandpa.
It's tough. Yeah. It's tough. And I mean, it's a tough subject, and it's everything about it is tough. And, I feel bad because, thank God, Nick, that you didn't just write him off. And to be very honest, because that's what feels like happens nowadays, is that people are written off without being educated, that they're woke or they're canceled. And it's like, I think that's harsh. I really do think that's harsh.
Yeah, it
The,
is harsh.
the
Now, like I
whole
said,
woke thing and the whole cancellation thing, stupid.
Yeah,
which cancellation?
all of it.
All of it.
All of it. Yeah.
I mean, the fact that, if they are proven, I mean, there's different areas, but I mean, just the idea of in my opinion, of the public trials, people like, oh, I don't like the Salem witch trials. I'm sorry, this is no different. If you feel like that someone is acting outside of the law or whatever, then let's get that figured out. But I mean, that it shouldn't be up to me to decide that you are, I'm gonna make sure that I ruin your career. I'm gonna make sure I ruin your life. That's not for me to do.
Yeah.
And I mean, I just don't understand it. There was actually this week, going back to the world of British television, there's somebody who is on Doctor Who. It always goes back to Doctor Who, and he had 26 counts of sexual harassment brought up against him.
Oh my
That's
God.
a lot. That's a lot. But
It-
he hadn't been convicted. He hadn't been charged with anything. And an actress who worked with him, she went on Twitter in one of those rooms, where you could go into the room and deal with that stuff and like talk to them and stuff. And she said, he wouldn't have done this. This isn't what he does. He's not a he is not a sex offender. I don't know if that's true or not, but what happened is that about 100 people turned against her. And that is the thing that is like, but he hadn't been charged with anything. He hadn't been sentenced to anything. He hasn't been, no one, he hadn't been acquitted with anything. Don't go after this woman who's just trying to trying to protect her friend. Maybe it wasn't wise of her to do, but she did it all the same, and now she's basically canceled.
Right.
And I don't think that's right. I just don't think that's right, personally.
It's definitely not. It really isn't.
Now, did he do it? I don't know. 26 counts that are not related, that doesn't look good for him. But
No.
just because someone is deciding that she's going to step up for a friend shouldn't mean that people attack her, in my
Right.
opinion.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, it's obviously suspicious, but at the same time, though, it's just like, the old term, basically, you're innocent until proven guilty.
Right. And yet, but it's a la carte, isn't it, Nick? I mean, when it's like, okay, I don't think that that's right, but meanwhile, I'm not a Trump fan, and the January 6th stuff, and I've been watching that stuff very carefully, which is not a trial, it is a hearing, and we got to be very clear about
thank you.
that.
I meant to say hearing. Thank you.
No, but I mean, you didn't. I don't know if you said trial.
I don't think I did. I don't think I did actually.
No, I'm just stating for my own purpose that I understand that. It's like, okay, we're not going to. We shouldn't go after this person, but I am also one who thinks that Trump was acting out of what he should have been, but at the same time, it's not a trial, and a trial should be a defense and offense at the same time. Doing a court, not just one-sided. Those are things that we have to all keep in mind to keep things fair. I mean, things need to be fair, even if not the world is fair. The smart people like us need to keep it fair and honest.
Yeah.
Now the whole thing about Trump is, like I said, a lot of people don't like him because of his answers. I get that. What really bothered me was with this last election, it literally went from Republican or Democrat, it went Trump or anybody.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That was the whole thing. It's like I'm not voting for Trump. I'm going to vote for anybody but Trump.
Yep.
Okay, we have a problem here.
And I fall into that. I
Yep.
truly do. I mean, like I said, I'm a centralist. I've voted for Republicans before. I'm not a big fan of Biden, but I could not imagine Trump being president again. Doesn't mean I didn't vote Republican in other areas of offices. But whether that's right or wrong, I really don't know. But that's the thing about, I think, what Trump didn't understand when it comes to voter fraud, and correct me if I'm wrong here, is that
It's still going on.
Oh, he's still going on to this day.
I
He will
get
not
that,
let it
but
go.
I think because he's just like, well, everybody, there's other people voting for Republicans, and I think that's the telling part of it, is that it doesn't mean that people didn't want a Republican in different areas, but certain people didn't want Trump. And
Right.
and I think that since he's going to run for president again, it will be very interesting to see. I think Trump would be better off if he created his own party called Trump Party. I really do think that
Right.
Republicans
seems
should
like that way.
start to like shiver if he does that, because I think we'd really see the base of, like, Ross Perot would have nothing on Donald Trump if he started his own Trump Party. I don't want to see that, but I could see that would be massive, in my opinion.
It would be.
It would, because we haven't had. Well, not saying that if he were to create another party, he would just be considered an independent, even though they have like what 50 parties right now.
At least. There's at least 50 of them.
Well,
There's
yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So even if Trump did create another party, it would only be considered independent, because now the Trump party isn't as big as the Republican or the Democrat. Now, would have been a former president, then that might give some credence to creating another party. It might. I don't know. Would it be a good idea? Again, I don't know. We have 50 parties. Why do we need 50 parties when,
Yeah, exactly.
in all actuality, we know it's going to come down to Republicans or Democrat, because they're the ones that get the money. And unfortunately, it's the money that determines this guy's going to be the one to win the election.
And Brad, I'm not really sure what you're asking here, but I mean, it wasn't suspicious that numbers stopped at a certain time and then all of a sudden it drastically changed.
I know exactly what he's talking about.
I guess the thing that I fall into is that so many of these elections were checked out by the people who were in charge of voting in their areas, and a lot of them were Republicans. That most of the key states that Trump had went after, from my understanding, and Brad, you might know more than me. I certainly don't mean to make it sound like you don't, but it just seems to me that a lot of Republicans who are able to look into this have been able to be like, you know what, we have not been able to see any voter fraud at all in these areas, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. But you might have a better or different opinion on it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, quite frankly, if it were up to me, neither would have won. Frankly. I
Never
mean, just
know.
like, can Linus win? I mean, this is ridiculous.
What was that, Jeremy?
Unfortunately, they did not give us a third option.
They did.
My opinion, I would have loved to have seen Judge Judy run.
Yeah.
Because she'll go out there at the State of the Union and she's going to tell you what you did wrong. Every one of them politicians.
Oh, definitely. And and I got to say earlier, Greg, from what you were saying. Like how
Linus would have been a better choice. You know what? Given this
thinks
last
he's
election,
president.
vote. Let's.
He
You
thinks
know
he's
what?
president. That's
Tell
the problem.
you what. When we get closer to election, make sure so I can vote for Linus for 2024.
Just write him in. Just write him in.
Just write
It'll
him
be
in.
fine.
And
Just
we'll
write him
vote
in.
We'll vote him for president for 2024 then.
there you go. For everybody out there in the audience, and once you start seeing, well, who's this Linus Bakun that we're seeing written in every 50 states? We need to find out who this guy is.
That could be the.
Oh, that's my cat.
Oh, you know what?
And
You know what? No,
like,
it would say like maybe something like making America furry again or something.
you're right. Make America furry. Trust me, this shirt is a great showing of how furry he can make things. So
Yeah, there you go.
he's just laying over on the ground over there, like he looks like he's dead. I mean, quite frankly, it's better than what Biden's doing, to be honest.
He's got a vote already. Linus has already got his first.
I mean,
vote.
let's send Linus to Saudi Arabia and see what happens. Is what I'm thinking. It couldn't be any worse.
Well, he could claw all them to death. So
get
get in front of them as they're walking down the sand, and then let them fall into the sand.
Well, you know, I wanted to say, Greg, like, you know, saying how, you know, not all the time have some of us have always stayed on the Democrat or Republican side. It's the same thing with my dad, for example. I mean, obviously, yes, at the young age I'm still new to all this, but you know, my dad, for example, over the years, he never always voted for Democrat. You know, there were times he voted for Republican in the past.
Yeah.
So, you know, but now I just want to point this out what Linda just said. Maybe having 50 political groups is to dilute the voting pool for the reps and Dems.
You know, I have to say, we have been talking politics for over an hour. We've been running at over 4 hours, and we still have.
We still haven't played any Spirit Box evidence.
Yeah, and Jill was asking that earlier, and yeah. Although I will say this though,
Jill passed away now. It's been so long. I mean, God, we're only the 3 left in the world.
What I was gonna say was I'm actually surprised we still got about like 9-10 viewers still watching.
But
because you know why? Because we can talk politics without being angry.
Yep.
We can. I mean, it does. I mean, my take on politics is like I'm giving my opinion, but doesn't mean it's right. I really do not believe that what I'm saying is right.
And we're not arguing about it either.
No.
So you know, it should be like the type
this is a rarity. This is a rarity. We need to take a 1 hour clip of the discussion we just had and send it out to Washington. Okay, this is how you have your conversations.
Yeah, not yelling. Yeah, just like what Brad said, we can have discussions. You know, and not yelling, not swearing, not like yelling. You know, trying to yell over other people's voice of their opinions and stuff like that. Just friendly conversation.
Yeah, totally.
You know, that's how it should be. And you know, that's kind of like, you know, I wish we could see this more often. Like I said, not like what happened to me last year, because it was just absolutely ridiculous and childish for them to do that, you know, to me. So, you know, in the end, that's their fault. You know, if they want to cut contact off with me, that's their loss, not mine.
Or the stuff that each of us have been through earlier in the year.
Oh God, no. What were you saying, Greg? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying the stuff that happened to us earlier in the year, you know, where it's just like, you know, people just did not see the same thing, and it ended up in people splitting apart. And it's just like, that's never good. That's just always sad. You know, it's unfortunate. I mean, and my parents, politics real fast again, both my parents, I mean, my dad had died in 2015, but he would have voted for Trump. My mom would have voted for Trump. And if I were to take the stand of a lot of people are like, well, if you're a Trumper, I don't want to know you, I would be missing out on a lot of great friendships. You know, you cannot, I mean, people are like, well, don't you know what he did or anything? You know what? Maybe they don't. Not everyone is following politics as closely as we are. Some people like the message of make America great. A lot of people who lived through the 40s, 50s, 60s, they want to make America great.
Yeah, like my grandfather.
Exactly. It is a very timely thing. I will not blame anybody who wants to vote for someone who I don't want to vote for. And as soon as I do, then I lose. I've lost out, because then I might as well say that I didn't want to stay contact with my parents or my other people in my family or some of my best friends. It's like, no, that's not how it works. It cannot work that way. It
Exactly.
just
I
cannot.
have seen numerous posts during this last election where somebody would say, if you voted for Trump, please remove yourself from my friend list.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I've seen
I'm
that a
like,
lot.
excuse me?
Yep. Nope.
It's
And I just keep my
ridiculous.
mouth shut because I just don't want to hear it.
Nope.
Exactly. And again, with what happened to me last year, there were people that were sending me messages trying to tell me that it was a fraud and stuff, and it got to a point where I just started ignoring them, because it's just like, why even wait? Why waste my time? And also, there were even two that I had, if you remember, Jeremy, I had two people even send me two death threats to me. It was not only, I mean, obviously that was shocking for me, but it was also very childish, because when I made that whole message, because like you, Greg, I decided to be honest, said who I voted for. I said I did not like Trump. I said who I voted for.
I
I
got to
didn't
bring
like.
this up.
Oh yeah, if you don't,
I got to bring this up. You know,
you know what, Brad? That's okay. I'll let you.
yeah, I cannot. I got to bring that up.
Well, anyways, I was honest. I said I didn't like Trump. Yes, I voted for Biden. I didn't really like him as much as I thought I was going to. But
No,
the
not
point
at
of what
all.
I was trying to say was to try to tell everybody, enough with all these political arguments and all these fights and people like, these arguments and unfriending and can't keep in contact with, obviously you guys remember I was a huge, supporter of para-unity, of course. I still am. I just don't say it as much because I just think now it's just
Because
not
it
the time.
doesn't exist. No, I'm just
Well, it's not even, it's
but
just,
it doesn't.
I just keep it to myself, in other words. But at that time, it wasn't even really about that either. I was just trying to tell people, enough with all this. Let's put our political differences aside and just focus on what we all love doing. Like, in other words, let's love each other instead of hating each other.
Yeah.
And, in other words, it was like I was trying to basically create a peace summit, in other words, because, like, in my opinion, I thought all the political fighting was bad for business for any group. So that's what I was trying to do. But that came with an abrupt end with some certain individuals. And so, as you guys know, this summit never took place because that's when they attacked me. Next thing you know, it was just total all out war.
Can I just say that the only person I believe believes in para-unity is you, Nick, and I mean that in the nicest way. I
Yeah,
mean
I
that
know.
you are somebody who truly wants everyone to get along. All you want is to be able to go out, do your deal, do your investigation, bring as many people as you can. You just want people to get together. You go around, you bring the world together, quite frankly.
And I
And
actually kind of have,
you
especially
no,
international wise.
I'm not kidding when I say that. And I think that's the thing that really sucks about parent unity, in a sense, that there isn't that many people who truly believe in it. A lot of people talk about it. I mean, even Parafriends events that I do all my events through, currently it says three things underneath the logo. One of them is Para-Unity. I don't believe in it anymore. I truly don't. After the last year, I don't believe it exists. But you do. And because you do, makes me hopeful that something like that does exist, because you are different than everyone else in a good way. You are truly a wonderful person. And I wish that more people had your sensibility, including myself, than they do, because you truly approach these things as if you approach them at face value, and
Yeah.
not many of us do anymore. And I certainly don't see the paranormal the way that a lot of people that we should, and I don't see it the way that you do. And I wish I did, Nick. I really do.
That's why a lot of occasions I try not as much, unlike I did maybe last year and the year before. I just kind of remind myself in a way, saying that, at least for me, not to give up on it, but just kind of in some way, just kind of let things work out, for a while. Just don't say it for a while. Keep it to yourself. Hopefully, maybe one day, if people start believing in it more, or start talking about it more, that maybe one day I'll be able to start sending those messages again. So it's just that kind of thing that you just kind of have to let it work itself out, because even if I tried my absolute hardest, it's not, there's no guarantees that it's going to, there's really not going to be any guarantees it's going to change everyone's, opinions or belief. And that's not my intention, because in the end, that's their decision to make, not mine. All I could do is just spread that message and just hope that you got. It's one of those situations that if you can even just get one person to agree with you, then that means I've done something right for it.
When you walked away, what was it, March?
That was back in March.
When you walked away, I thought, shit, if Nick's walking away, then there's a problem. I truly mean that. I mean, we went, all three of us and others have went through hell at that point.
Yeah,
I can tell you this. I was on the phone with Crystal.
Yeah.
When you made that post, and Tim was on his phone, and he was reading off what you said. And no, I'm sorry. I was on the phone with Tim, and she found it on her phone. She read off exactly what you said, and she started crying. She started crying because of how bad it affected you.
I think there's a lot of us who were more worried the fact that it affected you than affected our own selves.
Right.
Because we know, I mean, it's weird, right, Jeremy, that we all love the same thing, but there's something about you, Nick, that we that if it affects you, if it bums you out, if it makes you angry or whatever else, it's almost like we take it more personal that way than if it affects ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and not just you guys. It affected almost like the entire paranormal community, because as you guys know, I spent multiple hours and days answering phone calls and messages, and because everybody wanted to know, this was not like my typical post where people may think, what's wrong with Nick? Is he just having a bad day? They're like, no, something really bad happened to him. And I mean, I'm telling you, like, one group, I'll even tell you, actually said they knew something really bad was happening, and I know this sounds a little crazy, but they were actually going to hunt down whoever hurt me. They knew something really bad had happened, and they wanted payback. No matter,
that didn't surprise me at all.
there was people who were willing to. It was almost like they were willing to defend me to the death. It was like incredible.
Well, I mean, it just goes to show what your reach is. I mean, that's it. I mean, because there isn't. First of all, I am the number one cynic in the world. I mean, I just am. And that's why I don't do the stuff that you do, Nick. You do something, and because you believe in it, you are 100% into it. I stick to my own corner of the paranormal, and I think that that's probably the best place for me to be. But I mean, like I said, once you are like, nope, this isn't what, I don't like this, I need to step away. First of all, you don't do that lightly. Secondly, it's like, what the hell's going on? And we don't need to go into what happened. It doesn't matter.
Right.
In my opinion, I mean, at least it's past now. Because the good news is that you are back in it. That Jeremy is in it, and I'm in it, and other people are still in it, and we all just kind of, we do what we need to do. And I think that's what ends up being a part of the paranormal, is that we may not agree with what other people are doing, but we just do our own thing, and we're hoping that other people are interested or support or can add to it. But there's other people. I mean, I was kicked off networks that I don't, to this day, I don't understand why I was. I understand, I know why, but no one will tell me, and that's fine. It's what it is. But the thing is I can handle that. I'm not saying you can't handle that, Nick, but you shouldn't have to handle that.
It
You're
was
kind of
something and like what happened with me should have never happened in the first place. Because
no.
in the end, as you guys know all too well, what happened to me, it was, you guys know, I was totally innocent.
Yeah.
Yeah, the entire situation, the result, never should have happened the way that it did. Um, but what really got me was not only did it cause you to step away, Nick, because that just doesn't happen.
No,
That just
I was
doesn't.
there were times when, like, when I made that post, I even thought to myself, what on earth am I doing? But it's like I just felt like I was just not the same person I was that night when
Yeah.
I posted that. It was horrific. It was, even to this day, it was horrible. It was horrible.
And because we almost lost you, I ended up losing two members of my team because
Yeah.
it affected them so bad that it was affecting their health.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, one of them ended up having a stroke 2 weeks later. When he,
Yeah.
or not 2 weeks after that, but
Yeah.
when they told me they were dropping out, the one specifically said, "I can't take another stroke." 2 weeks later, he had a stroke. Luckily, it was a very minor one. 3 days, he was back to his normal self. And there was a lot of question among a lot of people that one of my own teammates was going to walk away from me and go with the other side.
No. And I lost my best friend. I mean, it's just what it is. And
If I could just say one thing, like what my thoughts have been, since I had that decision and what happened to me a few months ago. Obviously, as you guys can tell very well that what I went through a couple months ago was truly a situation that, yes, enough time has gone past, and I have obviously learned how to get through it. But this is a situation that even when you try your hardest, you just never get over it because you never forget it. You just never forget it.
And the question is, and correct me if you don't think this is the question, but the question in my mind is, what are we doing this for? Are we doing this for others, or are we doing it for ourselves? So, during this whole period of time, I personally never was like, well, I'm going to, and this isn't anything against anybody. Okay, Nick, just so you know, when I say this, but this, I never in my mind was like, well, I'm going to walk away or anything, because my belief in the ghost box, my belief in what I'm doing is greater than, quite frankly, any network or anything that, I mean, and the fact that I had lost my best friend at that moment was just like, that's just life. It's just life. It doesn't affect the journey that I'm on in this field. Sometimes I do want to just like not pack, just pack away, but it would never stop me from doing like the spirit box work or anything like that, because that is truly my calling. Is what I'm here for. It doesn't mean I have to be on Facebook about it, I guess.
Exactly.
I do want to bring up one thing. What Brad just said.
Yeah.
We talked about his post about taking a break. Now, everybody needs to take a little break every now and then.
I was gonna say that.
Just take a week, 2 weeks, even if it's a month. That's fine. Just take a break, take a step back, gather your bearings, take a breather, and then come back stronger. Now, what gets me are people who post, "I'm retiring from the field." Greg, you know where I'm going with this one.
I mean, yes, and
Yeah,
just
I know
"I'm
this.
retiring from
oh
the
yeah,
field. and then a week later,
They're back.
oh, I've had a
The same day, not even a week later. My God.
I know that we just, you know what, we had a guy that, you know,
Because there's
years
more
ago.
than one person to do this. To me, that's just seeking attention.
It is, and
Oh,
that
totally.
that's kind of the case with I'm not going to name who it is, but one investigator here in Chicago. Oh my God, it's hard to believe it was almost 10 years ago already. It was a guy who said he was going to take a break. He didn't, or something like he wasn't interested anymore. Guess what? About a week, 2 weeks later, he's like, "Oh yeah, forget about what I said. That was. I was just having a bad day. I'm back," and I'm thinking to myself, "Okay, you're not making any sense here. Like, you specifically said that day with clear black and white words that you were either taking a break or you were done with this stuff, and now all of a sudden you're back. It just you make no. I really want to say you're not making any sense.
Right. Now, last year, and Greg and Nick know about this. Those in the audience may not. Dawn might. I think she was around at that time. Now, last year, everybody knows what I went through last year. I was being spread so thin. I was working so hard trying to get a lot of stuff done, not for me, but for other people. And there were times in the chat room where I would just snap. I just went off. Not on any specific person. It was just I had enough. And finally, and I made the announcement that for the whole month of November, I'm just taking off. I'm taking the month of November off. On Halloween night is my last night on Facebook. December 1st, I will be back.
Yep, I remember.
I remember that too.
Yeah, and because of that, there was stuff still going on during that time. And Adrian, bless her, she was like, "Do not bother him with this, even if it did involve me in a small way." She wanted to make sure I got that break. I appreciate that. I really did. And then after I come back, I slowly start getting back into everything, and she starts filling me on this, and I'm like, "Oh, that's it? I don't care about that. That's there's because someone because of her. Let's put it that way, because of her." But at that point, I was already done and over with that. But still, when I announced that, okay, I'm taking a break, it was never that I'm retiring, I'm done with this thing. Bullshit. No.
And it's not unreasonable.
This field.
It wasn't unreasonable.
You know,
well, you know what I went through because of all the stuff that I was doing, because I was the only one doing it.
No,
right.
Trying to get that channel up and running.
And what frustrates me over time, over the last 4 or 5 months, is that somebody has a problem with me, and they won't talk to me about it, but they'll do everything to stop me from being a part of things. And it's like, okay, I mean, I guess, quite frankly, the stuff that I'm a part of that you don't want me a part of doesn't mean that much to me, to be very honest. But the fact that you won't be, this is somebody, some Cajun dude that thinks that, he's all about being, super honest and being, forthright with people, then why can't you do it with me? And,
Exactly.
there's rumors about what he said about me, not confirmed. Just talk to me. Let's just talk it out. Let's just be adults about it. Talk about it. Doesn't mean we have to be friends at the end of it. Let's just talk about it.
Somebody does have a problem with you right now.
I'm too you are too kind.
There you go. What do you think about this, huh? What do you think about this? It's beautiful. It's absolutely one of the favorite things I've ever received. It's from the heart. I mean, that's what that is. It's from the heart.
And now, here's the thing to throw in at that. Ever since that all happened, he's made nice with the other 3 members of my team
Yeah.
on this show.
Yeah.
Not once has he tried to contact me.
No, I mean, he's
yeah.
the purpose. He's the reason why I've been kicked off networks.
I know.
And I've reached out to him. Don't think I haven't reached out to him to be like, we got to talk. I reached out to the people who run those networks. Why am I off of it? No one can give me an explanation. And that's fine
too. It happened.
That's
to me
fine.
Too.
You know, it's like I'm a conflict of interest.
Let the furry master get enough screen time.
Hey, trust me.
It's not from lack of
would all
trying,
rather see
Brad.
Linus than me. I mean, how can every time I move, I seem to touch the microphone. I even know it's there. But I mean, the thing is, it's like, just, you know, let's talk it through. Good boy, what I'd love to have a word with him. Oh my God, I think that I mean, his name rhymes with coward, and I would love to have, a word with him, and he'll never do it because he knows. I mean, he's probably been well versed by people that I know that I am amazing with the situations like this. Do not come at me without really knowing your shit. And that's the thing. Everyone knows that this is not a very fair fight, and I would love just to talk about it, but he won't. And that's, he can reach out to me anytime he wants, and he has it. He unfriended me. He's, everyone's blocked me. They take me off the networks. So be it.
And that happened to me too. And
I figured you would have been. I mean, Jeremy, is that the same with you as well?
Yeah, he unfriended me.
But it
has not tried to contact me. But I think he also knows me well enough that when I cut someone off, I'm just done.
And it's the same thing with
you're trying to ruin my network.
Yeah.
Well, you're not only your network, as far as what we heard, right? The thing is, I don't like to have enemies. I don't like to have people who are that's funny, Linda, because that is such a never truer word spoken. We all sit around thinking that our networks matter. And I'm not to dismiss what you're doing, Jeremy or Nick or myself, but it has to be relative.
Yep.
And same with Coward, and same with, Puma. It's all the stuff that it's like, it's all relative. Why we were all friends together at one point.
Yeah.
It can't be that way now, apparently, but don't ever think that you're better than anyone else, because none of us are. At the end of the day, none of us are.
No, none of us are. And, I will just say this quickly, although...
Thanks for that, Linda. I appreciate that.
Although that, you hadn't heard from him, as you guys know, he actually tried reaching out to me not recently. This was still not long after that whole incident occurred.
Yeah.
And it was obvious he was trying to get me to basically switch sides and basically follow with his manipulation, try to get me to, he believed that he could escape by doing this and trying to tell me that, that I was innocent entirely, and that he supposedly said, he loved me like a brother, like that. And I almost did say, well, if you really truly did love me, then why on earth did you put me in that situation to begin with? Why have all these people come after me? That's not true love right there. And trust me, like you, Greg, I don't like making enemies either. But if people are gonna, do something like that, or especially put into a very traumatic experience like what I went through, I'm not going to contact. And I'm sure you guys probably have asked this before, but I actually even talked about it with a social worker, because a day or so afterwards, I was like thinking to myself, because I didn't have a social worker at that time. I was like, where on earth is a social worker when I need one? And then a few weeks later, we found someone, and I was able to kind of get that, talk through it. So, in other words, I kind of had that therapy,
Good.
And I even told Nick, if you want to talk to him, talk to him.
Yeah. And I was open to still talking to others. I never said I didn't want to talk to anybody else, but just a social worker, and honestly telling what happened obviously made me feel a lot better, because the more people I was telling what happened to me, the more support I got. And although some people still connected with them, at least they knew what happened. They got the story. And some was, and even better, some of them eventually found out for themselves and they came back with us.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I
It's,
mean, the whole thing about us and them and everything else. I mean, my eyesight is much more simplistic because, you know, the way I look at it is, quite frankly, that I had a best friend, and that person and I had a falling out, and that's unfortunate. And then for a while, it looked like that we might actually not necessarily do anything more than be friendly with each other. And then that ended. And I think a big part of it was this person and someone else had been speaking to my best friend and adding, you know, putting gasoline on a fire. And the idea of somebody, you know, I mean, I'm sure you all can appreciate somebody who you spoke to 3, 4 times a day, sometimes a couple hours at a time. You did everything you could to help them. They did it. They helped you. We raised each other up. We helped each other when we're down. And next thing you know, they're not around anymore.
It's
Not
like you
around
guys
one
become
bit.
like mortal enemies in a way. And it was
I,
Well,
all, and it's
we are
also,
not. She hates me, quite frankly. And you know, I mean, I've reached out a couple times. Can we work through this? Can we, I mean, not to be so that we're together again, because that those days are done. Simply, can we just clear the air? And that's not there. My hope is that it's more of a that she just wants to enjoy life without me, and that someday she'll come around and want to just talk through things and be fine. It's just the idea of someone who doesn't love you doesn't care for you anymore at all. That's tough. I'm getting better at it. I'm over the last 3 weeks in particular, I've made a ton of advancements in that area to because, you know, they're living their life, I need to live my life. It's just always sad because I guess why it's sad, because I don't understand it. You know, I mean, we had a big blowout. We talked about it in January. It seemed like that, certainly, and I didn't not expect it to be like anything other than that we're actually talking and being cordial to each other and trying to heal. And then it turned into, I'll never talk to you again, is tough. And I know that there's people like Howard who is, you know, feeding that. And the fact that they won't, I mean, they're too afraid. And that's what it comes
exactly.
down to. They're too afraid to talk to me. There's a lot of people who are afraid to talk to me. I dare you to come talk to me. I
That's
dare
kind of
you
the
to come talk
reality of
to me.
it too, is that, all because of, of a particular individual. It's like it really is that situation where, he obviously is a manipulator. He doesn't want to be the blame or accept responsibility. They like playing the victim because of what they've done. That's where we've lost some of our contacts.
I have 5 people who've told me that he spread stuff about me, and that's fine. I've had other people who have been telling me that other things have happened. Just talk to me, but they're afraid to. He's
Right.
afraid to. She's
Mhm.
afraid to. There's one other that I won't not name who's afraid to. All you have to do, but the thing is, they are afraid to. And quite frankly, as sad as it sounds, and as maybe dramatic as it sounds, somebody like me comes across very well on screen. You cross me, it's gonna be difficult to talk to me, but because I'm not gonna just fall over and let you come after me. I've been kind so far, but I mean, it's in his best interest and hers to talk to me at some point, because they have both. I mean, her in particular uh has has accused me of defamation of character. And it's like, those are very difficult things to get past unless you truly know what you're talking about. And I can prove that you're wrong, and I can prove that you have stop me from getting into events and other things because of the stuff you've been sharing to other people that are lies. So
Exactly.
be careful. It all could be fixed if someone would just talk to me, and they're afraid to do so.
Yeah, and that's kind of, again, this whole thing that could have, like what I went through, it's if we just talk things over and and realize that my position of what I went through, I mean, my position, I didn't play as huge of a role as they kept thinking I was, and you know instead of just sitting down and talking about it, because my hope was even after everything that was going on before that incident occurred, I was still hoping to maintain a friendship even if I didn't work with them anymore.
Yep, me too.
Instead, they just decided to set up the stage, and next it was like, well, was supposed to be a good, a friendly chat, and ended up, turning into a worse nightmare for me.
Yep. Nope. And I mean, I just hope that maybe someday we can all have a conversation. I doubt it.
There was, and trust me, I mean, like I said, when there were people that were like wondering what happened, like the ones that like were gonna hunt whoever was down. I mean, it was almost like they were trying to get my, like, just say the word and we'll find them for you. And at that point, I knew better. It's like it was almost like a gang hit, almost, if you will. But I, you can kind of say I called it off, saying, you know what, it's not.
You called off the kill. Good.
not a kill.
Good for you, Nick. That's probably the best way to
go. No, not a kill or anything. No, I just told him, I said hits. Not hits.
Well, in gang terms, no.
That's it. No, the point is, I just told them, don't worry about it. I appreciate what you guys are trying to do, but it's not even worth it. So I knew better not to, have some whatever what could have happened to him. I knew better not to do that.
What I learned over the last 7 months is the journey of the high road, and it's not easy, right, Nick?
It's not.
It's not easy. And I've had a lot of people who've had to set me straight sometimes with just rhetoric and whatever else, and people who like Christy, who are just like, kind of like, get with it. It's not worth it. And, and I think that's the thing that we forget about, is how big the paranormal is. And to Linda's point of there's a billion networks doing what we're doing, that I mean, no, there isn't. I mean, clearly, if I had a lot of people watching me, that would be in my numbers. And even us talking now is for me a rarity. I have not spoken about this publicly at all, and it's just once I did a couple of spells, positive spells, good spells for my own well-being, it just felt better. And I do believe in that sort of thing. And it's not about anybody, it's not towards anyone, it's for my own self, self building, I guess. It's just like, it'd be so easy to be like, I'm angry and I'm going to hurt somebody. And I've been accused of that. I've been accused of a lot of things, including, taking, the defamation of character, or trying to take down someone's website or something like that. I've heard all sorts of things from everyone except the people who actually are accusing me of it, and no one will talk to me. And it's just like, well, I think that shows their character and not mine.
What's really, really bad, and I still don't understand it, because I know stuff was being done. Oh, you got Linus?
Oh yeah. Oh, always.
Oh,
always. He runs this place, right?
Appearance.
Come here.
You might have a Linus appearance.
Still got 8 viewers watching, so that's
I mean, they're all here for Linus, and not
yeah,
for
they're
us,
here.
Sadly.
Oh,
and every time I touch the microphone,
are they
1 second of Linus?
I was just thinking to myself, are they sitting because they enjoy our conversation? Oh wait, no, they don't care about us. They just care about Linus.
Oh my god.
Okay. That's not why I'm losing my hair.
So the spells that you have been doing, Greg, is causing Brad to lose his hair.
he is so difficult to pick up sometimes. He knows.
That's a big cat.
He's a big one. Yeah.
I've had bigger cats. You gonna bite me now?
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Praise to the furry master.
Can you purr into the microphone?
This is what gets me.
Oh, there's Joe.
Here's what gets me. All the stuff that happened to you, Greg.
Yes.
Nobody. I never heard anything. Nobody came to me about anything on you.
Mm-hmm.
The situation with Tim and Crystal.
Fluffy.
They came to my house to tender their resignation. That's how serious it was for them.
Yeah. Yeah.
They were telling me about all the things that were being said to them, about them, and done to them over the past 2 weeks that I had no knowledge of at all. And they even said that you must not be hearing about this because we know that if you did, you would stand up for us. You're damn right I would. But I never heard squat about what went on with them. So,
Right.
So it's surprising to me is how did all of this stuff happen to my team members, and I don't catch wind of it? How does that happen? And as far as I know, for the entire duration, with the exception of the posting that was going on during that week, nobody came after me except for her, and nobody came to get my side of the story.
No. And I mean, I from what I remember at the time, there was a lot of innuendo in the chat. A lot of things being said that weren't being said. But the thing is that like Crystal and I had a lot of conversations between each other because I actually had reached out to Crystal to ask about some things that were being said in the chat, whether or not they were actually, if I was interpreting things correctly. Like, I mean, and because Crystal isn't going to,
she's not going to sugarcoat it.
No, she's not going to lie. She's not, if I'm wrong, she'll just be like, you're wrong.
Yeah.
And some of the stuff that she said made me very sad because she was very forthright and it had actually confirmed things that I was afraid of confirming. But at the same time, it was good to know that I wasn't off on that. And I mean, I can only speak to my experience, but I feel like there was a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes, and it was really interesting, Jeremy. And you two, I don't know if you both really saw it the way that I saw it. It just seemed like that it was like a kind of a secret war happening, very private, very, very a lot of like, it wasn't very straightforward, but it was wearing people down. Let alone, and I'm not talking about the stuff that's happening on screen that led you all to come to conclusions about programming, but the stuff in the chat was very, some people are very pointed about what was going on, but they weren't, but you had to know what was going on to understand the pointedness of it, if that makes any sense.
Right. One of them I think I can address because there was a show that was being developed, and I think that this one here, there were little things happening throughout the entire process ever since the network started, honestly. Just little things that, it was nothing. And even combined, it didn't really mount up to anything. But it wasn't until a show was being developed with Crystal, Eileen, and Chrissy.
Yeah, I know what this show is.
It was Crystal who let me in. Hey, we got a new show that we're talking about. Told me who was involved. They're talking about it. They're trying to figure out the premise, when they're going to do it. All right, cool, awesome. And then about a week later, I get brought into a chat with them. They want me to make an intro video for them. Okay, awesome. What do you want? So we start bouncing ideas around. Um, One of them came up with a theme song. So and it was actually a copyrighted theme song.
Of course.
So we would have gotten dinged
Yep. Every
week.
week. Yeah.
But here's the thing. Um, I took that and I edited it in such a way where it went from the first verse and then it cut straight into the last chorus, but I was able to do it in a way where it would have been great for radio. I'm going to say that for myself. Yay! I actually did some really good for music editing, and we spent like 2 or 3 hours on StreamYard just doing all these little bits and pieces here to make this intro video. The next day, I put it all together. I showed it to all three of them. They all loved it, and I was exceedingly proud of this video. I could not wait for it to premiere. And then, like Crystal does, when it's time to update the schedule, she updated it, showed it to everybody. One person had a problem with it. And next thing I know, everything blows up. And it affected Crystal so bad, it's like, I can't do this show anymore.
I got a question for you because I apologize to those who are listening because we're going to speak in code here. Is it my person that had a problem with it?
The one that was the catalyst of the issue with all of us.
That show.
Yeah.
Because
that started.
That's interesting.
That was the first major explosion.
I know. Okay. Well, see, I didn't know this.
Well,
because let me get this straight, Jeremy. They didn't have they had an issue with it because they wanted to do something similar, right?
It was similar because it was an all-female show. But here's the thing.
Interesting.
When you do a show and you just throw random people together,
I didn't know this.
You're going to find out really quick if they have chemistry or not. Well, just by a stroke of luck, Crystal and Eileen did a show by themselves, and I was watching them from work, and they had amazing chemistry.
Sure.
I text Crystal when I got off work. I'm like, hey, you and Eileen, you got something special there. You two need to do something. That was back in November. That was back in November because I was still at work.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing ever really came from it until about the end of February, beginning of March, because it was shortly before the big blow up. And then Chrissy got brought into it somehow. I'm not even sure who had the initial conversation. I just remember I talked to Crystal about her and Eileen. And with Chrissy, the three of them, they would have been amazing, the three of them together.
Yeah.
I still have that intro video on my computer. It saddens me to no end that video is not going to see the light of day because it would have been an amazing show. I honestly believe that it would have been one of our top viewed shows on this network.
Sure.
Um,
I'm
but
not.
yeah, it was all female.
Yep.
Hey, so what?
Right.
But the name of the show is going to be called Listen Queens, and it's it starts out. They didn't plan it this way. I did this myself. Because there's one thing where Crystal says, sit down and shut up. Because they were trying to come up with a way to end the video, the intro video. And so I took that and put it at the very beginning, and then it goes into the theme song.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end of the theme, they all went in unison. Um, sit down and listen. Um,
Wow.
but I am so immensely proud of that video, and
Poor
and
man's Hollywood.
it fit the theme with them. Yeah, it not quite Hollywood style, but it would have given you that feel. The intro would have.
Mm-hmm.
But that was the first big explosion, and then it just cascaded from there.
Mm.
There were little bitty things that happened along the way, but nothing that would have mattered.
Mm-hmm.
That was the first big one.
Mm.
Yeah,
It's so stupid, isn't it?
it is.
Right. Oh yeah, it is. It really is.
It is because the thing is, yeah, we are doing shows. Yeah, we would like to have viewers.
Yep.
And you can technically say that we're competing against the other shows, but we're not. We're just doing our thing. If you like what we're doing, come watch us. If
Yep.
you like what the other person's doing, go watch them. It's a matter of what you want to watch. But the thing is, understanding the authenticity
Yeah.
behind what we do. Are we doing it because we love it? Or are we doing it so that we can get the viewers and have people talking about us?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't give a shit about fame. I don't.
Neither do I.
Yeah. Do I want to be famous? Not really. I enjoy my privacy. Do I understand that my name is out there and people know who I am? I am well aware of it. But am I going to do anything to try to build on that? No. Because I don't need it.
Exactly, and that's the same thing too with me. Even though you guys know all too well, like I said earlier when we were talking about my national, international connections I've made around the entire world. It's not in any way, shape, or form to be famous or anything. I'm always aware that my name is being put out there, even if it's in countries where not too many people speak English. Regardless, my name is out there no matter what. So in spite of that, it's not for fame or anything. It's just building more connections. In other words, just making more friends who have the same interests as you do. So, and I've even been told sometimes, if you're even trying to be famous, even if you get to that point, I've always heard sometimes being famous sucks too.
It's not as
It's not as
easy going as people think it is.
It may look like that, like if you're seeing it on television or you're reading in the paper, seeing it online, or even music wise, like at a concert. But it's not as exciting or as easy as you think. Yeah, it's not as exciting or as fun as it looks like.
I think if you look at like the Wraith Chasers, or if you look at the if you look at the new iteration of Ghost Hunters, there's some that have made it, others who haven't. It's trying to keep the spinning plate going in the air. And I'm going to be very honest that and I don't know if Ane has ever talked about it, but we were literally this close to getting a TV show on travel. That we have been working with a production company, and once 2020 hit, it didn't happen. We were also this close. I mean, we should have been on an episode of Ghost Brothers because I fixed up the house that they were going to investigate. The production company reached out to me and like, you show up as in Minnesota as the paranormal guy. Where can we go? And I gave them 3 options, and they chose one that was a friend of mine who actually, Brian, who passed away that we talked about earlier. But Ane and I, we had worked for over a year to get on travel, and we were, I mean, you couldn't get any closer than what we did. I don't know if she ever talks about it, and she may not, but I mean, the point is that at one point they were just, the production company we're working with is like, we need you to be evil. Basically, we need you to be demonic. We need you to be scary. And both her and I were like, that's not
So
really.
in other words, selling yourselves out.
Yep. And
Exactly.
we were both like, no, that really isn't us. I mean, whatever Ane and my differences are, Ane is somebody who helps people. Okay. She helps people. I help people. We do it differently. We don't do it together anymore, but we help people. And to be, for them to be that way, we were both like, that just isn't us. Unfortunately, we put through a lot of other ideas to the production company that was based in Minnesota, and none of them that they want to pursue, including her own or my own. And it just how it worked, and I don't look back at it. At first I was like, oh, this really sucks, but now I'm just like, I think it's actually a blessing, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's not I mean, it doesn't even matter anymore, especially with Discovery Plus. None of it matters to me.
Oh yeah, I definitely believe it. So, and like what Brad just said, it's their loss in the end.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you, and as much as like Ane and I have fallen out, which is still to me very unbelievable, I have a 20-minute reel of us doing what we did best in 3 locations in Arizona, at her mom's, at the Squirrel Cage in Tombstone, and at Bisbee. And you know what? It really showcased that we damn well knew what we were doing in the field, and that there's a reason why that we were connected. And I mean, honestly, you look back at that. I mean, I look at that and I'm like, this is why we were together. And it just that's done now. Quite frankly, it's just done. And to kind of go off tangent here, I truly hope that whatever she's doing now is living up to what she wants in the field, and I hope that she's getting success that she deserves. So, as simple as that.
I have been given approach with a number of opportunities, and one of them would have been huge,
Mm-hmm.
very very huge. Where I'm not gonna say what it is, but I still have the voicemail on this phone from 3 years ago that proves that I was contacted to do a certain show. But it wasn't one where they wanted to take the individual and their
Oh,
team. Hi, Chantel.
Chantel, good to see you.
They just wanted to put a cast together.
Yeah.
Not happening. It's my team and no. Now, as everybody does know, I am a part of the filming for the new paranormal puzzle documentary that you and I research is doing. That's going to be on Paraflix.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another wonderful opportunity. I'm gracious to be a part of. because they wanted me to be a part of it. I did not approach them. They asked me, and there were a few other opportunities that I got, and I think that the thing that really opened the door for me was, believe it or not, that the one that started it all was when I started doing those live videos that I did at Waverly
Yeah.
three
Yes,
or
we
four
know,
years.
Chantel.
Yeah,
5 hours.
we can't shut up.
5 hours of Greg.
Yeah. And it was those live videos that I did at Waverly 3 or 4 years ago
Yeah.
that really blew our team up. Um, and then after that, when I did the first ever Para Unity Sings video with We Are the World, that
Mhm.
just started really opening doors up for me, and it just went on from there. And I can't be more thankful than I am, um,
Don.
because from there, that's where Scott Wilson approached me about doing the podcast, and then we ended up with Pun, and we did great things with Pun.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get me wrong, we did great things with Pun,
Yep.
and then we split off with them and built this network, and I couldn't feel more fortunate for everything that's happened for me personally on this journey. And there are things that I'm working on now, more on a personal level, and other stuff that I think is going to be bigger. But now, with me being off of work for the time being because of the accident, I do believe that this accident has actually been more of a blessing for me because it's given me the opportunity to work on all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's just going to keep going from there.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get it. And, yeah, I mean, it's weird because, you
That's
know,
the
I mean,
light coming from my screen.
scanning his brain,
No, it's something. Yeah, it's something on my
rewriting
forehead.
his knowledge.
Yeah. And it also goes to show that we have a very loyal following. You know, Brad and Jill are literally on every single show.
You're welcome.
But we also
Look,
have
it's a cockroach. It is not a cockroach.
but we also have people like Dawn. We have people like
You're welcome.
Chantel, Linda. There are so many shows, so many people that are following us. Robin,
You're
honestly,
welcome.
I had never seen Robin on any of our shows. So I'm guessing she was on your channels, Greg.
She
Well, her
friended
and
me.
I became friends. I mean,
she
she's just a great
Yeah,
person.
she friended me
and I
not too
saw
long
that
ago.
I got a friend request from Robin. I will accept it.
Don't
Thank
Yeah,
you.
she sent me that too. I just accepted it. There's
Yeah,
Jill.
and it's just amazing that okay, we are doing something right.
We know Chantel.
Because if we weren't, we would not have the following that we do. We
Mm-hmm.
would not have the the loyal audience that we do. And if it weren't for these people, this network wouldn't continue to exist.
And look right now, too. I got to point this out. As we just pointed out, we've been on now for exactly 5 hours straight, and yet we still got. And look, it just went up to 10 people. We still got 10 people watching us.
Because Greg
Yeah.
is on, you know. So is Jill on next week?
Yes, she
Jill will
is.
be on
Yes, she
Supernatural
is.
Talk next week.
Okay, well, I'm
It'll
going
be
to
her-
check that out. I
it'll
mean,
be
I
the
didn't
fir-
know.
her
I never
first
even,
time.
I never heard her speak before. She won't speak to me, so you know.
She'll
I mean,
cosplay, though, maybe.
well, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
so this
cosplaying
should
as a
be
human
very
being, so
interesting. This should be very interesting.
Yeah, about
I want
time.
to get Chantel onto one of our shows.
You know what? When I used to be part of that show, Paranormal Mysteries, we were supposed to get Chantel onto the show, but unfortunately, that was, of course, right around the time when I left Paranormal Mysteries. And
Yeah.
as far as I know, no, that never happened, unfortunately. And I was kind of, I mean, I don't have anything against them, but I was disappointed to know that Chantel never made it onto the show.
I don't know Chantel, and I hope I'm not being rude. But I don't know Chantel, and I'm like, hello, nice to meet you.
Well, I'll tell you this, Greg.
So am I
Chantel.
friends with her?
Well, I'll tell you this. She lives
Please
all
do.
the way. She lives all the way down in South Africa.
Oh, wow.
She lives in South Africa. And if you've ever heard in any one of us talking about horses, it's because of Chantel.
Yep.
Jeez.
That's because they do a lot of horse riding down in South Africa.
Yeah, she works with horses.
I've seen videos because did you guys ever hear of see, unfortunately, I'm not even connected with the Paranormal Mysteries crew at this anymore, but have you guys ever heard of oh damn, what was that app called? It was Chantel, remind me, what was that app that we were using for a while?
Well, if it was an app, no, I would not have heard of it.
It was like
right.
It was like Snapchat almost, but basically you're just document. It's like you just document what you're doing, and when she sent me video. Yeah, Mark, that's what it was. Thank you, Chantel. It's called Marco Polo.
Marco Polo.
Yeah, it's a social app. It's a
I
video.
have not heard of that as an app, no. And yeah, that's another reason why I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to get Chantel on any of our shows
Because she's got to work.
Unless she moves over to the States.
Which yeah, like I said, when we used to be part of Marco Polo, a lot of her videos that she would send me were of horse riding. But yeah, although Jeremy, if you remember, like I told you before, she said she's been wanting to move to the United States at some point, because obviously South Africa, as interesting a place as it is, there's a lot of violence that goes on, a lot of crime over there. It's rough.
If she's on the chat, why can't she be on the show?
Because she's probably
that's what Linus. That's what Linus wanted me to ask. I mean,
me and Linus first.
He is so done with me right now. He is so done with me picking him up. I mean, expect to see my face clawed off any second. And I really mean that. He is not happy at the moment. Are you?
Bite his hand hard, Linus.
He looks pretty content where he's at.
Yeah, she said she only gets a few minutes if she's lucky. But she was talking like I said before, and again, I don't mean to repeat myself, Jeremy, but Greg, just so you know, that
hold on, really quick, while we still have Chantel. Chantel, if ever you get a Friday morning or a Saturday morning off, let me know, and I will get you scheduled to be on either Supernatural Talk or 13th Dimension. Just let me know.
It would be great to finally chat with you face to face. I mean, we did the Marco Polo thing, but in my opinion, that doesn't count because we sent videos whenever. I want to have an actual conversation with her. Because if not, I will say this, I'll give credit for Paranormal Mysteries. If not for Paranormal Mysteries, I would have never met Chantel. Because I met her obviously before, she met all of you guys. But and like I said before, what I was going to say was she is considering about moving to the States at some point. She's thinking about moving to either two locations. And correct me if I'm still right on this, Chantel. She either wants to move to Chicago so she can be closer to where I live, or she wants to move down to Oklahoma because in addition to paranormal interest, she also has a huge interest in storm chasing. So she wants to move to Oklahoma.
Right now, both of those locations are kind of off the table. She's looking at LA now.
Oh, LA? Oh, I didn't know anything about that. So
yeah, she's looking at LA. So we'll just see what happens there.
Friday or Saturday off? What is that? He's swearing at me. I've never heard such things.
Yeah, because she works every Friday and every Saturday. So chances are we are not going to get her on the show. But if she ever gets a time where she knows ahead of time that she's going to get one of those days off, I want to get her on the show.
Okay. Would be awesome, though. We would love to have you, Chantel.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I didn't know. I mean, again, I knew she was going to move to the U.S., but like I said, I didn't know she was thinking about moving to L.A. now.
Pre-record
a segment.
Yeah, we can do that. We can record a podcast. The only issue is that the audience isn't going to be able to interact with us or with her. That's the issue.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, like when I do the radio show and I do it earlier, I mean, we still have it online, but we also tell people it's going to be
it's fun. So
there are some people who can take part in it.
And it's fun with the live chat too, not to mention, because you want people to watch and you got people who would ask questions, and it's just not the same if you pre-record it.
Yeah, if I didn't care about the audience, I would record and premiere a lot of the shows.
All right, good seeing you, Chantel.
Yeah.
No cockroach jokes. Oh God, don't even bring that up, because I'm not even going to bring up the type of cockroach out there. No thanks.
Yeah. but because of the audience, they really help make the show.
In this case, especially tonight, for 5 hours straight.
Almost
we've beaten Supernatural talk, Jeremy. With last night's show, we were 4.5 hours.
You all were like, how do you bore the audience? I'm like, let me show you.
I do make custom videos. Don't even think about it.
Yeah, I can see it now. Oh, you guys did a 4-hour show? Well, hold my beer.
We'll cut this down to 15 minutes of usable content. So,
and guess what? Jill's still waiting for her Ghostbox session.
Yeah. Sunday.
Do we get a gift?
The gift of saying that you spent 5 hours watching us. I mean,
Linda, no, Chantel actually lives down in South Africa.
Yeah.
You're going to sleep now, Jill. Okay.
We all are. I mean, sorry.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say this. I forgot to tell what everybody's prizes were. Yeah, in the end, you get a prize. You get a luxury stay in any room in your home that you choose.
Your gift is a one-way trip to next week on the 13th dimension.
Yeah, a luxury stay, not to mention.
Yeah.
I've been around for so long on this show tonight that next week you're all just going to be, sad that I'm not here. So
we're following you to bed too, right?
Jeremy doesn't respond to what I said.
It's not that kind of show. I was going to say,
I mean, I don't know.
I was going to say, originally,
following you to bed too. Yeah, you probably don't want to follow me.
And a 13th dimension sticker that you make. Oh wait, actually, I forgot to tell you. If you manage to stay for the full 5 hours for tonight, I'll give you a free bottle of Gorilla Glue.
Well, what they don't know is that we're gonna have a second episode where it's just me sleeping in my bed. Here you go.
And Linus,
we got
our Greg fix tonight, and for the next 3 months. The good news that's why I wasn't on for the earlier in the week, because we knew that we're going to be on for a long time. I mean, I don't know.
I didn't think it was going to be this long.
No one did.
You can watch everyone snore.
Right. And we're going to take a 15-minute break while we put on our pajamas. No.
We'll be back in 15.
If you follow me to bed, you get to watch me read a book.
What are you reading?
I just started reading Rick McCallum's book, Ghosts Believe in Me.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I finally started reading that because I finally finished The Lord of the Rings.
Oh, you did?
I finally finished that book after a very long time. Now, Jill, no, that is way too similar to another show that we don't talk about.
Yeah, we're not going to. I'm sorry. It's a good name, but it's way too similar.
Yeah, so now I can finally start reading other books because I love reading.
Don.
I am big when it comes to books. Um, so so I'm now reading Ghosts Believe in Me by Rick McCallum. And then the book after that, I am finally going to read my favorite singer's memoir, Richard Mark's Stories to Tell. Those are my two books that I have to read. And then beyond that, I don't know what I'm going to read. Probably a Brad Meltzer novel.
Night, Linda.
Yeah. Good night, Linda.
Linda's on
Oh.
the West Coast, and she's even like, I'm out.
Wait a minute. Aren't they like 2 hours? Aren't they like an hour behind us?
2
Or
hours.
2 hours? It's still early out in California. Or if she lives in California, that is. Robin said she's downloaded the Rick McCallum book. It hasn't started
with
it.
that.
Robin, I can tell you right now, reading Rick's book is almost as if he was just talking to you. That's how he wrote it, as if he is literally telling you the story. So
Good night, Jill. Wow. Wait.
maybe this is our cue to go ahead and end the show.
You think?
Wait. She's like, I got wait. Brad's like, I got 4.5 hours left of work. I expect this entertainment.
We can do this.
Brad, I am telling you this right now. I am not staying on for another 4.5 hours.
Listen.
I gotta work.
Let's adopt the PBS model, and you're gonna pay us. Yeah, we'll be on for 4.5 hours. I mean,
provided that you guys can also get me off work, because I gotta work tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Oh.
Yeah, it's 10:30ish over
the
there.
youth does not.
What do you have to do at 10:30 at night?
Yeah, what the hell?
Yeah,
That's
you
still.
go to bed.
we were 10:30 for us over here. It is long gone for us.
Yeah,
I'll just ask Linda. Are you sure you have the right time?
It's 1:30 in the morning.
I have things. I've got nothing better to do. That makes 4 of us actually.
12:30 at night over here. I got nothing better to do. It's almost 12:30
I
at
can't
night.
stay on longer, honestly.
I haven't even had dinner yet, so as soon as I get off, I
No,
gotta
me
eat
either.
something.
I might have to go to the gas station, see if they have hot dogs.
Yeah, I gotta eat something before I get off.
Gas station hot dogs. Woo.
You like those?
Do you not have quick trips in your area? They're not that bad.
Yeah.
See, I'm not. Call me crazy for it, but I'm not really a big fan of hot dogs. I mean,
crazy.
Well, wait, hold on. Let me go back for a quick second. I'm not a big fan of them, but every once in a while, sometimes I'll have one, like the Chicago style ones, but I just don't eat them. I just don't like them.
I like hot dogs, but I'll tell you what, I love bratwurst.
I don't like bratwurst either.
Oh, those bratwurst are so good, and they're especially good the ones that have the cheese in the middle.
I don't like sushi either.
Cheddar wurst.
Yeah, but no, really, we should be ending this show, even though we still have 9 viewers.
We have some really good loyal viewers.
Well, let's ask this: if anyone wants to keep the show going, what do you want to talk about? I mean, I haven't played any evidence or spirit box or paranormal at all. Well, and I've been on for 5 hours. I mean, I don't.
Well, since Jill left, I don't know if she's gonna. I don't know if we were gonna ever get that spirit box session.
I feel like just taking off my toupee and just who cares, right? At this point,
nice.
right?
Do you two want to keep the show going?
No, I do have to get off.
Get me the F out of here.
Yeah, I gotta get something to eat, and then I gotta get to sleep because. Oh wait, no, Jill is still here. All right. So do you want it, Jill, or what do you want? What do you want Greg to do?
I thought she was saying she was going to bed.
I thought so too. Because wait, let me go back for a second. Yeah,
Jill,
she said
you need to stop teasing her.
She literally said this like 3 minutes ago.
Tease, you know that?
Got to try harder than that.
Trust me, Jill, I am trying.
The lure of Greg on a show is too much for anyone to handle. So.
What does she say now? Oh, wait on a second.
And really, this is normally at a.
She's in bed.
The time that you finish your Sunday night show, isn't it?
What's that, Jeremy?
This is normally right about the time that you're finishing your Sunday night show, isn't it?
Oh, no, I would have been done about an hour before. I mean, I'm not that. Suits wants to keep doing shows after I'm done doing my show. So, no.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you what.
As long as
the whole thing
on...
was Suits.
Yeah,
As
The
long
whole-
as Greg's on
is
screen, they can't
screen,
fall
love
I'm
how
asleep.
you two work
leaving.
together.
You can add me in and watch machines, pack installation.
We'll take a pass on that.
Yeah.
But no, seriously, Greg, the whole
Oh my
thing with
God.
Suits, I just love how you two work together. How sometimes, some weeks you will switch because of you doing your live investigations, and then he'll
Yeah.
come on after and do his shows. I just enjoy seeing how you two work together when you need special accommodation. That is just, I love seeing that amongst the show hosts, and I would like to see that even more with everybody.
He's been very helpful, very
Yeah.
helpful, and I try to make sure I'm around or I can move stuff around if he needs it, because I mean, stuff happens, right? And I mean, we can make anything work. So
Yeah. So you two really set a good example of what it is with show hosts working together.
cool.
Oh, Greg and Suits? Or,
Yeah.
Yes,
sorry.
yes, yeah. Welcome to the conversation. Welcome to the 13th dimension, Nick. I'm the guest tonight. Yeah,
It's
okay.
been a long night.
I mean, I know that when we started the show, it was Thursday, but I mean, just
Yeah.
Sheila, Linda says wait a minute, wasn't Linda going to bed too? I could have sworn that she said that she was
I
going.
thought she was too.
they're all lying to you, Nick.
I've seen
Well,
Greg
think
in
about
action.
it. They can't get enough of us.
Yeah.
Right.
I
Or
know.
that's more of a. I think that's more of a
Yep,
show of their lives. Not
It was
ours.
right around the same time Jill said that too. So yeah, she said that she was going to go to sleep too, but no, but we still. I think as long as we have that number
They're
9,
just like, can we end this show? They're like, I bet they're probably messaging each other like, let's try to end this garbage,
I'm going to do
and we
it.
won't let it happen.
We just can't quit you, Dawn says. It's the Minnesota goodbye. Takes 3 hours.
Well, I mean, if
That's
it's
an
truly
Italian goodbye.
if it's truly Minnesotan, they would tell you goodbye, but in fact they hate you. Is how that.
Yeah. No, it takes Italians 3 hours to say goodbye.
Yeah, I could actually add proof to that because I actually am part Italian.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a true
And
statement.
Jill
Believe
can attest to that too.
Jill, is she part Italian too?
She just loves Italians.
Oh,
Well, she
well,
pretty
I'm
much
one of
knows
those.
everything
I'm
about
a part
Italian,
Italian.
so she knows what it's like to have an Italian goodbye.
Yeah, I'm part that. You know what? You got one right here. I'm one of those guys.
If anyone ever says to you that they're Minnesota nice, just shoot them. I mean, just don't even. There's no such thing. It's evil. It's
The
evil.
Wisconsin goodbye is saying, well, hitching to the door while talking. Oh, her son is half Italian. Okay, well that makes a lot of sense. Well, wait. Oh, this is nice. You guys are just got lighthearted. Love it.
Well,
Minnesota
that's
ice.
the thing that
That's
I enjoy
exactly
about
what
doing
it
all these
is.
shows is that we can just go back and forth, talk, having a lot of fun. Then we can get serious for a while and go fun again, serious. We go all over the place. We really do, and I think that is actually healthy for a show, so
It
that
is.
it's not monotone all the way through.
Well, and like if you think about like when we were talking earlier, in a rare case, like when we were talking some political stuff,
Yeah,
we all talked calm. I mean, we were serious, but we all talked calmly, and again, no arguing, no disagreements. We just talked it out like how most people should.
Yeah.
5.5 hour show, and we only talked about 10 minutes.
It's a
And none of it
paranormal
about the work I do. So I mean, that's even better, right? So and Don's like, cheers to that we didn't talk about anything Greg does. So thanks, Don.
No, I think
hurtful.
we've talked more than 10 minutes of paranormal stuff from time to time.
Yeah.
I've not like last night.
Okay, now Linda is saying bye-bye.
Are you
So,
sure?
Linda's saying,
Are you sure?
I'm
Are you
slipping
sure
out
you're
of the
slipping
door.
out?
Linda, I'm slipping out of consciousness. So
And
I mean,
Jill's
I'm
doing
with
the
her
same
with you.
thing.
So are you doing shows on Sunday so that our viewers know ahead of time?
Well, I mean, since this took 7 hours, probably not. No, I won't have a voice by then. Of course, I mean that's the plan, is to do it. I'm doing on Sunday afternoon. I'm doing Ghost Box Radio with Char Savoy. She's going to do one question readings on the air for anyone who wants to take part in that. And then Sunday night should be the live with Ghost Box Live with Reaching Out to Family. And then Tuesday, since I didn't do it this week, I'm hoping still to reach out to Walt Disney on experimental sessions. So
I am really curious as to whether if you're going to start getting voices of Goofy and Donald Duck.
or well, don't forget, he was also the original voice actor of Mickey Mouse.
He was, and I'm going to ask him about that. If he could bring that through, if he could do his Mickey Mouse for us.
Actually, better yet.
Well, try to get the voice of Winnie the Pooh to come through.
Do you know his name, Jeremy? Do you know his name?
I do not.
Sterling Holloway.
Okay.
Well, let me tell you guys something.
Jeremy's like, whatever.
Well, did you guys know? And you might find this a little bit hard to believe, but did you guys know that Walt Disney, for a very brief period of time, was actually the original voice actor also for Minnie Mouse? Like when they made before they did like Steamboat Willie, they did those 3 other short kind of like pilots almost, which were originally silent films before they put sound in them. The real first one was actually Plain Crazy, which had just Mickey and Minnie in it. And he actually did the voice of both characters. So he's also not only the original voice of Mickey, but he was also briefly the original voice of Minnie before they actually found a real voice actress.
Yes, absolutely. Because it wasn't voices per se. It was like
just noises.
Sounds.
Just because they didn't even speak. Yeah, they weren't even, it was just like nonsense kind of noises. So they probably at that time didn't think that they were ever going to speak. They just thought they were just going to be silent characters because it was still during the height of the silent era.
I mean, I don't care who you are. You can't imagine the empire that was built from that. From Mickey and Minnie.
Yeah, exactly.
Unbelievable.
That would be interesting though if you got voices from Walt that he was actually able to make those
had
voices.
To start somewhere.
What's that?
And I also want to try to reach out to Ub Iwerks, who was somebody who worked with Disney. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know who he is. He was the he was like the animator for the characters.
He was the animator. He was the only one that stayed with Disney once everyone else left for Oswald the Lucky Rabbit.
Yeah,
when it went to Universal, and then he came. They had a big dispute, but then he came back later in his life to be part of Disney, and it was a great.
He was one of the few people that stayed loyal to Disney, so that's what's so amazing about it. Everybody else left except for him, and I think either 1 or 2 other people, and that was it. So it was just the 4 of them for the longest time during their highlights.
Right, and they would secretly work at nights to put together like those Walt Disney or those Mickey Mouse cartoons that you were talking about.
Yep, especially when they were trying to get the sound in, and I always just got to say, everybody always keeps saying that Steamboat Willie was the very first cartoon with sound in it. It was the first with synchronized sound, but there actually were cartoons that were made before that, a couple years prior, actually with the Coco song cartoons by the Fleischer Brothers that first started back in 1924, it was also where they introduced Follow the Bouncing Ball.
Yep.
Really interesting stuff.
The Fleischer Brothers never got the dues that they deserved.
Oh, yeah. They should have. The audience was very well impressed with what they had because they never seen that before. So,
a big one is
what's up, Dave?
A big one is like Popeye the Sailor Man.
Yep.
A lot of their backgrounds were actually models opposed to art, like 2D art. It was actually physical background models that then they overlaid animation to in the animation from the 30s
and the 20s too, because you had Coco the Clown too, which it was among one of the first. It was one of the first cartoons ever where you had cartoon characters interact with in the real world with people.
That's how it was on the animated version of Lord of the Rings.
Yep.
They did live action and then they overlaid it with animation.
Yeah.
The first
And I don't
time I
think
saw that really threw me off.
Oh yeah. And I don't think the Fleischer brothers ever, when they made their first cartoons, they probably never imagined that they were, going to act out in the films, because I don't think they really ever had very much acting experience until they started making these shorts, and all of a sudden, they're part of this whole world of this animation of bringing it basically off the papers and turning them into real characters.
No, and like Gulliver Travels was basically their version of Snow White and Seven Dwarfs, in
Yep.
terms of being a full-length animated, and they did that with the Popeye. Some of the Popeyes were 2 reels opposed to 1 reel, and then of course you had that Superman series in the early 40s, which is, I don't think anything's really top that. That's pretty incredible.
No, that's still the best. And then of course, obviously, one more well-known character, obviously from the Fleischer brothers, which you can't ignore, obviously, is Betty Boop.
Oh yeah,
along with Bimbo. So it was just really, to me, in my opinion, I think the Fleischer Brothers studio was, I think, way more ahead of their time than Disney was, because they actually did things that other studios thought at that era they thought it was impossible. I mean, Disney eventually did it themselves, but the Fleischers were the first that actually did it.
Well, and it didn't help that they moved to Florida.
Yeah,
and that screwed everything up for them. Do you know who Jerry Beck is, Nick?
the name sounds familiar.
He's an animation historian, and I'm going to be doing a live online event with him. Hopefully,
What's his name?
Jerry Beck.
I'm gonna look him up to see if there's a
please
photo.
Please look it up. You'll be very impressed. I mean, I think if he agrees to it, we're going to be able to do some really incredible live animation discussions. And I mean, I just love animation. I just love
it. He does look a little bit familiar upon seeing him. Yeah.
No, he's someone he's on a lot of podcasts, he's on a lot of commentaries and stuff, so he's definitely, he's well versed.
I love what Don just said. Yeah, well, it looks like it's going to be really.
Well, she was going to bed. Jill is in bed,
but still watching.
Yeah, my ass should be in bed. And you guys still hadn't even had anything to eat.
No,
yeah, neither have I.
I'm going to cook a cat over here.
Oh man, I think now it's just, well, you just kind of brought up kind of like another cartoon. I would have said Tom and Jerry, but I think Linus is going to be the Jerry. You're going to be the Tom.
And talking about those Tom and Jerry's, oh my God, what a masterstroke in animation.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
And it's still amazing again. When we were talking earlier, that the people that made it eventually did Hanna-Barbera, such as Scooby-Doo and the Banana Splits. This was again another early example.
Jetsons, Johnny Quest, just the opening animation to Bewitched.
Live action movie of the Jetsons.
Oh my God. Yeah. That would be like, wow. Yeah, I'm surprised they have not made that yet. I'm really surprised by that. And man, there's just like so many other ideas. But yes, Brad, you cannot beat the classic cartoons. I mean, and yes, another one, Felix the Cat.
Felix definitely.
Felix the Cat's even older.
You cannot beat the stories. You cannot beat the animation. You just, even the themes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, if you think about it, Felix the Cat was made literally before a lot of these cartoon characters and companies were, because he was made now over 100 years ago, back in 1919. Although there was actually a comic strip that had a similar cat that was made back in 1917. So we're talking even before any of these other characters. He's been around, I think, longer than anyone else.
Oh, Thundercats, I love.
Oh, Thundercats,
probably Filmation.
The original series, that is, because there's that crappy reboot they made about 10 years ago. The
I
one
mean,
from the 80s. I grew up with
Reboots
that.
don't count. Reboots don't
Yeah,
count.
the reboots don't count. I love the
was that
original
Filmation
series.
that did the Thundercats?
I think it
may,
was.
maybe not. I don't
It might
remember
have
for
been.
sure.
See, when I grew up with it, it was on again for me being a '90s and early 2000s kid. It would air on Cartoon Network. Because here's long story short. I don't know if you guys really watched Cartoon Network, as much as I did growing up in the '90s and early 2000s.
I never
Unlike,
did.
well, Cartoon Network today, first of all, it is absolute shit. It's really bad now. It's terrible. The cartoons suck. They're
I love
nothing.
Adult Swim.
Well, Adult Swim is fine. I watch it.
I love American Dad.
Yeah, I only watch a few shows, but no, I'm just saying during the day it sucks. But when Cartoon Network first started, now 30 years ago, it was launched back in October of 1992, so a couple months before I was born. So when they launched Cartoon Network, it was originally intended to be like a channel for nostalgia. They were showing cartoons anywhere between the 1920s up to the 1970s. Eventually, about a year or two afterwards, they started adding cartoons from the 1980s, including Thundercats. And then by the late 90s, of course, they had all these different decades. Eventually, they had to make cartoons for the 90s. So they had some fantastic ones for the 90s too. But in 1997, and this still goes on to this day on Cartoon Network, but it's still not the same. They launched something that was called Toonami, which was where they started. Well, they didn't actually have anime first when they first started. They were just showing kind of more action style cartoons, including Thundercats. And then about a year or two later, that's when in 1998, that's when they started putting anime in the. It was almost like they were trying to look for both a male and female audience. So the first anime series that ever landed on Cartoon Network, in this case Toonami, was undoubtedly, and they're still my all-time favorites, Dragon Ball Z and Sailor Moon. So those were the first. And then eventually, after those two shows, which were their very first time broadcasting on U.S. television, because before they were only being showed out in Japan, eventually that's what gave birth to having all these anime shows coming onto the channel. If not for those two shows, we wouldn't have had those, Adult Swim and all this other stuff.
So I looked it up. You know who made Thundercats?
Who's that?
Rankin Bass.
Oh, that's right. Rankin Bass. That's right.
So the people who did, like Rudolph, did Thundercats.
That's just.
I didn't
that's
think
awesome.
they were still around at that time.
I didn't either. Actually.
Haven't they gone obsolete though? I don't know if they're even still around today. Rankin Bass.
Let's see if they're still showing themselves as still around.
It's another one.
Boy, I found it in 1960. It doesn't really look like they're doing anything anymore.
So it sounds like they're obsolete, or they've gone out of business, or out of business. It sounds like,
or they might have merged in with another company.
You never know, right?
Yeah, that's true. Ever watch Silverhawks? I don't remember Silverhawks.
I never heard of Silverhawks.
He's just making it up. Voltron.
Voltron. That was another one of the. That was another one of the first animes that showed up on Cartoon Network. That was another one.
Loved it.
Yep. There's just so much going. There's just,
Transformers.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Oh my God! Yep, that was another.
I have
one.
that whole series on DVD, Jeremy, including the Japanese version.
Wow.
If I don't understand the language.
All right, Brad has to be ejected from
GoBots.
He has to be ejected from this chat. I mean, that's just
He-Man Transformers. Oh my God! Yeah, He-Man was another one that eventually
He-Man was another one.
Toonami.
Filmation. That's Filmation. I know that.
And of course, obviously, as you can imagine,
growing up, I was watching Scooby-Doo. I was also watching the Super Mario Brothers.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is when they were doing the Captain Lou Albano live action and the cartoon on the same shows, and then they merged on to
Ghostbusters.
I think Brad's is trying to make us angry.
doing Super Mario Brothers, fully animated, and then I don't know how many people remember this, but there was also a
Oh.
Back to the Future cartoon.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that might have actually been made by Hanna-Barbera.
I don't know. Um, it
Captain
would have been the
Planet.
same company that did the films.
What is wrong with Brad today? I mean, these are
I
animated.
remember Captain Planet.
These are programs no
I
one
wasn't
wants to
crazy about
watch.
Captain
No
Planet.
one
I
wants to
remember
watch
that.
Captain Planet, Brad. I
Well,
mean,
actually,
I'm Brad's
Captain
biggest fan, and I'm
Planet.
getting angry over here. I mean, I don't.
It's theorized that Captain Planet is actually
Colgate
the
Man.
no the characters on Captain Planet are the grown-up versions of characters from another show when
Oh,
they were little kids.
really?
Huh?
You know what's funny is that show eventually, when Cartoon Network was made, it was almost like they were trying to gather get the rights to as many
Care
cartoons as they
Bears.
Care Bears, not Gummy
Care
Bears.
Bears. Yeah.
I think
No, I was
Brad's a
gonna
gummy
say
bear. My
it was
God.
almost like when Cartoon Network first, after a few years after Cartoon Network launched, it was like they were trying to get the rights to as many cartoons as they could
New Kids
from
on the
different eras. The funny thing is, it's like because they were trying to get as many as
I
they
don't
could,
remember the
they're not,
Gummy Bear show.
there was like the fact how they were able to try to get as many cartoon companies and shows involved in their network. There was of course one company that they never obviously approached. What company would you guys imagine would that be? It would be Disney. It's like they were going after every other company to have their shows broadcast on their channel. It's like they had almost everything you could think of, but they never broadcasted Disney cartoons, even the
No.
older like
That's
Mickey Mouse
probably
ones.
because Disney had their own channel.
They did, because it was about almost 10 years after when the Disney Channel was formed. So this
Yeah.
was like the spot for everything except Disney. And it was really cool in the early 90s when they first broadcast, because it's like during the day, you'd have a lot of those classic cartoons, again, mostly from the 50s up to the 80s broadcasting. And then at night, they would actually have, long before they had Adult Swim, it used to be called black and white nights, where they would show black and white cartoons of the 1920s to the 40s. So during the day, you had the color cartoons, and then at night, you had the black and white ones. Even if it was the same show, they would show different episodes, those that were shot in color and others that were shot in black and white.
Interesting.
What was that show that they made you could buy the spaceship and play a game on TV with that?
What the hell are you talking about, Brad?
I don't know what that show is.
Mm,
They even made a New Kids on the Block. What the hell?
yeah, I never.
I seem to
It was
remember
a Gummy
that,
Bear
actually, yeah.
show.
Did any of you ever watch the animated Star Trek with the original?
No, I never did.
I
know
have it on DVD.
Me too.
that might have actually broadcasted too.
Actually, Blu-ray.
That may have actually aired on Cartoon Network too, but I don't
Jeremy's
recall
just like,
seeing
go
it.
to hell.
I actually have the entire Star Trek series, all the movies, the new movies, all of the original series, the cartoon series, Next Generation,
Yeah.
Deep Space Nine, Voyager, Enterprise, Discovery, Picard, Lower Decks, and that's it. I can't believe I remembered all of those names.
I do
can't
not
believe it
have-
either.
I have on Blu-ray the original series, the animated series. I have the 1 through 4 on 4K. I'm going to get the rest when they come out in September. But I do not, and I have Next Gen on Blu-ray, and they look fantastic. But I do not have Deep Space Nine, Voyager, Enterprise. Certainly not
Captain
Discovery.
Power.
Certainly not Picard. Captain
That sounds
Power.
more like a video game than a show.
I think it was. I think that was one of the fine lines.
Doubt
Jill's
Nick
back.
knows that one. Oh, I remember. Wait a minute, Jill. Oh, I get what she's saying. No, Jill, I do remember. Well, not the original Transformers for the '80s, but they made like other anime versions, and then
So
yeah, I remember
the
watching
originals.
He-Man. You know, one show. There's actually, I still remember the mid '90s from this, even to this day. there was some special they had. Again, Cartoon Network. It was what was called What a Cartoon Show, where they would show different pilots of like cartoons. Like it was almost like they were. That was like when they were trying to think of what cartoon series can we come up with for the '90s. And again, this was all through Hanna-Barbera. This was sadly Hanna-Barbera went defunct in 2001, but they did this whole thing.
How do you know all of this, Nick?
Because you know what? I'll be honest with you. I'm actually putting together a video project of taped footage that people have put on YouTube, and I'm actually making a video like literally what Cartoon Network used to be back in the 90s.
It's cool.
It's amazing. It's like no matter what topic we go into, you're just spitting out information. You don't even have enough time to look on the internet for this stuff.
No, because I grew up watching this stuff, so you know.
So did we, but we don't know the knowledge that you do.
Now, but I mean, by the time he was watching Cartoon Network, we were grown up.
Yeah, I know. Well, what I was going to tell you was this special, and most people don't know this.
That's not a bad idea.
Most people don't even know this. Actually, so they had all these little pilots, and out of the special that they had, 7 pilots came out of this. Now I don't know. I doubt you guys would know what these cartoons were. These were the ones I grew up with. What resulted were cartoons that were called, and some of you guys in the chat might know these shows: Dexter's Laboratory, Johnny Bravo, Cow and Chicken, Powerpuff Girls, Courage the Cowardly Dog, and get this, even, and it's still running to this day, even Family Guy came from that.
Oh, how interesting.
It didn't start off as an adult-related cartoon. It actually started off as a pilot called Larry and Steve. They made like a cheap animated pilot before that, but I guess that one didn't do so well. So they went back to the drawing board and they made this much better cartoon, and they got it on television.
Yeah, send that to me too.
And then those pilots, including this one, like won numerous awards. And this was like 1996. And then a couple years later, in 1999, that was when things changed dramatically, and Family Guy was born. So it all came from this special called What a Cartoon. And now, obviously, out of the 6 pilots and shows that followed, only one remains, and that's Family Guy.
Though the others have done pretty well back in their day.
Oh, they were big. I mean, they were.
I mean, all of them were actually programs, not just pilots. Yeah. But I do have to say that I mean, I love Family Guy. I really love Family Guy. But from Family Guy, thank God for Family Guy, because otherwise I wouldn't have gotten American Dad, which is probably one of my favorite TV shows.
And that's if it was again. If it wasn't for Family Guy, and if it wasn't for What a Cartoon, we wouldn't have had American Dad. So
nope, not at all.
There was and
I do know
those other pilots of these other cartoons, like for example, like Show Cow and Chicken made the spin-off I Am Weasel, and then also there was also the show Mike Lou and Og. But out of all the cartoons that to this day I still watch, it's still one of my all-time favorites. People who it was made for both kids and adults, believe it or not. The best one I think still out there was undoubtedly Ed, Edd and Eddy. That I still consider that my all-time favorite. You guys?
Well, one of my favorite cartoons that I watched when I was growing up was a movie called The Adventures of Unico. It is a Japanese cartoon, and
The Adventure of Gummy Bears. Wow.
They brought it over here, and it was so different from anything else that was shown on TV. And it took me over 35 years to find it because I couldn't remember the name of it. And finally, I made a post some time ago. Hey, I'm looking for this kind of cartoon. Here's the description, and somebody knew it right off the bat and told me. And I got it on DVD. It took me about 35 years to find it again.
Well, get this. That just happened to me a few months ago. Literally, there was some. I was thinking. Sorry, Greg. I'm just going to make it short. But there was this cartoon. It was like a film. It wasn't a series. It was just one film. It wasn't a pilot. And I remember seeing it in the 90s. And it looked like it was old. It looked like it was an old film. I was guessing it had to have been shot either in like the late 60s, early 70s, because it was in color. And I was thinking to myself for the longest time, it's like, it was like
You're not done.
Good
We're
night,
trying
Don.
to get off of here.
I was trying to think to myself, like, it involved like pointed head people, like not cone heads, not like SNL or anything. I think it involved like a race of cone headed people of some sort. They were like orange in color, then one was like white. There was a purple, like they were like different colors. And I'm thinking to myself, what? And I was thinking for years, what on earth was that cartoon that I watched? So,
It seems weird.
well, it sounds weird, but I knew it existed. I just couldn't remember the name. And so, literally a few months ago, I must have just been going on YouTube, just passing something, and all of a sudden, there I was like, "Oh my god, is that?" I'm like, "Is that what I'm seeing right now? Is that the film I'm thinking of?"
What's the name of it?
I was. That's when I got it. It was called The Points. It came out in over 50 years ago in 1971, and it had a couple different narrators because the first narrator, I can't remember who the U.S. narrator was because he narrated for the U.S. but in the U.K. and this was probably actually one of his first times he ever got involved in films. The U.K. well, the American cast voice actors remain the same, but narration wise, it featured then very recent former Beatles star Ringo Starr narrating it. And it might have been it might have been, in fact, now I think about it, it might have been his first film he ever got involved with ever. And I looked it up. It's on DVD, and it's just like, yep, that's the one. That's exactly the one. And it had, I was like, my mouth just dropped. I was like,
1971.
yep, and my mouth dropped.
Ringo Starr was one of the voices.
That's what I said. Yeah, they had different versions of the film. Like they made like a US version, they made like a UK, but the US, the characters themselves remained were still voiced by the US actors, even if it was released in the UK. The only change they made was they replaced the narrator, and so for the UK release, Ringo Starr, who was obviously just a year after he left the Beatles, narrated this, and it might have been his first film project he ever got involved with. Yes, Jill, I wasn't even alive yet. I wasn't born until about over 20 years later in 1993.
I wasn't even born then.
Have any of you ever heard, and I don't know if you've heard of this.
I got it, Brad.
The Simpsons. Have anyone ever heard of that?
Who could have guessed? What was the Simpsons again?
A bunch of yellow people.
I think that's the one where the main character goes. I think that's
I still remember again 90s. I wasn't too crazy about the Simpsons at the time, but now it's dope. You know what? I gotta put this out for Jill because how she said that I wasn't even born yet. Hey, you know what? The Simpsons, what came out before I was
even born when that one came out.
And get this, I missed out on one of the most iconic, funniest scenes of The Simpsons. I think it was 1990 that they did. It was I think it was season 2, and everyone remembers this episode was when Bart wanted to jump the Springfield Gorge, and Homer ended up going down the Springfield Gorge twice. Like he tried going ahead and he fell right in the center. They brought him up by an ambulance, and they crashed into a tree and just.
What a lot of people don't realize is that The Simpsons was actually a spin-off of another show.
Yeah, it was from 1987.
Yep.
And my dad told me
most people don't know that.
And unless it's on Disney Plus and I missed it, those aren't available really anywhere. I mean, I have them, but I mean not like officially.
My dad told me, years later after The Simpsons came out, he told me when the official series came out, and I think a lot of people were like this. I think not too many people were really crazy about the show at first because they didn't know, because at that time they just thought it was just another cheaply made cartoon. So people really didn't think too much at first of like what the show was. So not too many people, really got interested. But I think it really
little did they know.
Yeah, well, little did they know, and then like a couple years later, I think it might have been after that iconic Springfield Gorge scene, or somewhere in the early 90s. I believe it was either 90, 91, or 92. So a little bit right before I was born, or maybe 1993 was when it really started getting that huge popular upbringing.
I don't know. I think that possibly it got like I'd like to think like it was getting popular, but really when Conan O'Brien came on as executive producer, that was a big deal. Like that's series 3 and 4, something like that. What year were you born, Nick? Just so I can
1993.
feel bad
So
about
I
myself.
thought Conan was a
93.
writer for them in the first few seasons.
Yeah, he was.
he was.
But I think he was executive producer at some point. What year were you born, Nick?
1993.
Okay.
Although I sometimes always count, like,
Show's over.
well, actually, I was going to say this. I mean, sometimes I count, the months I was like,
Actually,
well, I always sometimes count the months I was, I existed in the womb. So technically, I came into existence in 1992, if you think about it.
Jesus Christ.
hey guys,
Just be
We
a
are
human
less-
being and say the year you're born and go from there, for God's sake, will you?
We're going to say, Jeremy.
Here? God.
we are 30 seconds away from being a 6-hour
I mean, we
show.
have to be a 6-hour. I mean, it cannot just be.
Yay, we made it.
Well, once I play the outro video, it will be 6 hours.
Just for reference, Nick was born in 1993. I graduated from high school in 1992.
I would have babysat you that year. I believe that, Joe. I definitely believe that.
Yeah, all of us want to babysat him then.
But you know what? Here's the best part about it is
95.
you will eventually run into people in the same way that we've run into you, where you're going to be like, oh, I didn't graduate until the day you're, born or whatever. And it all comes around. It all comes around. You can enjoy your precious youth, and because it's not going to last.
No, it's
It's
not.
not going to last.
And
You
then-
will
and then
burn.
you're
You will
gonna
burn in
feel
hell,
like the
Nick.
old guy.
What's that?
You're gonna feel like the old guy.
Yep.
I'm
Yep,
already
it's
starting.
circular.
I'm already starting to feel that way. Poor Dick.
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
I graduated in
grad-
99.
Graduated in 2000.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I will tell you
Well,
guys
he
is
only
that,
graduated a
Christ.
year after I did.
yeah, so you guys are like right around the same age.
Yeah, I'm 2 years older than him.
See, in my high school graduation, and it's wait a minute, guys. I see you right here. We're about to hit the 6 hour. Yeah, we made it. 6 hours.
We just now set a new record for the Thames Network. Oh, hey.
Soon you will turn it to us, Nick. Anyways, with graduation, technically I actually graduated in 2011, but I ended up, as you guys know, Jeremy, I know I stayed in transition for a couple more years, so I ended up actually staying in high school longer than expected. So yes, I graduated in 2011, but I didn't receive the actual diploma until 2013.
No, Brad.
No, that's not happening.
We're
I
going to
didn't
end the
actually
show now.
I didn't receive the
$100
full-
a piece. Maybe it will happen.
I didn't receive the full diploma until 2013, but I ended up even staying at my high school for yet another year, and because
Did you just say urine?
no, another year. But because I think it was because I just still had a lot of people that wanted me to stick around, both staff and other students. And once the 2014 school year ended, by then there was really no reason for me to still be there. I was 21 years old at that point, so most of the kids I knew that I still knew at school had graduated. A lot of the staff team members left, and honestly, the high school that I went to was just not the same high school that I went to starting in 2007. It was different. It was just different type of people, different music, different appearance. There was just no need to be there. So curiosity got the best of me. I came back and grabbed on 6 hours.
What?
Now going to
But
bed.
Robin, did you change your profile pic
Yeah, I noticed
while you're
that.
away? That wasn't the same profile pic you had before.
But yeah, I ended up staying. But yeah, I literally ended up staying 7. I actually spent 7 years of my life in high school between 2007 and 2014. I could have stayed till 2015, but there was no reason to.
Now, I think I mentioned this earlier to you all. Yeah, Robin, you come back here thinking we wouldn't notice. We noticed. We noticed. That's what we
Your
bring
name
to this.
don't lie.
Yep.
Oh
we
my
were all
God.
over that. Someone, I think I mentioned, I don't know if I mentioned on the broadcast, but I mentioned to you two that I was talking to somebody, and they actually said I should shave off my beard.
1986.
Yep, you did mention it.
Yeah, we did. And I didn't have a beard back in high school.
That's right, because that's where we talked that you had a beard in high school.
No. It was after when I left high school in 2014. When I turned
Close
not
enough.
long after I turned 21 is when I started growing the whole beard. You know what? Actually, Dave would remember this because I used to hang out with Dave a lot. He would remember. There's a Snapchat filter for that, I think.
I'm going to be shaving my beard on September 9th.
He had a peach fuzz. Yep. Removes the beard. One of those apps.
So with that, guys, what do you say
Yes.
we end the show?
We have been on 6 hours straight. We did
And we
it,
still have
guys.
7
Hard
viewers.
to believe the quality of conversation might start to diminish a little bit. I can't imagine myself, but I mean,
Yeah, I need to get the hell off here. I love
Next
chatting
week-
with you guys, but it gets. I love Brad.
Yeah.
No.
Next week, we have the Bruce brothers, Jacob and Noah. They are a very young team, 21 and 16.
Really?
They're called Spirit Stalkers, and
Okay.
they are actually from Huntington, Indiana. They were recommended to me by Scott Wilson to be on the show, so we are going to be interviewing them next week. They have a YouTube channel, and they go out and do all kinds of crazy things.
and
How far
stand
is-
by for 13th Dimension After Hours. That will start immediately after this broadcast. With
After this
Jeremy
show is
York
over,
and
just
Nick
going to
We're
Gray.
like, Well, wait. So, just quick question, Jeremy. Isn't Huntington not too far from you, Jeremy?
half hour.
Okay, so they're kind of locals then.
Yeah. So we'll be talking to them next week, and then also we have Miss Jill Jade on Supernatural Talk on Thursday night.
Nice.
There's only so many times I can solve my Rubik's Cube
Yeah.
without being bored. So yeah, Joe, we'll see you next
And then
Thursday.
on the 32nd, we will have Mr. Brad Webb.
Yep, Brad,
poor
you may
Brad.
want to write that. Brad, make sure to write that down before we leave, so we know you'll be on the 32nd of July.
Even leap year won't help you, but
But working on beating my time of 26 seconds.
I am not going to ask you what your 26-second record is. So
certainly not being on 13th Dimension. So
It's not even
No.
13 seconds. I don't even think I want to know if it was even 13 seconds.
right. Greg, thank you so much for being on the show for as long as you were.
Yeah.
I've been in prison for less time than I've been on this show. So.
And remember, too, to send that story to me.
Story. I don't even know your names anymore. I don't know who I am. I'm just
He
probably
is
walk in the middle of the
tired.
freeway
He
and
is
call it
just
good.
speaking but not knowing what he's saying.
Is it still on? What's happening? Hello? Here.
So again, Greg, thank you so much for a very
Long.
Record-breaking show.
record-breaking show. It was a really, really great conversation. We went
Really good.
everywhere, hell and back.
Does Linus want to say goodbye before we get off? Or
I think he's dead, quite frankly.
He's dead.
You know, and the thing is, it's like, what's the record? Being on the longest or having the longest show without talking about the paranormal? I mean, you tell me what it is.
Well, not
I have
necessarily
no
without
idea.
talking, but we did talk about it from time to time.
How many?
I think the longest continuous show without a break is 22 hours, and I am not ambitious enough to do anything like that.
all
What
my
do you think?
my lights had died during the show. I mean, it's lucky that there's like any light in here at all. They're all dead. They're
Well,
all
if
dead.
you're going anywhere this weekend, you better charge them.
Well, I mean, if I better charge them so they're
Let's
on
do it.
for Ghost Box on
Yeah.
Sunday. My God, I mean, I don't know if my Ghost Box still works. I mean, I just don't.
23 hours.
Yeah, I ain't
Hell
doing
no. That's
No.
that's never going to happen. Although I will tell you,
No.
I will say this though. Carl Albertson once did that. He actually did like a 24-hour show.
Yeah, he did.
And you never speak of the paranormal. No, we talked a little bit about it earlier, Dave. You just missed out on it.
Yeah, that was an hour -1 that we talked about the paranormal.
My daughter keeps me awake after work. You'd still be.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it was about a good hour we were talking about it. Paranormal.
So-
I just said
So
an
don't
hour.
forget on Sunday nights, Greg will be talking with Shar.
I am on Sunday at 4:06 Central Standard Time. Come on, Linus. Now he's getting annoying. For the radio show, and then on Sunday night we'll just 10 p.m. we'll just be talking, reaching out to loved ones, to spirit box.
Yep.
And
And
then
then
for
Nick
well, I was going
Miles.
to say I was going to just say for Don's show, because I feel like this is like the one show I should probably make the announcements for Don's show. For our horror discussion for next Tuesday, I believe we're going to be talking about
the second
Down-
season.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about season 2 of Stranger Things, which I need to get my ass. I got to get my ass up and start watching that to catch up, because there's going to be probably some spoilers. So, spoiler warning. Going to be spoiler alerts for this. So yeah, that's what we'll be talking about for our horror discussion next Tuesday.
The glitter will be on the outside.
With actual paranormal talk Sunday.
Someone has to do it. I mean, that's the
Somebody's
way I
gotta-
see
Heck,
it.
if it ain't us
Somebody's
tonight.
gotta do
Start
it.
getting that into this network is what I'm thinking.
Sunday, it's
Yeah.
a day. She'll be there. Yeah, we're just so damn exhausted, but somebody's got to do it though.
Well,
Somebody.
maybe we just keep going till Sunday night, and then I can just roll right into Ghost Box Live.
Oh my God! Imagine doing that. We'd be so hungry. Imagine how in the hell could we even stay
We
up?
can't.
Hell, we would
We
have.
can't.
How would we be able to go use the bathroom?
Let me just put this to rest. We can't. Okay, Nick.
I know
We
you
won't.
And we won't.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
won't.
even probably more
We
powerful.
won't.
Not that we can't, but we won't.
Yeah. And then what are you talking about on Wednesday night, Nick?
So for the Nick Files, you know what? I actually got to get a hold of the other networks. Speaking of which, to let them know, because I've only told obviously you, Jeremy. Next episode of Nick Files, this is going to be the last episode for a while, as I will be taking a hiatus from it because I'm running out of PowerPoints, so I need to start making some new ones. But I'm probably going to try. I'm going to say about a good month and a half break before I bring it back. Or maybe 2 months. My goal is to try to get back into it, hopefully by late September, early October, and Scooby Doo.
Let
But
him take a break.
yeah, seriously. But for next week's show, we're going to be focusing on, and get this, guys. You guys might not know this, but we've all seen the movie Poltergeist, right?
No.
You haven't seen Poltergeist?
No,
Seriously?
I have.
Okay,
No, I have.
you've seen it, right,
Don't
Jeremy?
get angry over there. Don't get angry.
You've seen Poltergeist, right, Jeremy? I'm
All
sure
of
you've
them.
had. What? All of them?
All of them.
Oh, there's Linus. Now you can say his goodbye.
There we go. That's closing the show right there, Linus.
Let's start a marathon. Every hour you take on your coffee.
Yeah, we've already
donation.
done marathons. No
Nope.
more.
You wait. Have you not?
We
seen
just did one.
Brad, have you seriously not seen Poltergeist? Okay, while I'm waiting for him to get back.
Yeah, we ain't gonna worry about him watching.
Yeah,
Poltergeist.
let's not even. Okay, so what I'm just trying to say is, so we've all seen it, but did you guys? You might find this hard to believe. It's actually based on a true case.
Yes.
That actually, yeah, it's based on the what became known as the Herman family poltergeist or the popping bottle ghost. But it had nothing. And I'm just going to give this brief preview. There was no issues going on with televisions. Nobody was ever sucked into the televisions on the other side, but they definitely did experience poltergeist activity, and that alone inspired the movie Poltergeist. So yeah, it's called the Herman Family Poltergeist, and that's what we'll be talking on the Nick Files for next Wednesday. But next Wednesday's episode will be the last episode of season 1 before I bring it back for season 2. And wow,
then
you
on
never.
Supernatural Talk, we will be talking with Jill Jade. And then Friday night, we will be talking with the Spirit Stalkers.
And Brad, shame on you that you never seen Poltergeist. So now we have a good reason why we put you on the. Now we have a good reason why we put you on July 32nd.
Yeah, you never get on anything because of that. You ruined it for yourself.
Good job.
So meanwhile, all of you guys out there in the audience, thank you for playing along. Thank you again, Greg, for being on the show. We'll have you on again sometime next year.
I mean, there's no need, right? I mean, what more can I ever say? I mean, I've been on for like 24 hours. I mean, I don't.
And maybe we'll break the
sure
next.
You have a story or two to tell us.
And maybe we'll break another record. Maybe we'll go on for 8 hours or even 10.
No.
It's longer than my work day. I mean,
yeah.
Well, this is fun. This is literally how my shift is 8 to 1. So we literally have gone through like what my entire work shift would be.
Now, keep in mind, just a mere 45 more minutes, and we could hit the 7-hour mark. You know, just saying.
Not happening.
How many times has Jill said goodnight to us? I mean, quite frankly,
yeah,
I'm happy you're
Jill just
here.
said goodnight. That tells us goodnight.
23 hours or bust. It's a bust. It's definitely a bust, Brad. 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. for him.
So with that,
with
this paranormal and beyond, Nick,
we got it covered. Have a good night.
See you guys all next week. Thank you.
Good night.